Together. Get together a couple of times. I was very worried. There was a guy. It's okay. One of those. Yeah, no, one of my colleagues.
Gallery.
Hey, Mr. Bradshaw. Oh, no. Oh, sorry, yes. No, that's not what I owe you. You'll get it.
Yeah, but the action, like the
Morning. No, this is me. So we got screwed up in the.
Yeah.
I wanted to tell you. I have no.
Somewhere where like
Welcome to the editorial.
I can't put it on there.
I read an article in Esquire a year ago. Just the way So for me, I feel like I think I was I hit the point where I was just like, and then
We're calling it the COVID party.
So what happened?
I came early because they landed.
But you did. I know what you mean. He came back and he's like. You did. But you weren't part of that. Because I saw you in the Eric sent me a picture of all of you. Oh, yeah, we were. Yeah, I mean, very touching. No, he told me I've never been It was an evolutionary biology paper, and I'd asked Katie for insights into, geez, so she's, anyway, were you on the site? I never got it. So yeah, it's 30 in the morning.
Brian, like doing stuff occasionally on Dropbox.
That's why I did.
It's not, we made it, right?
And it's like, you don't know.
Hi.
Stop eating slow, like,
Nothing, so are you?
Single monitor.
German.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I go to stop.
I've got 2 minutes I gotta see for you, but you don't have, you can send it. So they'll be very receptive to it other than lots of. Sorry, I was going to speak there. That was actually pretty interesting. Now you're really. I know it's difficult, but I think that.
Yeah, it's, I think that this is kind of a boundary. So does Deck Whitmore.
No, because we're in single monitor. He's graduated.
So.
Sarah's
You're having a bad time. Had a bad time yesterday.
No, I don't know.
I'm wondering, like, the same like this, like, well, research question. Experts.
Yes, I am in training.
Right, is
Quite a bit, actually. Yeah, I know.
I was like, there's that.
Keep you alive. It's needed. I am. I'll get there. Yeah, I'm gonna have.
Yeah, exactly.
That is one of my favorite lines of all time. It goes down in history.
My published word is kind of
I guess I'm interested, but no, I did try. I stuff.
We have a flag.
Yeah, so I had another idea.
How are you? Yeah, how are things?
Well, you're gonna guess.
Yeah.
Good.
It is right now. Sector classification, like, you know how there's gigs and like, you know how there's industry classification. Yeah, prerogative. Looking at that. I haven't decided exactly what it's right now. Probably looking at everything. Yeah, so it's the one that they're going to do, but I want to really use this. I see they made a big change. Yeah, I'll send you an email. Yeah, that sounds helpful. Yeah. Right now, I'm using it every week. That sounds useful. Great time for this afternoon. Yeah, you got the correct did not do that.
This is all set up for.
I'm right here.
He looks quite far away.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it took us a bit of time for like five something.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's not
Yeah, when I got the money,
Maybe turn the pay down, okay.
Yeah, so it'll just come up there. But sometimes it does. Yeah, I think you'll be okay with that.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see you in LA.
Right. Oh, that's very
Survive.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Please take your seats. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2022 JAR conference. Oh, very nice. You're sitting in your seats. Oh, I'm not used to that anymore. I will be there in a second, but first I have to check whether I wear my pants. I will be there in just a moment. I'm so sorry, but you're actually here. Welcome to the JAR conference. I'm so glad to see you. And I'm so glad that this year we have a chance to do this event in person. Now, probably most of us haven't seen each other for 2 years. You haven't met your co-authors, you haven't met the editors, you haven't met your friends. So enjoy the next 2 weeks. The next 2 days, I hope. the next 2 days. I'm looking forward to it too. We have to get back into workshop mode. So I would ask you to be kind, to be supportive when you voice your criticism during the presentation. And I think that's all we can hope for. Now, before we start, I have a few things on my agenda I have to work down. And the first one is I would like to, and this is why I need the cheat sheet, I would like to thank the Caucasian Accounting Research Center and the KPMG Foundation for their generous support, financial support for the journal and this conference. They have been long-standing supporters of this event. And I'm sure we will think fondly of them tonight at the reception over a drink and afterwards at the dinner when we have a nice glass of wine. Now, the second point on my list is that probably many of you have noticed that the composition of the editorial team has somewhat changed as of the beginning of January. Now, most notably, Doug Skinner has decided after many years of service for the journal to step down from his senior editorial job. He has been an integral part of this team for many, many years. He started back in 2006, and I think only Phil has a longer tenure than Doug. And he has, over this time, provided his input to authors, to us as his colleagues, in invaluable ways. Lisa and me, we wanted to figure out how many manuscripts he actually handled, but we were not able to do so. But we know there were many. Now, most of them were rejected. A few of them made it in the journal, I think, and I think they have left an imprint. But more importantly, and I know that from my personal experience, whenever you as an author or as other junior colleague or so interacted with Doug, he always was giving you valuable support on your manuscripts. So I would ask you to give a warm applause. Doug is not here today. He cannot be here today. So give a warm round of applause to his invaluable service. Now, next, we also have a new member of the editorial team, Valeri Nicolai. He joined us at so far, he is enjoying the quiet life. So he is sending out the manuscripts to the editor, associate editors and the reviewers, but soon this will change and he will have to face the tough decision. And he also will start supporting the authors in bringing their papers to publication in the journal. So welcome, Valeri, to the team. Finally, I would like to acknowledge another person who mainly stays in the background, but who is essential for the running of the journal and who is essential for us having a smooth conference. Now, typically we acknowledge this person at the very end of the conference, but I thought, oh, let's flip it around and let's thank her at the very beginning. So, Lisa, I would like to thank Lisa for. I would like to thank Lisa Heiberger for all her efforts in putting this together, and not just this year, but also over the last 2 years during the pandemic. And you can imagine how challenging this was, but also in dealing with all of us over the course of the year. So we already applauded you, but maybe during one of the breaks you step by and thank her in person. But now enough of the acknowledgements. Let's briefly talk about the talks and the in-person etiquette and the Zoom etiquette. We do have a few people on Zoom. Hello, everyone. Glad to see you as well. I hope next time you will be in person here as well. Now, the talks are all 75 minutes. At the beginning, the presenters will have 5 to 10 minutes of uninterrupted time. I'm hoping for the 5 minutes, but we told them up to 10 minutes. Afterwards, you can jump in with questions. Now, when doing so, I would ask you to not initially ask, oh, what's the t-statistic in table 5? Why does it look so awkward? Try to follow a little bit the flow of the presentation, similar as you would do in a regular workshop presentation. Now, when it comes to the Zoom participants, you are also invited to participate, ask your questions, use your raise your hand feature. I'm trying to monitor that on my screen, and then I will interject your questions into the ongoing talks. I think that's all of it. Again, welcome and enjoy the next 2 days. Yeah.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So it's great. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present this paper at this in-person JAR conference. First, I'm really excited and then happy to see many of your face in person. And at the same time, thank you for those of you probably right now watching this through YouTube. So we are excited to get your feedback on this paper. And before getting into there, I also want to introduce first our diverse project team. So Joe Pacelli at HBS, Christina Redekam at Cornell, Saurabh Tomar, Southern Methodist University, and I'm Jong-ho Choi at Stanford. And our paper is Do Job Seekers Value Diversity Information, a Mixed Method Investigation. So diversity is very important topic in the real world and at the same time in academia. So there is a large volume of literature about diversity in various social science areas, including economics. That is why it would be good for us first define and clarify what kind of research questions we're interested in this paper relative to that large literature. So our main question, as you can see on the slide, is do job seekers value diversity information? And then we also ask some sub-questions. Does this information value vary depending on job seekers' characteristic? Why do job seekers value diversity information? And also, do employers consider this information value into their human capital disclosures? By the way, if you also recall, us, the project team, we are all accounting researchers. So how we actually come up with this idea for accounting researcher, we believe that as an accounting researcher, it is natural to think about diversity information instead of diversity. And that's not the, however, only reason why we are interested in this question. When we start to take a look at prior literature, we can find that it suggests people care about diversity. However, what's unclear to us, or a little bit lacking in the literature, is that whether people really use diversity information in the real economic context, such as job seekers looking for a job or companies attracting talent. So that is research question we are asking here. But at the same time, when you actually start to ask this question, as usual for accounting researcher, we also face some challenges. That is, fundamentals and information oftentimes move in the same direction. Although what we want to do here is that we want to separate them. And at the same time, in this specific context, job search activities oftentimes are not observable, as well as how and why job seekers use diversity information. That is why we want to use a mixed method investigation. In other words, we first use a research tool that is right now still emerging in the accounting literature, field experiment, to randomize the provision of diversity information to users. And using this large-scale field experiment, we first examine how job seekers respond to diversity information. And then we move on to a follow-up survey to understand why job seekers value diversity information, as well as their heterogeneous responses. Finally, we also use archival setting to understand how this field experiment insight can be connected to managers' human capital disclosures. By the way, this is about 3 to 4 minutes, and then I want to open the floor if you have any questions. Okay, and the question, I'll actually move on to the next slide. So I actually mentioned that we are interested in diversity information. Let's actually be a little bit clarify what we are really interested in. So we first build on the prior literature, which usually asks whether diverse workforce matter for job seekers. And some evidence already suggests that job seekers can be benefited directly and indirectly from diversity. For example, diverse candidate can get a better opportunity to get an offer from a firm which values diversity. Also, some workers just simply get some benefit or utility benefit by being part of the organization, which shares the social value that also is the same as their own value due to some self-identity or self-possession, in this case, such as diversity. But at the same time, diverse workforce can be also associated with some negative effect. That is, diverse workforce can be related to interest conflict because diverse group might have different interests, as well as diverse group also can bring diverse thought to the problem solving. So overall, our impression when we actually really take a look at the prior literature is that this diverse workforce probably matter for job seekers. However, when as an accounting researcher and when we saw this SEC rule, when we actually turn our attention to the public disclosure, what we find is quite different. In other words, we only find that 17% of the public firms in 2020, their annual report disclosed a numerical matrix of diversity. In other words, it looks like information is not really available widely, at least in this one source. At the same time, we can imagine that job seekers probably insufficiently informed if there is some information acquisition cost. So this is the one side of the story. Let's also think about the other side of the story. When you think about the job you want to work for, diversity is probably one factor, but there could be another factor you want to consider. Me, yes, salary. I also want to think about how much I can get. So that it's a trade-off in the end. It's not just diversity per se, diversity and others that you can actually trade off. And at the same time, even though maybe I'm not able to get exactly that information verified from somewhere, still I can hear from my friends or myself experiences how diverse some companies can be. That is why in the end, we believe that this diversity information matter question in our core question is an empirical question, and we want to actually examine using the field experiment. So how we do that exactly? So this is the specifics of the field experiment design. So we first partner with this company, GPA, that is online career agency company. So one of their main services is to provide users this periodic email, which contain the curated list of the recommended job. And based on that, also the job seekers can quickly get what jobs might fit them well. And we use this 1 by 2 between participant design to really understand how provision of information, really diversity information, change their behavior. So suppose imagine that,
The one on the right has this like pretty green box,
Yeah.
and the one on the left doesn't. How do you know that you're not just getting a preference for the pretty green box? I mean, seriously.
yeah, that's actually a really good question. John, just like getting into there, I first actually elaborating what actually we are doing, and then actually I immediately go to John's question. So what we are doing is here, let's imagine there are 2 job seekers. Both of them are really interested in the same thing, location and also occupation. In those cases, this GPA provide the same list of the company. In this case, as you can see, eBay and also CoreLogic and etc. So they will actually receive these 2 job seekers, the same list of the company and the same information, except for one, that is diversity information. In other words, GPA randomly selecting one of the job seeker, and then only that one job seeker provide this green box we just talked about with John, that is actually diversity information. And what you're doing is that then we keep trace of those 2 users' interaction with GPA, specifically which job they are clicking in this same list based on with and without diversity information. Now actually go to the actually John's question, actually how do we know actually green box might actually just trigger where I just like the green. So we have to admit that that is why we are using this mixed method approach and also different analysis. What do I mean by that is that when we only do this experimentation with only this setting, maybe it's a little bit difficult still whether they actually like the green box or whether they actually really value diversity information for their decision making. But a few things actually help us to distinguish. One of them is we also therefore use a direct follow-up survey. In other words, we specifically ask the users using the example of the same screenshot that you are seeing, and then we are asking them whether they value diversity information. And some of the findings are consistent with also our field experiment. In other words, it's not that we are actually making some argument based on the one piece of the evidence. We are kind of triangulate so that it looks like it's not only based on that green box, more like they are perceiving diversity information. We're also asking that why they actually value diversity information there, so their answers also somewhat consistent with that. So a lot of hands, but actually I saw Eric's hands first, and I'll actually go from the here to this way. Yeah.
I know. Have you guys given much thought about how prior beliefs play a role in your setting? I mean, you might imagine that for some of these, like one of the ways that prior beliefs could really matter is in when we're exposed to that signal, our reaction kind of depends on what we may be expecting for that individual firm. And I think, you know, in some cases that can help you. It could also shift some of the interpretation of your results. So for example, like in some contexts, like it seems as though you're saying certain types of minorities may be more responsive to these types of signals. And so one is that they actually value that information more. That's one of the interpretations. The other is that I just have sort of like worse beliefs about like the diversity score of that company. And so therefore my reaction is a bit strong. So I think that's like one example where prior beliefs matter, but there's a lot of other contexts where things could matter. For example, about my prior beliefs about the precision of that signal. So there's a lot of, you know, I think discussion about diversity reporting. So for example, the NASDAQ is sort of implementing these rules about like requiring some statement about the board diversity. But there's a lot of room to fudge what exactly it means to be diverse. And so in that context, it may be like, it may help explain why some of the results you document are sort of economically small. But it'd just be useful to think about, like when you're exposing people to these signals, what are you assuming, or what is the role of their prior beliefs in the interpretation?
This is actually, Eric, thank you. A very important point. I actually want to a little bit clarify. There are, I feel that actually Eric, please actually, let me know if I'm incorrect. There are two questions actually, Eric, a little bit. I mean, it's actually one question, but I can actually a little bit kind of elaborate on the two questions. One is this prior belief and how we can actually think about the prior belief in our context. And also some prior belief can be associated with some heterogeneity. of the prior belief. So those are the two things. First, actually, let's think about the prior belief per se. So we have to make it clear that here also that is one thing we are very interested in. In other words, let's imagine one extreme case where they have just perfect information somehow. Then actually what would have been found is the no effect. It's not because they don't care about the diversity, but probably they don't care about providing diversity information. Why? It's because they are already fully informed. The information might not actually much have the value. So that's the one way to think about the first part. But the second part is more interesting, but at the same time, we also have to somewhat like later admit that that question we'll actually try to address, but probably not causally we are able to address. What do I mean by that is that what we are doing in the field experiment setting is really we are randomizing the provision of information, but we are not randomizing their prior. So that we actually do some analysis and then we have to carefully interpret. Let's say we are finding later that in the survey that female workers value diversity information more. That could be because, as Eric mentioned, maybe they had maybe a much more inaccurate prior. Now when they see it, oh, this is really valuable. That can be a one probability. Or actually another way to think about it, oh, that's not the prior, but they just value diversity so much that now when they get this information, although they already have 90% precise diversity information, that 10% increment might be more valuable to them. So that somehow this two possibility still exists in our setting, but the way actually we try to think about is either way, when we actually see some reaction to the diversity information, we can actually expand this discussion, whether we can still talk about providing diversity information, somewhat actually help them. But another thing, like Eric, maybe I didn't touch much is that somewhat we didn't talk about a lot of the bias they might actually initially have. Well, some of the things actually I just discussed is more like rational, but like uncertainty or accuracy. So that also part can play a little bit lower. That's why when we actually go to the heterogeneity, we have to carefully interpret, not the causal, but this is possible interpretation. Thank you. And then, yeah, Max and Demetri. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, going back to the first question, you actually mentioned in the introduction that you also have a third treatment, right? Which shows some salary score instead of the diversity score. So couldn't you basically flesh this out a bit more? This would also get at this question of color coding, right? If the salary score has similar color coding.
Yeah.
And more broadly, I was wondering why you don't basically show more of the analyses also with the third condition, like showing, for example, whether the cross-section with the diversity score doesn't interact with the salary condition. So yeah, I think this would help address some of these questions in terms of
So just like a quickly update, quickly kind of elaborating. So we actually kind of focused on in this presentation, base and diversity, even in the paper, but we also had the third condition to somehow actually mitigate some of the concern actually John initially brought up, and in a very specific format. By the way, that salary condition was also green. So it's not the color that I believe actually what's changing. It's more like now the different number. And one of the other concern people might have related to John's comment is that not the color, but anyone who see the large number, someone is providing to them, they might view that, oh, this is valuable. Let's actually click. The large number is good. So that also can be a concern that we actually had. So because of that reason, we actually had the third condition is a salary score condition. If I actually briefly refreshing you, then this 9.6 in this case diversity, and then the diversity score, we also provided in the third condition salary score, the same place, but it actually said salary. That actually helped us actually in especially one important dimension. In this case, if we actually look at the four different initial information already provided in both cases, that is job title, location, company name, and salary range. The salary range is always provided regardless of this condition. But when you actually provide salary score, that is actually, if you think about the compensation setting, it's a relative competitiveness of salary if this salary range is an absolute competitiveness of salary. So there is some incremental information, but quite less relative to diversity. And there, what we find is that smaller effect than actually what you're finding here. So that our conclusion is that at least if there is some naive clicking actually happening, still that cannot fully explain what we are finding is because we still find much larger effect relative to the salary condition. So you're right, actually, we want to use a little bit, but at the same time, if you see our paper is as we lay out a mixed method, investigation. So we already have the 3 big chunk of the part. So somehow actually it's some decision we made, but we'll actually revisit and how we can actually
I think
simplify.
some analysis with table 5, for example, would be really cool also with the, but I see the point.
Yeah, thank you. And then Matthias, and then I probably would do that.
Just a comment on the color coding. I thought you could have said something like everyone gets the same green one. Once you're in the treatment one, you get this for all of the jobs.
Yes.
So then it couldn't necessarily explain that on average the score is high. What it could explain that they would be clicking more because there's lots of green now, so I'm clicking more, but you're not finding that. You're showing the difference in the scores. And so that cannot be explained by the color coding.
I see. Oh, Matthias, thank you. So Matthias is, explaining that it's a green, but still, if everything is green, then still that might less actually affecting. Still, also green itself draw more attention, so that might actually drive some result. Thank you for your help. I know we'll think about it and then probably also incorporate in the paper. Anya, thank you. And then I'll definitely go. Anya first.
So really cool study, John. I think what is interesting to me is the why. Why do the job seekers value this information? I think your survey evidence helps a little bit, but I was less about being disentangling these. So I'm wondering if you considered varying the treatments with different diversity information, like breaking it down by, for example, leadership or something. Tell us more about what job seekers actually about. So was that something that you considered? Because to me, the diversity score is still somewhat opaque about what it's representing.
Yeah. So Anya, thank you for this question. I slightly just give me a moment. First of all, maybe I can actually move just quickly this slide, clarifying the diversity score per se, what actually that opaqueness actually in the diversity score, and then actually also going back to Anna's question, more about like how we can actually think about why question as well inside. So this is actually how diversity score is calculated. I actually brought the Winnebago recreational vehicle company and the Harley-Davidson, probably I don't need to really explain, but motorcycle company. And then there, Winnebago has a 7.0 diversity score, and then the Harley-Davidson 9.8. By the way, this is standardized from the 0 all the way to the 10. And as you might actually imagine that this score is calculated from some component that firms actually believe matter for diversity. And then they did some own survey or national survey they actually refer to. Overall, gender and ethnicity are key component for the diversity. That is why you can see gender and ethnicity I actually put out there. And here the Harley-Davidson relative to the Winnebago, slightly more gender balance their workforce, and then much better ethnicity balance. That is why Harley-Davidson score is a little bit larger than the Winnebago. So this is actually diversity score. Just actually going back to Anna's point, then you might wonder that some people, when they see the diversity in the previous slide, they might actually think different things, maybe gender diversity or ethnicity diversity. So how actually also we have to reconcile those type of things, and then that might be also related to why. So we first in this study, starting from this provision, randomized provision of the information, and then see the effect. And then later we actually ask like a why question and understanding some channels, but still probably that is not really causal analysis. One thing we didn't do, but actually we are planning to do is that actually in that survey, we also have some information about that user in the field experiment. In other words, this survey participant are exactly the one who also participated. Although survey participant itself is endogenous or their voluntary participation, but we can actually a little bit narrow down more other factors, how we can actually interpret why question a little bit better. But yes, actually still there are 3 why possibilities explaining this, but we cannot really narrow down. This is the one actually the explaining everything. And then Ed?
Yeah, so I'm wondering if you've given some thought to what would happen if you did this again with the same participants. And let me explain why. The first time, maybe they've used this website before and they've gotten emails. The first time they see this score pop up, they don't know the relevance of this score for their decision. So they click on it, maybe they click on it a few times, but they might conclude eventually that, well, this score is irrelevant, and then stop clicking on it going forward. I don't think you didn't do repeated, I know, but would you still say in that case that they value the diversity information, or is it just that they're initially trying to understand the relevance of the parameter that might determine they don't know.
This is also really important point. I'll actually go to the reserve, but actually this is very related to what Ed's actually asking, but the panel B. So I actually elaborate panel A and then panel B, how actually I can a little bit speak about Ed, but probably also limited way, so that how actually it's working. Here, when you actually go to the main reserve, we find that first actually a quick explanation. So we had about 180,000 participants in our first experiment. By the way, this is actually really large number. So in order to give you some sense that if you actually read the Bertrand Moulinessen, this audit, very famous field experiment 2003, they use about 30,000. So we are almost 6 times more. That is why we can really study the variation. They actually focus on only 1 or 2 cities. We actually cover all the US just because we have this large number of participants. And then the outcome variable is diversity score. And then especially within this red box, this is average diversity score. By the way, this experimental design is a little bit, at least I have to admit, to me, initially when I saw it, and then when I talked to the Christy, what is this? And then I actually kind of learn more and more, actually some understanding much better. So now I have to say that our design itself is really following experimental design. That is why we also use the econometric tool that experimentalists are using. This is Anova Test. And then simply say that we really want to test the mean difference between the average click diversity score. The reason is that we already randomized other things so that we really want to see the mean differences. And then there, as you can see here, the diversity condition is a little bit larger than the baseline condition. That is the 2.5 basis point. And in other words, when job seekers are informed about employers' diversity score, diverse workforce, they now click the firm with more diverse workforce. And then just like you're going to the edge point, now then we actually kind of ask ourselves how this is actually interacting with the time passes or multiple interaction with the GPA. That is why we actually did this panel B. In other words, we only limit our sample to those clicks when they initially interacted with the first email. And then in there, if you actually see this two base and then diversity, it's about 2.6 basis point, very similar to the full sample. So it looks like in this case, their interaction seems to be kind of persist in a similar magnitude. However, I also want to admit the limitation we are actually having, probably add also a little bit alluded that point and then direction. That is, we are not able to say, therefore, if we do the same thing, they might now everyone perceive diversity much more. They actually somehow actually train, and then now actually they clicking even more diversity. That part, we are not able to say it because we didn't really test it. And then that's also a very interesting part in other experimental setting where long-term and short-term effect. Just because I get to Mark, raise your hand for a while.
I have sort of a bigger question, excuse me. It seems to me it's a really cool setting, and it's nice that it's mixed methods, and it's nice that it's at the intersection of several literatures, right? But if you had asked me ex ante whether I thought this would already have been done by either academics and something related more to HR or economics, or by firms themselves and sort of A/B testing,
yeah,
I would think we already know the answer to this question, right? Which I don't mean as critical, because I don't, obviously we may not. Do you have a thought for why we don't sort of already know the answer to this question? I mean, given how important it seems to be, and like, what is the closest literature that kind of addresses this?
This is actually a really good question, actually, Mark. And also, Mark, just to some degree, I'm still junior, so that what I did was actually I look at every GSV faculty, OB, marketing. I actually go there and then asking them, did you actually see anything like this experimentation? At least the answer that I got is no. And then let's actually elaborating why, actually, Mark, as you mentioned. So some of the literature, closest one is we are in Chicago, and then John List actually did a few studies recently. But in many of those settings, if you actually take a look at it, that's actually key difference what we're doing. They are using the one firm. What they're doing is that just one firm recruiting the different job seekers, and then somehow actually showing different advertisement or job posting. So what do I mean by that? In that case, you're actually changing the fundamental and information at the same time. Actually, two firms, therefore. They're one firm, much more diverse, documentation, and it's like make sure that fake company actually kind of more diverse, and then there's another fake company less diverse, and then you actually kind of recruiting. So that's actually usually how economics actually literature recently, John List actually doing a couple of studies. What we are doing is quite different. What we are doing is that let's set the fundamental exactly the same as it is. Facebook is Facebook, Google is Google, and then other company like Tesla is Tesla. By the way, unfortunately, Tesla's diversity score is not good. So then we actually take a look at when we provide the diversity information, how overall choice is changing. That's, I guess, like a really interesting question, at least to me as an accounting researcher, instead of moving the fundamental. Yeah, thank you.
So I have a question actually that is related to Mark's point. So I think one way to interpret kind of the paper more generally is in the context of larger labor literature, right? Kind of even going back to the 70s, kind of hedonic wage theory, right? Which predicts a very clear trade-off between wage aspects of a job and non-wage amenities, right? Which then gives also rise to why job seekers would have willingness to pay for diversity information. So I think it would be nice if you could also motivate your paper partly based on that, because that literature would clearly give you, I think, at high level, a prediction that diversity as a non-wage amenity has a positive kind of willingness to pay. And then related to Mark's point, so in labor, there's really this larger literature on the value of non-wage amenities, right? Which is essentially any aspect of a job that has nothing to do with wages. And there have been quite a few experiments been done recently also on the value of, for example, flexible work arrangements, right?
Yeah, Hall 2021.
Yeah, exactly, or like Alexander Ma,
Yeah.
right, and Amanda Paley. So
Mostly
in that
very,
sense,
very recent.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if you interpret diversity information as a non-wage amenity, I was wondering what is really distinct about diversity information in the context of that literature. And I think it would be nice to speak to that also as part of the contribution, because that, I couldn't see it, but I'm sure there's some clear differences. Right?
This is actually a really good question, Thomas. And also I a little bit linked it to the actually Eric's point a little bit to the regression format, and then why actually what we are doing is also coming to the Mark point related to what you're questioning. So let's actually look at here, and then let's focus on actually not the red box, but the above one, the one actually in the first row. What actually Thomas, suggesting is that what is actually general trade-off between monetary and non-monetary characteristic, in this case, diversity and salary. As you can see, without treatment interaction, that one is exactly, even without the information, that's how much they want to, really diverse firm relative to the salary. But what we are doing is that let's provide the information, this interaction term within the red box, and how much they are more willing to apply for. In other words, I already had some thought about the meta. Actually, by the way, Meta or Facebook is actually quite gender balanced and also both ways. So I already have some thought about how this company's diversity workforce looks like. But now actually I get much better idea about how this company is diverse or not. Better idea because of the information provision. What we are actually really distinguished from the older literature you actually mentioned is that they are only looking at the first and then third. That's it. What we are doing is the second and the fourth. This is also related to the Eric's point. Why? Is because if their prior is perfect, we shouldn't find anything to the second and then fourth. And this is also related to the Mark point that what we are doing is different is because usually other literature, they try to fundamentally changing the diversity score. That is why they don't need to do the second and then fourth. And then that's exactly what we're doing.
I just follow up.
Yeah.
I mean, is it crystal clear that the diversity score is a non-financial or non-monetary aspect? I mean, if I'm someone that would value diversity and I think that the firm will be more likely to promote me, more likely to treat me fairly, sort of seems like diversity could easily be a financial consideration.
It is. Wayne actually kind of made a really good point that diversity itself can be actually some financial the characteristic. So that what the word that I should have used is actually diversity information. What do I mean by that? When we actually think about diversity information, whether that is valuable or not, it's not because only sometimes diversity information is valuable because we believe the diversity. Maybe diversity information is valuable because that helps us to understand, as Wayne mentioned, this firm is actually more profitable. It's not because actually I value that firm is diverse. is that diversity information help me to sorting out so that that value also a little bit embedded into its coefficient. So we are not actually really disentangled between them. We are somehow combining them. And then later, when we actually ask the why question, we exactly finding that why that Wayne actually elaborated. And that is also one of the very important points.
Let's follow up exactly on this. So I struggle, I mean, how do you know it has anything to do with diversity information as opposed to being used as a proxy for from quality of some sort, right? I mean, if you call this governance quality, right, as opposed to diversity, I mean, if you call this governance score as opposed to diversity score, I mean, you could potentially find the same result. So how do you know it's diversity per se that job seekers value as opposed to kind of using it as a proxy?
This is actually like a little bit go back to also John's point and then Valeri, thank you actually elaborating that. So that is why somehow we still have to a little bit rely on this mixed method investigation. In other words, only based on the field experiment, I'm not able to really speak a little bit more about what Valeri's point, what John is asking. Because I have to admit that yes, it might be possible that they are just whole mixed and then we are not able to say further. But let's actually, given that we had some discussion already, go to the why question. So that's why we actually specifically, those who participated in our field experiment, 1,400 people, we asked them why question. Why do you actually value diversity information? First of all, they say they value diversity information specifically as a direct evidence. We have to admit that this is an endogenously chosen participant. Still, we have to actually think about, there is actually more or less of this like a tendency when they believe diversity information is important, they might want to participate survey a little bit more. But what our argument is that still we are triangulate. Also, this is not the standalone piece of information. We already did a field experiment. We also did this like a survey. So they combined together. We believe that there is something there. In other words, they're not just simply thinking that diversity is associated with the performance. For example, let's actually go to the most supported one, 50%, more than 50%. In other words, like among the one actually they selected diversity is useful. They say that half of them say they believe they want to actually work for, or actually they want to use the diversity information to select a company because they believe that they want to work for the company that shares the same social value as they do, such as diversity. So coming back to Valeri and then like all this point that with only one piece of information, it would have been really difficult for us to say, even still, we are actually still difficult to say concretely, this is the reason, but still triangulate, help us to a little bit speak about, it looks like the first one that actually Wayne elaborated. Yes, Wayne actually, as you mentioned, they actually wants to work for diverse firm. It's because it's related to the long-term success prospect. So that it also, there's a signaling channel exists, but at the same time, also we can see the bottom 50% of people, they also value because of other reasons, that is, they really value diversity, seems to be the value they want to share with the company. Anish?
Yeah, so when I get if I'm in the treatment group, when I get the email, I just see the single diversity score, right? Yeah. And then when I click through, you showed a slide that had all this, like, that explained how the firm got its score, right? So it had like something like gender composition, race composition, whatever. Right? And so when I click through, I get this information, right?
Yes.
So to what extent is your...
No, you mean actually when they click through this information, though they still actually don't this information. So Anish actually, I will actually elaborate and then please actually asking based on that. So what they actually going through is actually this slide. In other words, if they click one of this like and then Facebook is actually below, then they will actually see, if they click, they will sometimes directly go to the Facebook website that they can actually immediately apply, or sometimes they indirectly through the GPS job posting page, and then actually they apply, then they can go to, so yes?
Yes, I guess what I'm asking is, are they clicking through because they know that they'll get more diversity information, or are they clicking, is it actually a measure of interest in the job?
This is actually really good point. And then initially, that was also one of the concerns we actually have to think about. Is this actually information seeking, or is it also simply related to, is it information seeking, or they are really interested in? So this analysis itself is a little bit limited for that, but we actually did another analysis that is engagement variation. In other words, in the paper, table 3 and then panel B, there we actually showing that when we actually compare, let's say actually one specific example of this issue, there could be other issues, so we have to actually think about more. So let's say if when I see, going back to, thank you, John, actually that example, so, I see the green, I want to click it. if that is the case, then we would have seen that the number of clicks for the diversity group probably much higher than number of clicks in the baseline condition, if that is the specific story we actually worry about. Actually, in the data, we find very similar clicking behavior. In other words, number of clicks people do under these two conditions are very similar, statistically indifferent, meaning that it looks like based on that result, this specific channel where they just see green or actually interested in diversity, let's get the information, that is actually at least indistinguishable in this actually both conditions. Is it okay? Then Jack.
I guess I have a couple of questions. Can you go back to those questions that you had up?
I believe
References?
this one.
Yeah, I mean, so I think you're gonna have a really tough time. Number one, so to the extent that like the first two questions represent sort of the more signaling story that Wayne's talking about, and the last two represent sort of preferences, those percentages are pretty close to each other. I mean, you can't really sort of rule out one and rule in the other. The second thing is you're gonna have a really tough time getting evidence against a preference-based explanation for diversity scores and that's gonna increase with the sophistication of the audience. If you sent those two questions to all the people in this room and you said, oh, this is anonymous, yada, 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 you're gonna get 100% yeses, all right? Everyone on the record values diversity information. I don't think that represents people's true preferences, but that's sort of the world that we're operating in. So, I mean, I guess that's a comment more than a question, but I will give you a chance.
Yeah, thank you. So nice, actually, in person. Like, I really love it. Okay, so the two things I want to mention. Yeah. No, it's because you're nice. I can actually make this comment. So thank you, Jack. So let's actually think about two ways. First of all, Jack is mentioning how can we really rule out. So yes, we are not able to rule out. We almost admit that our result consistent with these three possibilities. That's what we want to actually mention. Doesn't mean that one is dominating the other one is dominating also one. So just like we are arguing that these three are somewhat supported. And Jack, your point exactly why we want to do the field experiment first. In other words, you're right that if I'm asking someone, do I actually value diversity? Yes. Now the question is, are you going to sacrifice $100,000 to work for the diverse company? No, sorry about that, no. And that's a little bit consistent with that number. So that's why we did the field experiment. In the real setting, real stake, we asked them, and then what we find is that still in the setting where we actually show the diversity score, they want to work for the diverse firm. And when we compare the sensitivity to the diversity and the sensitivity to the salary, that is about 1.66 times. In other words, in order to make, under the indirect utility function assumption, in order to make the indirect utility the same, 1% variation in diversity is comparable to 1.66% variation in the salary. And that's actually where we are going, that it looks like even in this real stake setting, they somewhat sensitive to the diversity information. That's why actually we want to triangulate that.
I mean, so sort of following up, one thing that you want to be maybe a little bit more careful about in the paper is that you're sort of looking at people clicking on, advertisements as opposed to actually working at jobs. I mean, so I think you probably want to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of caveating your results. The other thing that I did want to bring up is that, you're really sort of pushing on this idea of the value of diversity information. So here's sort of another way of thinking about it. Let's suppose that, on average, people value diversity information, but what's actually happening is that minority groups value diversity information a whole lot because they want to make sure that there are a few people around them that look like them, and sort of majority groups value diversity information, slightly negatively. Is that really sort of people valuing diversity information, or is that sort of people sort of moving into like a more segregated society, through the use of diversity information?
So like Jack, this is actually a great question. Like when you think about diversity and diversity information, that is why also we can play here as an accountant a little bit this debating, topic to move forward. In other words, either way you like or dislike, you might actually want to understand how this firm is diverse. whether diverse or not. So we are not saying that diversity is good or bad. But all we are saying is that diversity information might actually change their behavior a certain way, and that we want to actually observe that.
Okay, so I mean, I guess the point that I would make is in your paper, you sort of indicate that diversity information is more important, in regions where, there are more diverse populations. You might want to be a little bit careful in terms of, is this, you might want to be a little bit careful about that interpretation, that it's just sort of minorities trying to make sure that there are other minorities in the workforce, in the employer, because I think that the interpretation would be a bit different.
Yeah. So just this one, and then I'll thank you. Actually, your patient. I will actually admit this good. Jack, we should actually admit that it's more like my problem actually, that like we probably used a little bit kind of the word incorrectly. So you're right that we are only suggesting where is it consistent, but at the same time, as Jack you mentioned, there could be a different region, and then maybe the full response is more coming from the one group rather than the other group, so that this regional variation we are capturing can be not the regional variation, it can be also some other demographic variation that is correlated with, so that somehow like what we have to really say, as soon as actually we go to the heterogeneous effect, we have to say that the first part, this incremental effects, more clicking the diversity, that part we actually randomize the information so that we can actually make some causal claim. But as soon as actually we go to the heterogeneity, very similar to any archival study when you do the cross-sectional analysis, now it's not anymore causal. It's all about, hey, how we can actually interpret. But there, I actually have to admit that, as Jack mentioned, we might actually have used a stronger word than actually we should have, so that we actually kind of tone down and then think about other part. And by the way, Jack, like we also, that is actually one thing we want to think about. As you mentioned, we also like the Fargo's surveys, because yes, there is 1/3 of the participants believe diversity information is also not useful to them. So that we actually kind of wants to think about this both sides of the argument, and then at least actually think about, hey, this is actually what we are getting, and then can you actually learn more from there? That, Andrew, thank you for your patience.
Related to that point, I think if the question is this information useful, you have to be agnostic about how people are going to use it. And this whole discussion has been about how diversity is positive and your t-test is one-sided, that the comparison and ratings, it can only be positive if it's informative. And I don't know, I've met people who I'm confident value diversity negatively. And I'm confident that there are people in this applicant pool who value it, who find it informative for the wrong reasons, say. And it makes me wonder, like, what if you're just observing differences in distributions across that population when you're looking at like entry-level positions versus CEOs? Is it really the case that CEOs don't value? Or is it the case that the demographic of CEOs is more likely to have a larger population of people who find it informative and value it negatively? And so when you have that table 4 slide where you said, this is how we test it, that if we observe a difference in mean ratings, we'll know that it's informative. I don't think that's true unless you just explicitly say, because we're assuming the only possible way that it would be informative is if people value it positively.
So just like one thing actually, yes, because of the one side t-test, actually, Andrew, as you mentioned, we are actually more toward in the statistical test, actually, we see that way. However, when we actually do the Anova test and then interaction, it's more about like 2 sides, the less interaction that you actually, so in other words, the only one side is, as you can see, this the sword, and then the other actually interaction is actually 2 sides. So we didn't have any strong preference for one side or 2 sides when we interacting. We actually really kind of agnostic. And then there we are finding is that you're right. We have to very carefully say that it's because, as you can see, for example, just both condition, the mean itself is actually a little bit larger here than entry level, 9.2 and then 9.3. So as you're conjecturing, there is actually a few different things going on. But when you actually try to interpret this result, we first actually take a look at each row, each column. In other words, within the column, why? It's because that's what we can confidently speak, because that's the randomization variation we can really observe. In other words, with the randomization for the entry-level worker, we see larger responses in terms of just increase. Still, we have to very carefully say what that means And then we suggest that that might be the case where younger workers might. But given that, Andrew, you mentioned this executive, either way, let's say in this group here, we are actually not finding almost like a no effect. Could be possible that there is actually negative and positive response at the same time, dump into the one average, so that one thing we can do is that maybe we can actually a little bit tease out more through other variation, whether there is actually two sides. And for that one, actually some writing, we admit that maybe a little bit more stronger for one direction. One of the reasons is that we first want to kind of rely on the prior literature and then building up. But at the same time, we hope that still by doing this type of the asking, and also there is actually an additional survey about how then actually why people value diversity unimportant in other survey setting. And then we find that actually, Andrew, exactly you mentioned, some people actually prefer to work for the firm, less weight on the diversity, more weight on the merit-based hiring. So that is also there. And then we actually documenting that. But I actually see that probably our writing right now is still strong from the one side to the other.
So that text that you had in red on that prior slide with the
this one, yeah.
I just don't think that's supported.
I see. Yeah, sorry, we are actually kind of toned down there. And then just like maybe mainly just describing that here in the entry, what we are thinking is that there is an increase, at least relative to baseline condition, diversity condition, the average diversity score is increasing by, in this case, 7 basis points. And then we didn't find here in executive, that's what we can say. But any inference actually going there, we have to carefully either not say or actually balance to say both sides, what actually possible explanation. So that's side actually, Andrew, like probably we have to more work on that. Yeah. Andrew, okay. Go ahead. Okay, Lucy.
Along those lines, so it seems that overall, the people in your experiment click on a very specific subset of firms. So they have more than 100,000 firms that they could choose or try to get some more information, but they end up with only about 7,000, I think. Yeah. And even the one in the baseline condition, they have a very high diversity score. So how relevant do you think it is for these kind of firms? Because it seems very difficult to me to distinguish between a firm that has on average a 9.1 and a firm that has a 9.2. See the difference in my.
So, okay, like Luci, you're saying that, if I understand correctly, first of all, like number is actually usually high. Yes, actually, I think one thing we did, but in an untabulated test, we actually take a look at how many clicks usually companies have based on the range larger than 9 and then 8 to 9 and also below that 8, the diversity score. And we see that actually the click is much smaller for actually smaller than 8. So that it looks like when the diversity score is smaller than 8, some actually users actually less clicking. So there is actually that tendency exists in terms of the distribution. Now I'm sorry, what's the second question?
So this would also apply to, so you don't see this attrition of clicks among the baseline condition then?
Yeah, baseline condition also we actually see similar result. So this is a little bit go back to actually a little bit of Eric's point, and also maybe I mean with the statistics, it's actually good to say, hey Luci, what you're actually explaining could be a little bit related to the first row here. In other words, even without the diversity score, there is this 0.7 sensitivity. So as I mentioned, like unfortunately, if I'm actually telling, maybe like we can do some survey, how do you think about Tesla and then Google, and then what company is more diverse or less diverse? There could be some prior that people might have. So that is reflected in the first row. And then the second row is an increment. So that we admit that both sides, in other words, they probably have some idea and then they make a decision. But at the same time, this additional information probably also help them to actually live more sensitive. And then Andrew, and then I'll let you.
Yeah, really cool experiment. I think it would help to have some evidence on the conversion rate. So like how often a click actually turns into a job. And like in your survey, did you think of asking people, did you end up taking a job from the platform? Were you willing to take a hit on the salary if it was a company that had a better score? Because the willingness to pay interpretation usually requires a market transaction. Like I'm choosing between two cars, one is safer, the other's faster. my choice and the difference in price sort of reveals my willingness to pay, where it's here, like what you're actually measuring is willingness to click, which is, it's probably correlated, but we don't know how well correlated it is. And I think the more evidence you can give us that these things are highly correlated, the more credible I think the interpretation becomes.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Andrew, actually, I want to actually mention two things that we just like adding a more description and limitation in the paper, but still we have to do more job. One thing is that related to the Andrew's points a little bit. So this is actually based on the click. Therefore, we are the proxy of, as you mentioned, the market transaction. So the more noisier our proxies are, maybe we are underestimated these two coefficients, just like in the econometric sense. And then that also changed the ratio, but we are not sure which direction we will go. We actually have to think about one possibility we are discussing in the paper is that, let's say median salary, for example, not the diversity, if like a different group of the workers might have interpret median salary differently. Let's say if I see some range of the salary, I might more think that, oh, I might actually get the higher range in higher actually region of this range, where someone actually might think that lower, so that it actually generate the noise, and then that might actually drive down the median salary. Or also diversity score exactly the same. Someone might actually less believe what GPI is saying, so that they might also kind of under. So in those cases, both actually noise can be generated. So to your specific question, Andrew, in this case, one thing still, we admit that it's actually very difficult to directly link the transaction. But if we actually go to this here, usually how GPI is getting, and also you can probably type, hopefully, actually it's risky, but like if you type actually it's kind of Chicago software engineer, top ranked company right now in the Google, sometimes GPI really come up one of the top 5. So in other words, those who are interested in getting into the GPI is not something like Google, it's the very specifically career advisory company. So that at least the users are highly interested in, and also in the data, what we observe is that, by the way, a little bit go back to like a later, can you actually do the same things to the same user? That's actually a little bit difficult and realistic reason. For example, I'm not in the market. What I mean by that is that we usually go to the market, we find a job, and then we actually go out the market. So that the user activity, we actually, when you talk about the GPI, and then when you see the data, usually 3 months, they actually actively search for it, find a job, and then they go out. So that at least we are confident that the user that using the GPI are the really job seekers. Not all probably, but still very serious people relative to at least just like a Google user.
You just use the survey to
Can I
ask.
just follow up on Andrew's question? Is there like a standard error on that 1366?
That's very good. So John, this is one, we are working on it. Like we still actually have to figure out quickly. So what we plan to do is that, yeah, John is actually mentioning, when we actually look at this number, this is a point estimate. So this should be a little bit more refined econometrically. So what we actually plan to do is that this coefficient, this actually willingness to pay 1366 is actually a function of some of the estimate you can see in the regression. So we plan to use the delta method later to actually at least provide the confidence interval of this point estimate. Plus also we want to actually go back to some Andrew's point, others' point, where probably there's some heterogeneity across this number. Then we also want to document so that balance ourselves a little bit.
Part of my point though is you could use this, so you have these people, all their contact information. You could ask them a survey question about this stuff instead of sort of speculating on what this is. You could ask them directly, but like, are you willing to take a hit?
So that is actually, I have to say one thing though, like we actually plan to do it, but actually the Stanford IRB is really strict. Any personal information which can be connected to identify a person, they really kind of push us continuously that you shouldn't ask it, that's too risky. Because one of the benefits and the cost, we actually have to admit that we were initially really excited about this field experiment. We actually kind of brainstorm a few different ways we can actually do much more things. But also we have to admit that archival and lab experimentation are great in a sense that some field experiments, something like we are not able to give the fake company to the user and then click it. That's actually not really the usual field experiment. Or in those cases, we have to go through multiple routes. But still in the archival setting, at least I can believe someone might lie and then we can get that data and then see there what's actually going on. So that's a little bit of a limitation how far we can go. By the way, I actually really asked the Stanford IRB, they just like push back hardly. Henry first and then John. Okay.
Thanks. So when I think of willingness to pay for information, I think that providing the information will make me less sensitive to the price or to the salary. And it seems like what you're capturing is a really good measure of willingness to click through. And there's questions about how click-throughs end up in jobs. And of course, Anish brought up that people might just be interested in this information. They might be curious about it. And my overall question is, your measure of willingness to pay is based on what's on the slide now. But why is that a better measure than the coefficient on the interaction between treatment and log median salary? So I guess I would have expected that to be the willingness to pay proxy. And I know you talk about it in the paper. But can you help?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. So Helen, if I understand correctly, maybe the if actually this coefficient is also significant, then probably the better way to think about is that sum of the two coefficients, and relative to that, what is incremental sensitivity increasing because of the information.
So I think it's even simpler than that.
Yeah.
If my null is that that providing diversity information does not change how attractive salary is to me in terms of pursuing a job, then my null is that the coefficient on log median salary times treatment is 0.
Okay, yes.
And the evidence that you're presenting is not consistent with rejecting that null at any sort of significance level.
Yeah, but like
You're showing a different statistic that says on this slide that says willingness to pay is affected. So I'm just curious, can you help? And maybe I'm the only one who doesn't understand this, but can you help someone understand why that's the right statistic for willingness to pay, as opposed to the interaction coefficient, and just on its own?
So let's say this is here, this coefficient, you're right that actually they don't change the sensitivity of the money that they are getting. So that's why this is 0. But that means, as I mentioned, they are not changing the sensitivity to how much money they are getting, but they still change the sensitivity, the diversity of the workforce.
Yeah.
So it's actually
my sensitivity to diversity information depends on whether I have information about that. I agree with that.
Yes.
That's the log diversity score times treatment coefficient. Totally agree.
So then actually Henry, sorry, actually I might be slow. Seems to be very slow. So right now, my understanding is that the where you're going is that, if I understand correctly, because this is 0, their willingness to pay is 0.
The effect of providing diversity information on the willingness to pay for diversity information, as it informs which job am I interested in. It looks like diversity information does not affect the sensitivity of job choice to salary.
So
and that's what I think of as willingness to pay. But it's not a space I've written in, so I'm not sure if that's the right way to think about willingness to pay.
Is part of this is a question I had, is it willingness to pay for the information or willingness to pay for diversity?
Actually, willingness to pay the incremental diversity information so that they want to actually work for the diverse firm. That's actually the combination.
Henry's kind of getting at. I'm struggling with understanding whether or not I want to work for a diverse firm, like I value diversity, versus I value diversity information. It seems like the first, valuing diversity, implies that I would care about the information. And what I'm trying to struggle with a little bit, maybe the same thing that Henry's, is like, where are you telling me that you're separating the information itself, per se, from the diversity of the firm?
It actually, that's a really question, Mike. I actually kind of go back to a little bit also Eric's point. What we are doing is still the combination of those two. If they completely don't care about the diversity, even providing diversity information probably really dampen down. It's because that information probably, still I have to actually go back to kind of Wayne's point earlier that still give them some sense of the financial prospect so that they might actually respond. But still the major part probably also a little bit go away because they don't care about the diversity. So that is possible. So the diversity information itself is how this information is useful to understand the business. One part is the diversity and the other part is other part also associated forms actually prospect. And here,
that's not a willingness to pay though. There is no sacrifice involved. Nobody's giving up 1366. It's just the dollar estimate of the magnitude of the effect relative to the median salary. Nobody's actually going to give up, but all you have is holding median salary constant.
Yeah.
How much did diversity information become more important?
I'll actually give the one example that actually what we are actually capturing here. So sensitivity is the same. So that let's say there are $400,000 job and $50,000 job, and then you want to actually definitely work for the 50,000, and there's just some sensitivity, the same. Now let's imagine that the diversity difference between these two is exactly the 1. And then when actually initially without that information, the less diverse firm, $45,000, didn't get any click because they didn't value diversity, because they actually didn't know this firm actually more diverse. In other words, there are two companies, $45,000 firm, diversity is worse. $45,000 firm, diverse is better. $50,000 firm, diversity is worse. Their sensitivity to money is exactly the same, but let's say now they care more about diversity. Now they can move to the $45,000 firm. That's what we are capturing. In other words, this is like relative, actually, what is more important, this is a trade-off. In other words, now $50,000, whether you want to trade off that $50,000 to the 1 diversity score increase before you don't have that information. They don't. When they have that information, sensitivity is increasing, meaning that they want to switch their decision. Right?
Yeah, I think what could help you potentially, if you want to get at Henry's point, is that here you're having both in there at the same point in time. So then it's conditional correlation. So this is holding fixed the diversity score and additional information there. So then you may not want to see anything on the salary part anymore. It could well be that Henry's point works if you're taking out the diversity score and treatment interaction with that. And then there may be a trade-off if in the data actually there is a negative correlation, for example, between salary and the diversity score. But that, for one, is not necessary for your story. And two, once you have both in there, it's not clear that you should see this, that kind of Henry's logic then works anymore. That works if you're taking that out. And then I'm completely with that. But I think once you're conditioning on this, it's not clear that this goes through.
Yeah, we'll think about more. It looks like there's a lot of like food for thought, and then we actually kind of elaborating how we can actually move. And Henry, actually, thank you. We're kind of like following this like comment, like taking out, and then think about what actually each question really means. And then John, and then actually I'll go to John. Actually.
So one factor, kind of this willingness to pay, and if I take this at face value, like some of the magnitudes, like if it's 2% of average salary, what's the friction like? So in that regression, diversity score load. So that means that diversity score was on the website somewhere of Zepia. So that was like publicly available.
Yes, it is actually publicly available, but it's actually quite hard to find the list of the firm's diversity score. In other words, it's almost like the same as actually annual report, Edgar. If you want to find different companies' financial statement, you actually have to log in, search for every different company so that information acquisition cost is there.
Like less than 2% of your salary? Is that more expensive than giving up 2%? Just to take kind of this estimate, because I'm kind of with Henry on like the sensitivity, because if you're saying like 2%, I'm willing to pay for 2% of my salary. That's how you kind of describe it for this diversity score, but this score is already on the website. Like what's the major friction then?
So
that search cost?
Yeah, that's actually a good question, Joe. I think to some degree also we can think about this is we're studying and then try to understand more and more about the importance of diversity information. In other words, this discussion, like John, you're right that if they perfectly know all this calculation and they somehow already have the on hand that actually what they're willing to pay is some number, and then they know that also the acquisition cost, how this information is there, and then how they can find it.
If I like hotel quality, I call the hotel and I ask them about all these questions. So if you put me a score, it shouldn't load because I already care about it. So the treatment shouldn't be effective on me if I really care about it. And you give me an estimate saying that they're willing to give up 2% of their salary, then you're telling me that the coefficient's loading. So what is that friction that's preventing them from finding the score that's on the website as well?
So that's why I mentioned like information acquisition cost. In other words, just like make sure, let's go here, one like a specific example. So here, just if I actually click the company, usually the left-hand side part doesn't show up. Only this part sometimes show up, and also only 2 companies actually show up. So that in order to, let's say, list of like 15 companies you're interested in, you have to find the other 13 companies. You have to actually search for all different companies and also think about like which company you're interested in.
15 minutes.
So this is the one actually you have to go over one by one, and they actually have to, and also some degree, not the diversity condition firm, the condition actually are users, but base condition user, we didn't say anything about the diversity. So that this is also, as I mentioned, John, if we assume that everyone aware of all these things, we actually perfectly calculating information acquisition cost, bringing into the my decision, and then talk about John, actually this circumstance, I'm a little bit with you that actually we have to carefully think about what this magnitude looks like. But given that awareness is also limited, and also this acquisition cost.
Not in your regression, right? The main diversity score loads very significantly.
So the
diversity is playing a big role in the clicks. That's the main effect, top row.
It is, but still there's an incremental, like in other words, you still need.
I get that. I'm just telling you, like, I just don't believe the sense that like 2% of your salary for a score that's readily available on the website. You really have to tell me there's really some big search friction, right? Because I could have just paid somebody $100 to get me diversity.
So this just like make sure we are comparing the first and the second. What I mean by that is that what you're describing is someone already see the diversity score, why they are responding. But what we are comparing is that
I care about diversity. I don't need to see the score to care about diversity.
But you have to understand what diversity situation looks like. Meta, Google, all these like other tech firms.
I give Daniele $100 to search for me scores. He wouldn't do it for 100, 150. I can go up to 2,000.
Thank you. That's about there. Okay, that's like
I'm just saying, like, just think about toning down that. Like,
okay, yeah, we'll do that. Like here, I completely kind of this discussion. We first have to even like think about different regression format and then what actually that means, and also go back to John, your point. Like first, actually, some kind of interval plus even actually kind of interpreting very carefully how much we can say this is really fake, given that all the like a concern we have.
On this, I wonder whether that is connected to this earlier question of like, what does a click actually mean? So think about the following. If it is the case, I get this list and I decide I'm going to use Scipia to basically do my job application, right? Then I'm totally with you that even I'm not going to go to 5 other websites at the same time. I'm going to work through that list and I could see how I sometimes will trade off diversity and the score and the information I get with the salary in the way you're describing, and that trade-off could be pretty large, just simply because I'm doing it through that platform, right? But if the click is actually, if they're sort of clicking through this and then they're doing a lot of search on the side and they're doing other stuff, then I think you're pretty much in John's box where it's going to be hard to believe that they're going to be foregoing that much money if they can find this information somewhere else. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay, I see.
Really like you need to understand really like what is that process that the applicants go through? Is it pretty much confined to that website? And then I would say that's more believable. If they're doing a lot of other stuff, then it's not.
Yeah, yeah. I'll think about that, like how they kind of get the information other side, and actually that dilute this like a willingness to pay, and if they could really use the website or like Joshua, and then I can actually move a little bit further. Yeah.
So I'm thinking about your specification here, and if you thought about using the relative score, because going back to, I think Eric's comment on priors, right? So if, I don't know how many terms are in this list, but I'm guessing it's not all 7,000 that show up in a given email. And
usually 14. Yeah.
So if Winnebago's got the highest score, it's a 7, am I willing to click on that? Right? So is it my relative, what I'm given with, or do I have a sense of 7 is not good and I better not click on that? I'm not going to click on any. So I would like to see your thoughts on thinking about the relative ranking in each email that's sent out.
Yeah, so Joshua, for 2 things I have to mention. One is actually, I wasn't really clear here. When you actually go to this analysis, we are exploring one more data source that is on-click recommended job. So in there, actually some smaller diversity score might actually show up at its on-click. However, I have to go one step further, going to your the comment that we didn't do yet, is that you're actually mentioning that even not just that, within individual, really see what other company recommended to that individual. And then actually, right now we didn't do that. Yeah, exactly.
I get moved by the relative ranking, or do I care about what the absolute, and I'm only going to click on a 9?
Yeah, so yeah, I'll kind of like, this is a little bit related to also Henry's point. I can actually think about this different specification to tell us about like different aspects of this, which job they actually more prefer. Like, can I actually go a little bit, just sake of the time, if you actually give me the one thing I want to mention that is we are all accounting researcher, and let's talk a little bit about disclosure, given that that is also our favorite topic. So given that we find some usefulness of this diversity information, we also take a look at how this field experiment finding can be associated with firms' decision in human capital. And that is also really exciting is because recently in 2020, August, SEC really modernized their business description. And one of the important things is this human capital disclosure. So if you take a look at one example where Simpson Manufacturing Company, as you can see, they have actually long list of the different subheadings in this section. And if we zoom in, inclusion and diversity, we can see this like 3 tables about gender and ethnicity, even at different level of the job. And we actually coded this as diversity disclosure 1 based on some numerical value is provided. However, when I take a look at the US Cellular, as you can see, this is all they actually discussing. By the way, we actually checked recently 2021 annual report, the same as this one, a little bit longer, 2 or 3 more sentences. But still, if you actually take a look at within this red box, this is all they discuss about the diversity. So we actually coded this company as 0. And then what we are interested in is actually going back to this question that whether what we find this decision usefulness of diversity information for job seekers is somewhat associated with disclosure decision, given that many of the research in this room are also doing this ESG and then much broader stakeholder perspective, whether firms at least consider that. It might be actually because of job seeker, it might be because of the investor. Still, we want to see some association. There, we actually using the 2 independent variables. First one is diversity score, the same variable that we use in our experimentation. So the high diverse firm and low diverse firm. And what we find in the red box as an association, the firms with more diverse workforce are more likely to disclose the numerical value of their workforce diversity. Also, when you take a look at the second one, this is really directly coming from the field experiment. And this is also the variable that we are really excited, that is about whether they actually responded to our diversity experimentation in different industries. And what we find is that firms in the industry that job seekers responded more to the diversity information, we also find more disclosure in that industry. So Andrew?
The timeline here is a little bit confusing to me. The disclosure decision is made because of how people use the disclosed information.
Very good, Andrew, thank you. This is actually, timing is actually kind of reversed. So that when there is actually making that this disclosure decision made in 2020, what our experimentation is done in 2021. So that here we actually try to just measure how much they care about, assuming that probably there's just some component time invariant. But Andrew, you're right that if it is much more time variant, then what we are capturing is a little bit kind of reverse. And then also we have to admit that, as I discussed, it might be not just because of job seekers and then really company care about job seekers. It could be possible that investors are the one behind really push this direction. And what we are finding is just association because of that. Sorry, Henry, for your patient.
Yes, yeah. So to Joshua's point about kind of what scores are people willing to click on and not willing to click on, I thought that the use of the average was sort of left me wanting more information about the frequency distribution. So is it that there's a threshold below which people don't click, and is the average changing because of an effect of the tails, or is it that there's just sort of an even increase toward higher diversity scores? Or so I thought a diversity score frequency distribution for the treatment versus the untreatment would help us, and that would help firms know, is there an optimal strategy? Like, do we just need to not be below a certain level in order to get clicked on, or do we get continuous kind of benefits of having a higher score?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. And by the way, just admit that we didn't do yet, but Henry actually elaborating that what we can, think about is that in this case, what we are doing is almost like a linear regression, and then we actually kind of assuming it's symmetric. But as Henry mentioned, there could be some kink point where if they're actually diversity score a little bit higher than a certain level, maybe we are actually comfortable with working with that company. On the other hand, actually it's lower than certain level. So that's the one thing we can also do a little bit more analysis to do that. Okay, so sorry about that. Okay, any comment, please? Actually, we want to hear more about, and then do. And then this is a conclusion slide. So overall, in this paper, we find that diversity information seems to have an impact on job search decision and some heterogeneity and also some willingness to pay calculation, but we have to do a lot more work on that note with all the comments you gave. And then lastly, we think that this is actually really important topic, at the same time quite complex, so that we really want to think about, based on this analysis, what we can learn in terms of like disclosure policy. And what we didn't touch really also the cost side is because only we see 17% of the firm disclosing, so that probably there are relevant costs existing, and we really want to understand more and more to actually make some change in our society. Thank you very much for your help.
Wait till 11:45.
It is actually a lot of like a good question. Oh, thank you.
I remember I used to always
was very basic. It's the 3-year of I mean, mostly a bike. I bike. There's no sense of You guys got mine. Yeah, congrats. I saw it. Yeah, so I was here. It's a great guy. You are my muffin. How about that?
Oh.
Yeah.
I feel ripped off.
Yeah. That's very easy.
Yeah.
You guys got the best. So, yeah, it was being expensive. We're very early jobs. Regardless of skills, yeah, they good.
That's what it dinner was.
Right, look, when you bring that's why you we're almost at
You did very well. Like a lot of the questions you know, are very smart. John, he asked that question, and then he like very Louder asked this question about prior research, and then he like summarized all the prior research.
Well, now it's based on.
Very well done. Did get tripped up.
Hey, good to see you again. Last time you presented, I was saying, Michael,
we got a survey. Yeah, I'm always down here. Yeah.
How is your life?
Good.
Please,
How can you be here? You're okay. And why is it okay? You probably treat the my number is one.
Okay, yeah, in New York City, we've always played it used to be that like for my culture it's really taught a lot of people have a lot of kids. Later, like 7 or 8 was a lot of kids, and then like 3 was very small. Now I feel like 2 is a lot of kids, and like like we're kind of pushing out of it. So because it's just hard. It's just like one investor, one daughter, yeah, always there's always somebody who needs a lot of attention, and like we can have a lot. We won't be able to just so we go kind of like it's kind of like it's just tough. Yeah, and actually the thing is, I think the problem is that we all look at our past generation or reference point, like how many brothers and sisters I have. I've got like 5 in my family. So then like next, she's like, how are you? Good to see you. I don't know why I said Elizabeth is bad.
It is, but I like Elizabeth.
Okay.
I thought about changing.
Really?
I thought about changing it. Clearly,
I know, I just saw that, and so then I said it, but I
Some part of
wasn't.
me wants to be Elizabeth.
Yeah. Has it always been that?
I do like that.
Was it your, oh really? Okay, good to see you. I'll let you talk, yeah. Yeah. You guys can talk, yeah. I'm not relevant here, so you guys talk.
Well, let me just say this. That's what I was gonna say. Sorry, is that
Yeah. I started reading files.
It's actually kind of after we know how the bigger houses.
So I,
Well, and so that's like, I think doing this. Even if they're not. It just means there's. I think the question of how the travel interesting. So, but in these other situations, like say, the placement of the job posting on campus. I know you say you're looking for that and show the effect of here is this job posting.
we're trying to do the same advice.
Say how is this summarized diversity inflation? To say like what's the first or the last course. And so it's not about this isn't about pulling it out. This is about that I'm trying to get on to now this, I think like as I was like saying, that might just be search friction. Like if you want diversity, then the search friction helps you with that. Or that the the reduce friction all. But I think showing some difference, like showing you what is important.
Yeah, so I grew up with my
Other conditions that affect attention. Around this idea of how important it is right now.
Yeah, that's right.
I think that is changing. You got
You're joining the armed service. Oh, and so that's why, like, and I think, and then you can speak to that literature as well. Yeah, I guess I'm like, that's really fun. And then bring in more features just to help get your arms around. So it's not just salary, it's very what is the effective, right? As job supporter. So anyway, I think you could lean into that and make it an interesting curriculum. Now you can relax.
I was gonna say hi to you last night, but we didn't get you.
Jack, how are you doing?
Great. Exciting to meet you.
So you're doing what?
Yeah, that's good. Well, it's good.
They said something that's like,
Hey, how are you doing?
so good to see you.
Good to see you too. Are you staying longer? Or you yeah, yeah.
Because I have to put like a site election.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
But the elections last, my wife evaluated.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah, like I went to the Utah. But it was small, right?
Glad you did evaluation.
Prior, you talked about.
Prior Utah. Yeah. So I have been. Yes. Yes. No teaching on.
No teaching, but it's just a lot of headaches.
Yeah, a lot of.
Very sensitive stuff to deal with. Right.
No, I had a terrible time. Sort of like understand things.
Like a routine meeting where we're talking about something. And like usually, you know, you end the meeting, you file, you go to lunch, Zoom shuts off.
Yeah.
Almost everywhere. Looks like it's kind of over.
I'm over it.
That's how Rob Rainey is. I don't know.
No.
Across the kids and family. That is fun.
Yeah, that's
Yeah. We're talking about you.
Oh,
We're talking about her,
wow.
yeah. Someone has said me that like they had a house, they never go to the top floor, they just keep the doors locked.
So when I go there.
Too
1,500 square feet. Yeah, no. I mean, it is like. Hey, so I can. Anyway.
It's like, oh, that's, wow, yeah.
Somewhere between.
There's some movements at front, that, in terms of the costs, like the cost assistance, like just to get yourself boxed and find a place.
Are they more likely?
Really?
The Madam J house.
Wow, you got multiple residences. I didn't know that was an option, is
Multiple bills, yeah.
That's awesome.
It's like my older kids, like.
In London, we lived in like, their test is so expensive, but we're like, we're gonna do London. I was like, am I gonna live in a suburb of London if I'm here?
All right. We'll talk about it. Let's do that. So what happened? You were like, come on. Yeah, that's what I can say. We can also like, did you get there? It was a really nice bakery.
You can take your seat, please. Get started. All right, so good morning, everyone. Before I introduce the second speaker, priority first, let's talk about lunch. So lunch is after this. Just to give you a sense of where lunch is going to be. We have a big management conference going on here, Leisure Center, all the alums back. So it's not going to be the traditional room we go to. Just to remind you, if you look at your schedule, there are 4 rooms where we're going to have lunch. You can pick and choose. This room, 100, 240, 244, 246. Okay. You may leave your stuff here if you want to go to one of the other 3 rooms. And lunch is going to be at noon, right after this presentation, till 1:15. Okay. All right. So it's my pleasure to introduce the second speaker, Igor Kadach from TSC, with his co-author Shira Cohen, Yazka Ormazabal, and Stefan Reichelstein is somewhere there. So welcome. He's going to tell us about some international evidence on ESG and executive compensation. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for the opportunity to present our research. The title of the paper is Executive Compensation Tied to ESG Performance, International Evidence. So throughout my presentation, I will often use the term ESG pay. So whenever I do that, I mean the practice of using ESG metrics in compensation contracts of the CEOs. So let's get started. Okay. Okay. Okay, now it's live. So at the large scale, ESG pay is a new and emerging phenomenon. As you can see on the slide, let's take the year 2020. Among all the companies covered by ISS Executive Compensation Analytics, 25% of them had some form of ESG pay. Let's look back 9 or 10 years, and there is nothing. So what we're seeing here is pretty much a new and emerging phenomenon. So Our finding is supported by independent surveys that document a widespread use of ESG pay. For instance, this survey from PwC documented 45% of UK listed firms use ESG pay in their compensation contracts. So to make sure that we're not just talking about some abstract concepts, I would like to give you an example of what is an ESG pay. To do that, I'm going to use structure of cash bonus compensation of Schneider Electric. It's a multinational company headquartered in France. So as you can see, there are usual suspects, 3 standard financial KPIs. However, 20% of annual cash bonus is linked to the Schneider Sustainability Impact Index, which is internally constructed index of 21 components that are supposed to evaluate and assess Schneider's performance across 5 general ESG dimensions, such as climate, health and safety, ethics, development, etc. So furthermore, in Schneider long-term incentive plan, we also find ESG pay. However, this time they opted to use 4 independent ESG ratings. Those ratings are usually provided by external agencies that track a large cross-section of companies to inform institutional and retail investors about the ESG performance of their portfolio firms. So the purpose of our paper is to document this emerging phenomenon of use of ESG pay on a large scale and do the first step to understand why do companies use ESG metrics in their compensation contracts. So to that end, we contribute to the broad literature on executive compensation and CSR. In particular, we provide the first international evidence because prior studies in other fields like strategy and ethics were mostly focusing on US companies at the early stage of our sample when the ESG pay was not that of widespread. So we also contribute to the literature on the role of shareholders in driving the ESG performance of their companies. So in particular, we're going to look at the effect of institutional owners on ESG performance of their portfolio firms. So to organize our thinking about ESG pay, we developed a stylized framework with 3 different types of companies. So companies type 1, they fully embrace the Milton Friedman 1970 framework. They firmly believe that their only objective is profit maximization. Therefore, they do not do any ESG pay. So on the other side of the spectrum, we have companies type 3 that sincerely believe in importance of ESG. They care about ESG outcomes, and they view ESG metrics as a forward-looking KPIs of the future financial performance. So therefore, they opt to use it. So last but not least, somewhere in the middle of our taxonomy, there are type 2 companies. So they have features of other 2 types. Like companies of type 1, they are ESG skeptics. So, however, they perceive that if they have some like ESG active status among their like shareholders or the groups of stakeholders, they will get some financial benefits. Therefore, they decide to adopt ESG pay just for that financial reason. Yes.
Seems like there's a 4th type. I mean, there's the type that would recognize that caring about ESG is actually profit maximizing. So where would they, it seems like you've got pay skeptics that are profit maximizing, we don't care about ESG. Ones that care about ESG kind of intrinsically, not because it's profit maximizing, but because they care about ESG intrinsically. And then the ones that are greenwashing. But there's also another fairly substantial group that recognizes that there can be customer pushback if they're not.
That's Friedman.
What's that?
That's Friedman's perspective. I mean, Friedman's view is not that ESG is not important. It's basically only important as long as it maximizes value.
I'm skeptical about that.
Okay, so they are not, just to clarify, again, when I use ESG pay, I mean the process of adding ESG metric in the compensation contract. They may genuinely care about ESG, but they think that ESG is the job of the government to impose this Pigouvian tax, cap and trade scheme, or non-profit organization. Their only objective is basically maximizing profit. Yeah.
That's not, I mean, I just don't quite understand that. I mean, the companies can proactively care about sustainability issues because they recognize that it's profit maximizing. You don't need to, that story doesn't have to rely on the government to impose sustainability constraints and regulations.
Then you are type 3.
But you're not type 3 because as I understand in the paper, type 3 is ones that intrinsically care about ESG, even to the point where it's not profit maximizing. So I think you've got another type, or at least these are a muddled set of 3 types, or there's a 4th type, or I'm not clear.
But the types are fine. It's like Valeri said, it's just that the labels need to go. I mean, they're like, or at least the type 1 isn't necessarily skeptic, where I agree with Wayne. Right? But if they don't intrinsically care about it, but they only care about it because it maximizes profits, they're firmly in your type 1. They're not skeptic.
But then,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, but then type 3, somehow you need to be able to isolate the extent to which they're engaging in ESG pay beyond the profit maximizing level. And so that's going to be tricky. I didn't see that in the paper, so but maybe it's there.
Well, so far, no, we're a little bit like less ambitious, and it's going to be truly econometrically challenging to disentangle those like 2 types that are willing to engage in ESG pay, even to the point that when it hurts. But anyway, yes.
It's just a classification, but in type 3, we sort of put firms. I mean, it's just a way of framing this. It could be framed in different ways. In type 3, we just put there the firms that really care about this, either because I mean they are willing to, let's say, internalize some sort of cost, or because they believe that, as you can see there, the ESG is actually a leading indicator. So I mean, if there could be a business case for this.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to distinguish between type 1.
No, we're not going to be able to distinguish that.
No, Christian?
Where I struggle with is that you're lumping together the E, the S, and the G, because I would say a lot of the G stuff is sort of the regular governance research on which we already have a lot. And there you would totally expect that is connected to pay, right? So in a way, if you're trying to kind of make these distinctions, I think the G is sort of problematic. And it's also a little problematic given your coding where you say, if you have sort of one of these components, we're going to call you an ESG pay firm. But G, I would expect a lot of firms to have, right? Whereas the E and the S are maybe more unusual or more surprising.
Yeah, so that's why we, to some extent, disentangle this ESG a little bit to basically to isolate those companies that have like specifically carbon specific KPIs. So this is clearly E, and the rest of them. Of course, we also provide the evidence for the general like effect of having the ESG component.
Could you not throw the G out in general?
We can. Yeah. So that's probably something that we should
or at least sort of do some checks around it, because I think the G is so connected. If you think about like, you know, all the stuff that people have done in.
Well, I'm going to talk a little bit more about like what goes into this E, S, and G, and like to my understanding, like in most of those KPIs, what they mean by G is basically a relationship with the stakeholders. So basically with community, with shareholders, etc.
LPS, that's S. Connection with communities, S.
governance stuff related to independence, to board independence, soccer board, super majority voting rights, stuff in governance.
Great. Anish?
Yeah, so you just showed us something like a slide ago with like the growth of these metrics and contracts over time, right? So, and if you look at your descriptives of like Chris alluded to, you have many more governance metrics in these contracts than US. So is this thing really just a growth in contracting on governance metrics? And if so, like kind of is that like what explains that? Or is this actually the growth in like the ENS metrics?
So I think like most of it comes, especially like after year 2015, most of the growth comes from the environment and E and S. Yeah, but to some extent, yeah, because like governance is kind of a little bit like more standardized metric that has been there for a while.
But I'm just curious because like it seems like at least according to your metric, almost nobody had these things in executive compensation contracts in 2011, and now what, like 40% have it. And what that means is that almost nobody had governance metrics in executive compensation contracts at that time either, according to this. And now suddenly there's an explosion in contracting on governance, right? Is that I guess I'm just struggling with where to place that.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we will need to check, like basically the definition of governance, how they
board independence or whether it's a staggered board. I'm not sure that really, I think you could get rid of the G.
Couldn't you think of just the regular traditional financial metrics as being basically G metrics?
like, for example,
Yeah.
by financial metrics.
So yeah, contracting over stock price would be, you could put that under G, because people have been doing that since time immemorial.
Yeah, but look,
So
at least
some of these G could relate to things that are actually externalities, not necessarily the usual principal agent issue. I mean, it could be things related to fraud, consumer fraud and things like that. So, I mean, disentangle this empirically is going to be a little bit challenging. But we could try, to see whether there is. I mean, we definitely observe a lot of increase on the E and the S, for sure.
Yep. Yes.
Some of this reflect a shift in CEOs' pay preferences. And I ask because I think the market for CEOs now reflects the desire to have some kind of demonstrated commitment to ESG, and perhaps if you've had your pay tied to these metrics, it's easier for you to market yourself along these dimensions. So everything's sort of from the firm, but the CEO is part of this compensation contract also.
Contract. True, because like whatever we see is pretty much a result of the bargaining between the CEO and the company. And basically the big question, why are we keep seeing more and more of those things? So maybe it's their like a opportunistic decision. They just want to get paid on basically some easy KPI, or maybe it's a rational outcome because stakeholders demand this pay. That's for sure like more room for research in this aspect. Okay. Move on. So, okay, we're done with contribution framework. So the preview of the results. So we do find that country and industry characteristics are associated with the use of ESG pay. In particular, social pressure in specific countries, as well as basically ESG disclosure mandates that are also getting more and more adopted by other countries, are associated with higher propensity of seeing ESG pay. So also firm fundamentals associated with ESG pay. In particular, I give an example of size and volume. So company size is positively associated with ESG pay, perhaps because larger companies are always on the spotlight and they're always getting more scrutiny than the smaller companies. The same with stock price volatility. The higher the volatility, perhaps the less important is the stock price as the compensation metric, and more important, the non-financial KPIs. So for the ESG performance of the company as a whole and genuine commitment to the sustainable pledges, we see that higher score, ESG score is associated with a higher probability of using ESG pay, as well as commitment, public commitments to reduce CO2 emission, also associated with higher propensity of ESG pay. For shareholder pressure, we document a positive association between institutional ownership and the use of ESG pay. And we also provide some evidence on the effect of board characteristics on ESG pay. In particular, presence of female directors and independent directors are positively associated with chances of seeing ESG pay. Yes.
So why not also consider CEO characteristics or preferences? Because I'd be curious, are these cases where the CEO is interested in ESG and wants that included in the contract? Or are these cases where incentives need to be aligned with the CEO that doesn't have those preferences?
Okay, to do that, we will need to basically to have some like a very rich database on the characteristics of the CEO, because we cannot go into the head and see whether he's like sincerely cares about the ESG or just pretending. Yeah. So do you have like any way how to potentially, like what would be the proxy of the CEO that genuinely cares about ESG?
So I'm not sure. I mean, you have, age and gender should be easy to get. You have employment history, what types of firms they worked at in the past. With your data, I'm not sure how much further you can go than that, but there are some characteristics that you could get, I think.
Yeah, perhaps we should try to use those through approximations. Yeah, for sure. Like the work history may be a very good proxy of the real attitude towards ESG. Yes, John.
And still kind of a little hung up on the motivation, I guess, just in terms of conceptually what's distinct from the contracting problems that the E and the S measures are trying to solve relative to, kind of the G or the stock price measures that Wayne's talking about. Because those are a lot of times about, motivating managers to take, appropriate risks and things like that. What are the kind of the E and S measures trying to accomplish?
Okay, like in my understanding, like the main purpose of E and S measures is to incorporate into the managerial decision making these side effects, the externalities. So the traditional financial measures, they're ignoring externalities, and that's why we have to add those like non-financial KPIs so that CEO start to care about basically the externalities of the decision he's making daily.
Wayne, may I? Could people on Zoom can't hear your questions? Could speak up.
I'm happy to speak up. So maybe to help you out on that, if you go back to the Schneider thing that you had, the first picture you had of the bonus. There, one more back, one more.
Well, this is the first.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So there you mentioned there's some 20 metrics or so.
21
metrics. You put that into an annual bonus plan, and the financial incentives related to any one of these metrics is trivial to the nth degree of triviality. Okay, so I don't think it's going to factor. My view, what it's worth, you don't put this in because you think it's going to encourage management to focus on these things because they have a financial incentive to do it. I think they do this because once you put these measures in, it's kind of an implicit contract between the management team and the board and the shareholders as to what you're going to focus on. Once you put this in, you're telling the directors, shareholders that you're going to measure these things. You're going to come up with performance benchmarks for these things. At the end of the year, you're going to assess how you did. The management's going to have to go into the board at the end of the year and say, we didn't do very well on metrics A, B, C, and D. We did well on these. This presumably gets disclosed to shareholders, otherwise you wouldn't have it. And so I think what you're seeing here is kind of a communication, sort of a coordination and communication mechanism.
And commitment.
And commitment and all of those things. And as I read the kind of conclusions of the paper, it sort of made it seem like it was more of a financial incentive, that the board does this to get managers to do things. And I kind of don't think that's what we're doing here.
Yeah, but look at the share, like 20%. That's a lot of money. I think.
Divide that by 21 metrics.
Well, okay, just like a
small percentage of their overall compensation, right? So you take the 20%, you say the bonus might be 20% of their compensation, you divide it by 21 metrics, you get the picture, right?
Well, to some extent, just to clarify, this is a little bit like an extreme in terms of like having 21 metrics. So the vast majority of US companies, they opt to have like 3 or 4. And with pretty much the same weight, like 15 to 20%.
Yeah, I'm trying to help you here answer John's question.
I really appreciate that.
John's question is that this is kind of a communication and commitment mechanism between management, the directors and shareholders. And even if the weights are small, if you put it in the performance plan, you have to measure it and you have to spend time measuring. You have to think about what the appropriate benchmarks and hurdles are. And so I think that's what's going on here. It is this commitment mechanism, but it's not being forced on management. It's kind of a group decision that this with shareholders and stakeholders, that this is what we want to do.
True. So we cannot measure what we cannot manage what we cannot measure. So the first step of all improvement in those ESG is basically to set the metric and start basically measuring and reporting. Ed?
Just building a little bit on this and on what Steve Steuben asked, where in your framework, where does the CEO go? Like which type are they? If there's no incentive misalignment. So they're intrinsically motivated for ESG. They are in accordance with the shareholders, so they don't need any contracting. Where do they fit?
So then I think they fit. Yeah. Yes.
But then you can't differentiate between people who don't have ESG metrics because there's no misalignment of incentives. They do like ESG versus ones who don't do it because they're skeptical. Is that the idea?
Yep, pretty much. Well, but to some extent, if you genuinely care about this, you don't need those like ESG pay metrics. You're supposed to kind of be doing that by itself. Why should I pay you for being ethical, for instance? That's actually like a reasonable question to the CEO.
Stephen Glazer on Zoom. Stephen, go for it.
All right, I'll be brave or foolish and go first for Zoom. So actually, I had a question that goes back to Wayne's point on the economic magnitudes. When you look at like your table 8 results, and I guess like a broader point is it's a bit hard to see economic magnitudes throughout the paper. There's not a lot of discussion. But when you look at your table 8 results, if you go from like a score of 0, an ESG score of 0 to an ESG score of 1, and you have ESG pay, that's only leads to like a 1% change in the variable cash pay. And that's only like 20% of your overall pay, which is only a small portion of your overall, wealth sensitivity. So it just seems like the direct economic magnitudes of these contracts is just pretty small. And I think it really speaks to Wayne's point that it's less about directly incentivizing ESG behavior and more about like signaling or coordinating with the management team, and less that they're directly economically meaningful on their own. So I would actually like just back up with what Wayne said, that maybe repositioning it as less about this is pay for ESG performance and more that this is about signaling or the broader management team incentives or something.
Yeah, but look, those two explanations are not mutually exclusive, because in order to credibly signal that you are serious about ESG, you have to pay for this for the ESG performance. Otherwise, it will be like window dressing. Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's fair, but I have another point on that. You do pay for it, but what the CEO gets for it is just it seems really, really small. And so it seems like it's less direct about actually giving the CEO compensation that they care about, and more about just showing to the outside world that, hey, we're putting it in the contract. But it just seems like a small amount of money that the CEO actually gets for changing any of these metrics, at least going off by the table 8 results.
So, well, for sure, we will need to do like more research on that to really figure out whether those metrics have some financial teeth to incentivize CEOs to do anything. Yes.
Yeah. So just one side comment. I actually met with the CFO of Schneider Electric and saw that very slide a month ago. This is the most insightful comment I'll have. And in the way they talk about it, they choose KPIs from amongst many KPIs. And at least those KPIs, when they talk about it, at least to an MBA class, they talk about financial materiality, whether that's actually why they do it or kind of so. I think it at least gets to the point where at least the KPIs they're using, because they could choose any other KPIs, like they're actually, now whether this makes any difference because it actually is such a small percentage of compensation is an entirely different question.
Yeah, exactly. And just like to explain a little bit more. So I think in their choice of the KPIs, they're using something called United Nations Sustainable Development Goals that were like announced in like 2015. And given that the companies have started to be evaluated on how good are they doing across those 15 goals, it makes sense to kind of incorporate them in ESG.
And then one other separate comment, they were very proud of how clear all of their KPIs were, and they're kind of, so it would be interesting to see kind of other examples, because my sense is that Schneider Electric is not really representative of kind of what the standard, what this typically looks like and kind of like within your sample. So giving some variety, I think at least a little bit informative.
Oh, okay, just like to give you an example of what the standard like cash bonus ESG pay will look like, there will be 3 components. First one focused on environment, second one on usually employee turnover, and the third one either diversity or culture. Basically, this survey evidence on how well the well-being of our employees or the basically a relationship with the community. Yeah. Yes.
There's been a lot of talk about how awesome, how relevant these cash bonuses are, but I'm curious, and maybe
the cash bonuses by themselves.
So sorry, let me just actually get to the real question. Sorry for confusing it for too long. So the other way that ESG might matter a lot to a CEO is if it gets priced in the stock market, given that like a lot of their wealth is exposed to the stock price. It varies by firms, but I think that the general sense is that that's where their monetary incentives are coming from. So I guess one thing that would be sort of interesting from an optimal contracting perspective is if you're in a firm that has shareholders who care a lot about this, in a way that gets priced in the stock market, does that alleviate pressure to put it into explicit bonus contracts, or does that complement, or do the same underlying drivers lead to more? I think that would maybe help think about the overall contracting environment and how much shareholders care about this and how much it filters into executive incentives.
Yeah, sure. Like I think like our broad set of results suggests that if you have like a pressure from shareholders to do that, they are more likely to be added as a compensation component, even if eventually they're gonna price it, because as any like non-financial KPIs, they're kind of leading indicators. Yep, I think.
Hold on, Stefan Yokoafa wants to chime in.
Stefan.
Yeah, actually, I've had my hand up for some time. I just wanted to sort of reinforce and agree with the comments made earlier. The more of these ESG metrics we see in these compensation arrangements, the more I would think of these firms as the type 2 firms that Igor showed you. In other words, these are not sort of sharp boundaries, but to some extent, think of this as sort of a continuum where type 2 and type 3 are both ESG adopters, but the type 2 goes sort of in the direction of really putting zero weight behind it.
Yep. Thank you, Stefan. Okay. Yes.
Actually, I was looking at the sample size and I looked at the distribution of sample. I realized the US alone accounts for a really huge part of the sample. And that kind of got me thinking. Edward has a paper, I think JE, about whether they are greeniums or not, right? And so they look at assets, right? Green assets versus kind of brown assets. So if you think of like assets that care about sustainability linked issues versus a traditional asset, right? And they kind of find that investors actually do not really care about ESG issues, pretty much, right? So they're saying that, well, there's no green yield. Pretty much, they don't want to accept lower return just so that they care about social benefits, right? And so that might probably be the reason why some companies, right, would not actually want to use, tying pay to ESG issues as a way to align incentives, because investors don't really actually care about it, right? So the fact that you have really large part of your sample, okay, which is the US, I'm just kind of curious how you try to address that, because clearly they don't find any green. And that means that.
Okay, just to clarify a little bit. So the huge proportion of US companies comes due to the scope of the database that we're using. We're using ISS Executive Compensation Analytic, and they track Russell 3000 extended index. While for European companies, they focus on stocks 600 and individual country-specific indexes. So as a result, we mechanically receive, we kind of have like an oversampling of the US companies. So that's the fast explanation of why we have like so many of US firms. So I would tend to postpone your comment about like, hey, if shareholders don't care about ESG. So let's get to the institutional ownership test, and we will see whether they really care or not. So there are, as reading through the proxy statement and the explanations of the shareholders, that's not the only reason why executives may not want to include ESG components. So some of the companies think like, hey, we are in, I don't know, financial services industry. We are not emitting anything. We are not dirty industry. We just cannot do anything to that. Others claim that, hey, we cannot really measure all those ESG components. There is like noise to signal ratio is super huge, and it's absolutely useless for contracting purposes. So there are several other types of explanation of why they don't want to include this ESG pay. Yeah.
So this is a little bit of what you would like to have in the ideal. And I kind of went back and forth of whether in an ideal setting, you wouldn't know just the executive compensation guys, but you would kind of know what it's like for middle management and kind of down the ranks. Or if you're really are kind of interested in just the executives for their own sake. And I think that goes a little bit to the discussion of the 2 versus 3 kind of category. Because the skeptical people that want to greenwash would only have those kind of KPIs to the investors that they can kind of show off. But the 3 types have to have it throughout the organization.
Exactly. That's precisely why we have those, we separated those like 3 types of companies. Because if all companies are greenwashers, then we should not see any improvement in ESG performance on the companies that have ESG pay. Because why would you put any like tough target to yourself if you don't really care about ESG? You just like put something easy, you hit the target, and you got your bonus.
Does that make like middle management KPIs in omitted variables kind of the regression?
Well, could be, but my experience suggests that if CEO doesn't have an environmental KPI in compensation, probably rank and file employees are not having it either. Yeah, it kind of starts from the top usually. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Well, can I bring you back to your determinants page where you were when you started answering questions? What do you see is the role of the presence of these ESG metrics in other contracts, non-compensation contracts? So I was thinking of the bonds where you have ESG metrics that are tied to the interest rate, but just in general, you could say that it's a determinant, you could say that it's correlated or an outcome, but I would think that there's some relation between its presence in non-compensation contracts as well as compensation.
Yes, that's definitely, I think, a very important point. So far, we don't have any variable that would capture basically the use of these ESG metrics in other like lending contracts or bond contracts, but that would be definitely like an important determinant. I would see it as a determinant. At first, you have them in the bond contract because I don't know, like lenders demand it, and then you will probably add that to executive compensation.
Yes. Can I take you back to the table about the by country distributions?
Yes.
So I guess, I mean, I didn't quite fully understand. I mean, I understand the oversampling of the US point that you were making. I guess what wasn't clear to me, I mean, do you think that that somehow is why the percentage that has ESG is lowest in the US, or do you not know what it would look like if it was more comparable to the other countries? And then more minor point, but I mean, so you talked about oversampling of the US, but it looks like relative to population, at least, some other countries like Australia and Canada are even more oversampled. I mean, why would that be happening?
Well, because I think like for Canada, they use their like S&P STX index that includes, I think, like 300 Canadian, and for Australia they have like also like a huge, it's kind of, they are tracking indexes.
And you know, so if you somehow were truncating the US to be a subset, I mean, would that, I mean, are we getting somehow more firms that just don't perform ESG because it's a bigger sample? Is that?
Yeah, for sure. Like to some extent, the paper of Bebchak and Talarita can give us some example, because he's specifically focusing on S&P 100, probably like the top of the top company. And there he documents, I think, like 52% of companies that use this ESG pay. Yeah, like to some extent, this like low frequency of ESG pay in US companies is a result of including a lot, but pretty much Russell 3000 E is pretty much almost all investable equity.
Maybe we should do some math to clarify this, right? Yes.
Yep, Henry?
Yeah, thanks. So when you talk about determinants of the use of ESG pay, I wonder if these, I guess, are talking about moderators of, the adoption of pay, but then there's also going to be mediators. Like, what is the vehicle through which the ESG pay is adopted? So is it compensation consultants, or is it someone having been a board director on another firm that uses ESG pay and then spreading that? Because I wonder if a lot of these moderators are just associated with the mediator or the vehicle through which this is occurring. That like firms that are in the same industry use the same compensation consultant or something like that.
Yeah, for sure. Like this, like industry-wide herding plays a role, because one of our determinants in the determinants test is pretty much the presence. Where is that? ESG rating. Yeah, basically the percentage of peer that have ESG rating in their compensation contract, and it loads strongly positively. Basically, the more industry peers use this ESG metrics, the more likely the company is also to adopt it. Maybe it's because they share the same compensation consulting. Maybe it's just like keeping up with Joneses. We see that everybody is doing that, or we share the same ownership structure. BlackRock owns basically all US airlines pretty much to big extent, and if one adds, pretty much it goes through the ownership channel. So that could be, but for sure there is a room for more research on explicitly finding what exact channel kind of drives this spillover within the industry. Yes, Albert.
Just still going to go back to the table I pointed out, the US distribution of sample according to countries. Okay. I recently supervised a master thesis where we focused on Europe, pretty much, and in France in particular. And we observe actually that investors care about, right, such issues, right? I think Edward's paper, they show in the US, right, investors do not care. And what I see interesting here is that you see in the US, right, percentage of firms that use the metric is just 16.5%. You look at some European countries like France, which we looked at, that percentage is really high. But that kind of speaks about the incentives again, right? So maybe in the US, just because investors don't really care about it, right? So you're not really aligning incentives by actually tying the pay to ESG issues. But a place like France, for instance, where pretty much a lot of firms are actually tying the pay to this ESG metric is because investors care about it. So that's where you find this incentive alignment. And so I'll probably think of pretty much a possibility that this is probably what's happening, right? Of course, I cannot say absolutely that this is the situation, but it's likely that this is what's happening in the data.
Yeah, thank you, Albert. That's one possible explanation. But let me, before I kind of answer the question, let me draw your attention to some of the Scandinavian countries. So actually, when I tabulated this table, I expected to have the highest percentage over there, like in Denmark, Sweden, Norway, but in reality, they're not so high, like 21, 30, something. They're clearly below, they even below Spain. And when I started thinking, Spain, okay, well, when I started thinking about it, like, look, that it could be not the case that that people don't care, but in those Scandinavian countries, they may care like kind of too much. They like embracing like too much embracing this ESG agenda. Basically, everything they do every day. So CEO doesn't need this ESG pay. He will still behave within this ESG agenda. Yep. Yes, I think
that could be an EU effect because the Scandinavian countries, I mean, at least Norway is not in the union. There are some EU mandates that could be.
It's true. I mean, there's a lot of regulation in the EU, right? I mean, very recent. So I mean, there's a bigger push there.
I mean, that could be explaining some of the country composition. And actually, I had my hand up earlier as well. I mean, the US gives you a nice setting, and so does the UK, because you have, in the US, you have the compensation discussion analysis, which you can actually look in the proxy statements. I think that's where the incentive labs data comes from anyway, the ISS, at least the US. So you can, back to sort of Wayne's comment earlier, you can see what the change in the weights are, right, over time. And then that definitely clusters by industry, safety, workforce incidents, carbon emissions, and that aligns by industry. So you can actually do maybe not a large sample study, but you can sort of do a couple of countries. You can do UK, you can do the US, look at the remuneration reports in the UK and the CDNAs in the US, sort of validate the increase in the weights given to these kind of metrics.
Exactly, and that's definitely now a to-do list, basically to understand how the company, especially looking at the first time that company puts this ESG pay in the compensation contract, how do they explain adding this compensation vehicle? So which other vehicle is losing the weight? Because of course, everything needs to sum up to 100. If you are adding a new KPI, other KPI will.
And if I may follow up, I mean, some of them are formulaic. So you got to pay, but there's a lot that you will find, just having looked at a bunch of these, they're just not very clear because they want the discretion. And that discretion can be used mostly for, on the negative side to say, well, we want to use our discretion to reduce pay, or they'll always say, we don't want to use discretion to increase pay, right? Because that's kind of a no-no. So I think you'll find there's a lot of discretion, but there are definitely some that are purely formulaic.
Yeah, but for that, at first, we will need to classify them at the basically specific versus general. But it's true, roughly like 10% of those ESG KPIs, they would say something like improvement in ESG, and that's it. So, but the other 90, we were able to precisely classify whether they are ES, diversity, or culture. Yeah, but definitely there's lots of other opportunities for research that I think we all should look forward to. Yes.
Maybe this belongs to the not part of this paper, but hopefully still a relevant question. In thinking about why they're doing this, does anyone play the role of policing or judging how well companies have done in designing contracts relative to ESG measures? What does the ISS say about this when they're writing their CI paper?
I think like there is no like general policy, only like shareholders. Perhaps they should be doing this job. And in reality, it kind of boils down to this, like how sustainable are those like type 2 firms? Because you can basically what they are doing, they're pretty much fooling the shareholders. They're pretending to be type 3 while being type 1. So, and given that it's a repeated game, perhaps in like 1, 2, or 3 iterations, they will get discovered. And that will kind of potentially may get some negative consequences for this year.
If I may, some ratings include this as a criterion. And the rating agencies could be one of those policemen that you were talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Those broad, like Refinitiv index, they have like one portion that is kind of basically.
Would they distinguish between like 2 companies both have climate targets? One is sandbagging a target, the other one has a real target. So okay.
I think that's gonna be like too much. We're not yet there in our development, but given the trend, maybe eventually we're gonna get there. How?
I think this is a question, I think, for you and potentially your co-author team. So when you're working on the data, you read through those performance metrics, and do you view those performance metrics more aligned on the spectrum of hard verifiables type of information like the stock price, or is it more like on the other spectrum of some sort of subjective assessment? For instance, your contribution, your devotion to something. So this is kind of on the theory side, these two different type of nature performance metrics often are viewed somewhat differently. So I wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. For sure, those that are not specific, like those improvement in ESG, they are by definition soft. But the vast majority of the other 90%, they are super specific. So just like maybe that's a good time to kind of go to the types of the KPI so that I can provide you some examples of what exactly are they being compensated for. So at the top of our taxonomy, we identify companies that use carbon-specific KPIs because that will be the basically the vehicle how we construct our main test variable. It's going to be 0, 1 for companies that have the carbon reduction KPI. That's why we have like relatively few companies, just 172. Then we follow with other environmental KPIs that are not carbon. For instance, planet, build sustainable company, recycling, treatment of the water, etc., etc. Then safety and security. So by far, safety and security is the most codified and standardized portion of those ESG KPIs. So it's basically like an alphabet soup of those different KPIs. The most often you would see something like DART, days away, restricted or transferred. Basically, the specific KPIs that tackles basically the number of days that your employees have to skip work because of the injury, and other like industry-specific KPIs. But by far, that one probably going to be the most hard in the sense of your question.
Yeah. Jump on that. I mean, the outcome of the measure is hard, of course, but going back to what we mentioned earlier, you have to set up the target for that, and then what is the good target for that? So the whole process it seems to be more easier to find a competing peer firm. It seems to be more or less objective than setting up a target of my CO2 emissions reduction next year. This is just truly my hunch. I don't know if that's actually how the authors view this process as well.
I think like my answer would be that like pretty much like those who want a greenwash, they will pick the KPI, basically easy, vague KPI, rather than picking something hard, but like risking being discovered by putting the sandbag targets. Yep. Yes, Frank?
So related to this question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Related to this question, that there's this competing paper from Babchak.
Babchak and Talarita, yeah. It's published in law review.
So they argue that here, one of the drivers could be that it's exactly the fact that it's harder, these metrics are harder to measure, and therefore they are subject to potential manipulation, that in fact CEOs will be pushing for adoption. But if you go to your determinants table, it doesn't seem to be consistent. When you look, for example, at classical proxies for CEO power, for example, the controlling shareholder or the percentage of independent directors, you get the opposite results, right? So it doesn't seem at least consistent with CEOs pushing for the adoption, at least when they have power. So I wonder if you can say something about that. At least your results are not consistent with Babchak's claim.
Yeah, for sure. We do not find like support for the Babchak's claim. And just like to clarify, Babchak's claim is pretty much that companies include ESG pay just to as a yet another measure to overcompensate the entrenched CEO. If that was the case, then what we should see is pretty much a positive coefficient on abnormal compensation because you include ESG pay in order to overcompensate CEOs. But we do not see any extra pay among companies that have those ESG components and ESG contracts. So that's why it's kind of we are not telling that like Babchak is wrong, but at least we are not seeing the support for his theory in our sample. Yeah, Sue?
In terms of your three types of firms, I'm wondering whether or not you have considered, firms switching between different types based on their performance. One story I think about is, suppose a firm is very profitable, then it can generate enough returns to attract enough investors that are only care about cash flows. But suppose the firm becomes less profitable, then the firm may actually want to introduce some sort of like ESG to kind of attract investors who care more about ESG, because the investors who care only about cash flow now you're not willing to keep investing in the firm. So then in that case, the firm would transition from type 1 to type 2. I'm just wondering, whether because my reading of the paper is you don't seem to deal too much with that. You seem to be saying, there are these three types of firms, and then we're just going to see what drives these three types of firms, rather than focusing on how they transition between different types depending on their performance.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. Like, I think that the most obvious way how the firm can transition, if the CEO steps down and the new CEO comes in with completely different mindset. So for sure that that new CEO will have enough power to kind of steer away company, maybe from type 1 to type 3. I would not agree that we're not providing any evidence. At least we have our engagement test. So institutional investors, they may basically engage with the companies, and that leads to the adoption of ESG pay. We're gonna go to that test soon. I think.
I'm curious whether you looked at some country level analysis. Seems like there's maybe it's interesting, but this is firm level unit of observation, just viewed at the country level. The average ESG pay proportion, sort of like your descriptors originally. But right, something like along these lines, but in a multivariate setting with country level variables, maybe averages or across firms. So I think that could maybe allow you to get more out of why these are existing. Perhaps related to the mandates or the regulations. Maybe there's variation in that you could sort of try to exploit. It's just a
follow up on that real quick.
Yeah, sure.
I think this is a very important point. Like, if you go back on the different determinants of different types of compensation you have, safety, exactly. How do you connect this with your three types of firms? Because what Adif said is actually very interesting. Like, some of these, you do everything within country, but across country, there are some interesting variation that can help you with your three different types. These CEOs may want to be compensated for safety and securities because there is a regulation in place in that country that forces these firms to do so. And they're just trying to get extra cash out of a behavior that they're mandated to have. So have you thought about maybe comparing across?
Yeah, or potentially they have like environmental KPIs because the bondholders demand those KPIs to be written in the contract. Yeah, that's definitely one avenue of the potential future research. But as for the country-specific determinants, we do have a test basically where we try at first to figure out how much of the variation can we explain with basically like industry and country fixed effect. And it turns out not much, not more than like 30%. So it's pretty much 70% of it is due to the firm-specific characteristics. So it's still like firm-specific, and it's still like a choice or the bargaining between the CEO and shareholders. Yes.
This is kind of the reason I asked the question, because do you have a sense for how many of these fixed effects are significant? And maybe if you create like a benchmark group using the US as the base group because it's the largest composition, how they differ from the US, if they do, I mean, that allows you to say whether there is truly a country effect in explaining ESG pay. You can sort of, maybe you can get more, maybe you can talk about the joint significance of all the ethnicity, all the fixed effects here, and maybe proportion of fixed effects that are significant. I think it'd be a little bit more.
Yeah, I think like to some extent the columns 6 and 7 address it when we relax a little bit the fixed effect structure and plug in some country-specific coefficients like ESG disclosure mandate. So it's pretty much, it varies by country year and it loads significantly. Also, country ESG sensitivity, we're using this like environment EPI index by Yale and Columbia, so which is to some extent also like country year specific, that kind of reflects the attitude of the general public towards those ESG issues. So but for sure what you suggest is way more refined, but we will think about it. Yep, Henry?
I just think another interesting determinant would be how sensitive is stock price to something like ESG scores. So your investor pressure measures seem to be more institutional focused as opposed to saying like, does this get impounded into price? And that could be at the country level or at the firm level.
Yeah, that's definitely something to think about. Christian?
I struggle a little bit. I also struggle with the discussion a little bit in the sense, I feel like we're like all over the place. And I wonder whether one reason why we're all over the place, I mean, in part, you guys are trying to do a lay of the land, kind of like, here's what companies have done with ESG pay. And I like descriptive papers that kind of do that. But then for that, I would want to kind of open up a little bit more the heterogeneity that's in that ESG pay variable. I mean, at the moment, you're mostly doing this dummy variable, 0, 1. I think one, for instance, result that I would find really interesting, if you guys could show that companies put meaningful ESG pay into these contracts to avoid the allegation that they're greenwashing. And that the ones that are greenwashing either put nothing in or they put something in that's wishy-washy and not something that's very concrete. That would be a really nice result in the literature. So if you could sort of, right, but for that, you have to open up and have to use the heterogeneity in the ESG pay that you're seeing, right? At the moment, I feel like if we're going to run these country regressions, it's going to be super difficult to interpret any of that, especially if that variable is lumping together everything or any form of ESG pay, which is the way it's going.
Like a related comment. I was listening to the discussion and saying how they interpret this in light of the table that you have. And I am struggling too. I think like, what are the key takeaways? Is it that we're going to get the 3 types of the CEOs that you motivated, or is it that we're going to get Wayne's story about signaling investors, efficient contract? What? Right? So I know it's a hard task because you have these determinants, but I think flashing that framework, flashing the message is important here. And there is a lot of good discussion, good suggestions. It's not quite clear to me to translate to the evidence that you have right now.
Yeah, for sure. We should like tie better this like free type of firm framework with the results that we are making. But in and of itself, basically, our aim is to figure out like the relative proportion of those type 1, type 2, and type 3 companies in the population. And what it seems that like we are not finding a lot of those greenwashers. So it looks that most of the companies add them because they genuinely care about the environment, and there is a reasonable, meaningful pay for performance associated with this adding this ESG pay component. Yes. And
so on the determinant side, it was a little bit confusing to me, the column 2 variables. It almost seemed as if
you mean here or?
Yeah. It almost seemed like you were kind of regressing the outcome on itself. Like it turns out that firms that find these things important are the firms that find these things important. And they're important.
Firms that find these things important tend to include the ESG pay in the compensation contract.
But we kind of don't know why they find them important, I guess. And so when later on, when you talk about does including them in the performance contract actually lead to changes in carbon emissions? You don't include these variables, but you conclude that it's the contractual compensation that leads to the change in emissions, rather than this whatever latent variable is making
maybe behind the compensation. Actually, yeah, that's true. That's an interesting point, and I think we'll have to somehow find a way to disentangle those two.
It's related to type 1. It could be that you are not sure that this is set. You could think that, I mean, maybe alternative ways. Imagine that you care about ESG, but you could believe that there are alternative ways of doing this. You could say, well, I mean, this is a sort of leading indicator. Things are gonna be picked up by the stock price. So maybe there are alternative ways of doing this. Maybe there are non-monetary incentives that are gonna take care of this. So the fact that you care about ESG doesn't necessarily mean that you care about ESG pay, because you might think that there are alternatives.
Sure, but you don't include those alternatives in the emissions. Yes. And you conclude that everything is driven by the compensation.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, if that were the case, right? I mean, if there were a lot of them, we would not be observing a correlation. So I mean, in a sense, it's not that trivial, that correlation. I mean, if you have a lot of firms that I think that there is some sort of alternative.
I still don't think we need to have a big weight on this in the pay package for it to have an impact. I mean, if you think about where the pressure for ESG considerations and sustainability comes from, it's not CEOs intrinsically or board, maybe it is, but most of the time it's not because they say, oh, we want to be great people and save the world. It's they get pressure from stakeholders, customers, suppliers, shareholders, other groups. And if you every year put out 21 performance metrics that are tied to sustainability, and you say every year we missed our targets again, we missed our targets again, we missed our targets again. I don't think you have to have a big weight in the compensation plan for that to potentially be costly to the board and the management team, because when you're publicly disclosing it, the disciplining mechanisms that seem to be driving ESG issues to begin with will take shape, right? You're going to get bad publicity, your customers are going to be upset, your suppliers. And I'm not convinced that you need the big weight in the compensation plan for this to have an effect. And so attributing it to the weight in the compensation plan or going out to see whether ones that have a bigger weight or a smaller weight, whether that's really important, maybe you'll find something. And I still think it's largely about the communication to stakeholders and the discipline that they can impose on you to continually miss these targets.
I think that the signal in the story it's positive. I mean, definitely that is one possibility. Yeah. In any case, it's not. I mean, we don't observe like 21 indicators every time, right? I mean, in many cases, there's a limited number, so it is believable also that we sort of focus on that one and improve it. Okay. So I mean, Schneider would be kind of an extreme case in that regard.
Brendan.
Yes.
Oh, I would just tie together Wayne and Christian's point that if you take some of these measures, table 3, panel A, and tie them to the same outcomes the firm is doing, it'd be a really nice way to show, hey, we're trying to get our CEO to focus on emissions because we have an emission thing in the proxy statement, and it turns out they improve emissions. Or we're trying to get them to focus on diversity. So we have a diversity measure in the proxy statement, and then we see improvements in diversity. So kind of tying together what do we want the executive to focus on by like splitting out the ESG dummy into the different types, I think would be really nice.
Yeah, I think to some extent that's what we are doing. So let's try to get there. John?
I guess this reminds me of the older literature on putting customer satisfaction in bonus plans. I mean, everybody wants highly satisfied customers to some extent, right? So we care about our customers, we put it in the bonus plan, but you don't want to maximize customer satisfaction because you want some level of customer satisfaction that's good enough. You don't want to maximize employee satisfaction, which is a big thing in your thing. You don't want to maximize diversity because there's some level of it that's enough. So these things will be in bonus plans because people care about them, but there won't be any variation in the measure. So people's incentives won't vary because the thing is included in the bonus plan. And what you see with Schneider, 21 measures, you get a portfolio effect. It's always going to average out to be the same thing. So it doesn't provide any incentives. It's not intended to provide incentives. It's intended to provide a signal.
So, yeah, could be. we are absolutely accepting the signaling story as well as the incentive story, but still like the weight of like 20%, that kind of.
If there's no variation.
That's a very costly way of signaling.
100% weight on it.
True. Yeah. Okay, just for the sake of time, let me move on to basically some of the determinants tests. So when we are talking about institutional ownership, we decide to focus on basically one determinant, but study that in detail to get some more insight of how institutions help or prevent companies from doing this ESG pay metrics. So of course, institutional ownership is endogenous. So we borrow the instrument from the finance literature, which is MSCI All Countries World Index. So usually people invest in this index when they want like a broad exposure to like 46 different countries. So basically what is being affected by this index is your foreign. So we instrument it, and in the second stage, we receive a positive coefficient, suggesting that some like a little bit causal story that the increase in IO foreign leads to more ESG pay adoption in the more likely ESG pay adoption in that company. So to go back to one of the questions about who is actually pushing for those things. So those are the guys. So we look at the engagement by big three institutions, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. They recently started disclosing the companies that they engaged to. We engage with in their investment stewardship reports. And what we find that like when engagement happens, especially if engaged by BlackRock or State Street, engagement by those two are associated with a higher probability of having ESG pay. Yes.
So have you thought much to when they are adopting ESG? It seems like this setting lends itself to a hazard model, right? You gave us this very nice figure to show that they're growing and increasing over time. And so you've got this fundamental difference between early adopters who maybe fundamentally believe and they want to do it.
Yeah, type 3.
Later adopters who are just jumping on the bandwagon because everyone is asking for it and they're pushing for it. So I think that's one of the beautiful things of the setting is you got this pressure, and so you can think about when I'm choosing to adopt, how long it is, how many peers have already adopted, how long has BlackRock been engaged to do a little bit more than just with a strict association.
Yeah, we precisely, we thought about this like I think in terms of the sample, the time trend. Probably, yeah, if the company adopts ESG pay in 2010, right after the financial crisis, they are probably like genuine type 3. While if we are seeing a company which is probably like the last one or the one before the last one in this industry to adopt ESG pay, probably they are like not super serious about those ESG components.
You don't have any of that now.
So far, no. We will need to think more about it. Daniele?
Yeah, I mean, every time I see any effect on governance or any ES things related with the big three, I'm always extremely skeptical because I know how these funds operate. And so here, I mean, if you see the firms that they mostly talk to are big firms. I mean, they follow every firm in S&P 500, Russell 1000, Russell 2000, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know your control for size, but do you have actually a sense of what they're actually saying in these engagements to make these firms change something so substantial, like including an ESG metrics in the compensation?
Well, I think that the structure of engagement is like pretty obvious. They disclose it in their stewardship report. So on average, like BlackRock engages with roughly like 9% of its portfolio every year. So stewardship team, which is like 50 people, they work very closely with basically with the fund managers.
50 people to cover a zillion of firms.
Well, no. They go to only like 1,500 every year.
Okay.
So, but
they say you have to have a compensation metric. The company doesn't include it. What do they do?
They vote out board of directors.
They vote out the board.
Yes. So, for instance, State Street recently had big push for the females on board. So they were meeting with every company, every US company that doesn't have a female on board, and they were basically strictly putting the condition. So if in 1 year from now there will be no female on board, we're going to vote out basically the chairman of nomination committee, and they followed on.
Do you have evidence if they vote against, for instance, the compensation committee chair?
We're not going like that deep.
That would be evidence that they actually follow up on their words.
Yeah.
Well, you got 2 minutes, okay?
Okay, so let me show some more results. So this is the fund firm year test. So this wonderful structure allows us to have like a fund by year fixed effect to net out the fund flows that happen every year. And we see that like institutional investors, they tend to vote with their feet. And it looks that they like companies that have ESG metric. At least they tend to invest a little bit more in companies that have this metric rather than those that don't. So we do find like a meaningful pay for ESG performance in companies that have ESG pay. And in companies that do not have any ESG pay, we do not find any association between the actual ESG performance and the amount of variable compensation that board is receiving. So we do find that most of this, the ESG pay is present in Europe as well as in US and the rest of the world, while the effect on, not the effect, the association with basically ESG outcomes is mostly concentrated in Europe. For instance, we document the negative association of ESG pay with subsequent emission, but we see that mostly this association is driven by our European part of the sample. So the same is true about our ESG scores and the financial performance. And just like to sum up, so we do find that certain firm-specific characteristics and country-specific characteristics are associated with ESG pay adoption. We do see a certain meaningful pay for ESG performance among the companies that adopt ESG pay. And the main takeaway is we documented the very new and interesting phenomena that looks to be that ESG pay provides meaningful incentives for companies to act on those ESG issues. And the results are in general not super consistent with those ESG pay being just yet another form of greenwashing. So that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Right, so we break for lunch till 1:15, please. Yeah. This room, 240, 244.
That'd be very interesting. Maybe even to watch. Yes.
Welcome back, everyone. Everyone is happy after lunch. This is one of the biggest sessions to present, right? So I'm very happy to introduce Lin Wang. He's going to be talking about your dissertation paper. Very nice. And it's about transmission of ESG regulation to banking networks. Right? So one thing is that we have 10 minutes uninterrupted rule, so please keep that in mind, right?
Thank you, Valeri. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lin from Bocconi. I hope you enjoyed the conference so far. So I would like to thank the editors and the conference organizers for including my paper into this great conference. I really appreciate this opportunity. So I actually received the constructive comments and suggestions from the referee team and editors to better improve this paper. And as Valeri mentioned, this is my PhD dissertation at HKUST. Due to the COVID, this is my very first time to present it in person. So as you can see, I'm very stressful now, but I will do my best to present it in a clear way. And I really looking forward to your comments and the suggestions, okay? So the title of my paper is Transmission Effect of ESG Disclosure Regulations Through Bank Lending Networks. In this project, I'm exploring a set of ESG disclosure regulation across world and a particular interest in the transmission of disclosure effect from banks to their borrowing firms. Banks are very important financial intermediary. They are the capital and the liquidity provider in the economy. They have a lot of resources, capability, and superior information about their borrowers. So they can influence those non-financial sectors through its lending networks. In recent decades, banks are under the pressure to provide or play a more active role in promoting a culture of environmental and social responsibility. For example, the ESG activist Bank Check organized multiple rounds of campaigns and asked those banks to stop financing those industries generate a very negative ESG impact. For example, the fossil fuel industry, where regulations have increasingly required banks to provide more ESG commitment or ESG information. Little is known about the real effect of the disclosure mandate or whether it will generate some impact to the real economy. We've seen a global trend of the ESG disclosure regulation in recent decades. More and more countries have mandated their banks or their firms to disclose the information. The primary driver comes from social political government as well as the ESG activists. Let me give you an example here. In Ireland, the credit institution require all the financial institutions to provide their ESG information back in 2008. So all the Irish banks need to provide their information about environmental engagement, their workplace safety issues, or their contribution to the society. So in this paper, I explore a set of ESG disclosure regulation mandate certain banks to provide the ESG commitment or the ESG information, and then investigate its impact on its borrowers. I'm attempting to answer this research question, whether and how ESG disclosure regulation imposed on banks can generate a transmission effect on their borrowing firms by motivating their borrowers to engage in good ESG behaviors. The main empirical challenge to study this question is that most ESG disclosure regulation uniformly apply to both banks and non-financial sectors, making it very difficult to identify the transmission effect. So in this paper, to resolve the issue, I rely on the setting of US firms borrowing from these non-US banks, and only these non-US banks are subject to the disclosure regulation from its home country. So in this way, the US firms are not affected by the disclosure mandate directly. I can study how these US firms connected with these affected non-US firms change their ESG behavior around the disclosure mandate compared to those US firms connected with unaffected non-US firms. Okay. So my hypothesis is rooted in the prior economic literature showing that ESG disclosure regulation will impose both public pressure and regular pressure on the disclosing firms and will motivate them to improve their ESG performance. For banks, in order to provide a more favorable ESG report to public and build up more sustainable loan portfolio, they have incentive to examine their borrowers like a performance, because this is a very important part of the responsible financing. So for those banks, they can enhance both the engagement effect and the selection effect. In terms of the engagement effect, when the banks issue a new loan to their existing borrowers, they can impose more ESG related covenants. And for banks, they can actually enforce these covenants strictly. In terms of the screening effect, in terms of a selection effect, it includes both the negative screening and the positive screening. Negative screening means that the banks can screen out those borrowers with really bad ESG performance. And in terms of a positive screening, it means that the banks can actually select some good ESG borrowers. So motivated by this, I predict that exposed borrowers of affected banks subject to ESG disclosure regulation will improve their environmental and social performance after the disclosure mandate compared to other firms. Now, let me first give you an overview of my main findings. So in this paper, I first try to capture a firm's exposure to foreign disclosure regulation by estimating the share of loans they borrow from these mandated non-US firms. And then I find exposed borrowers of affected banks improve their environmental and social performance following the mandate. To further support the change in the ESG is credible and not driven by the greenwashing activities, I also look at those ESG outcome variables. For example, the carbon dioxide emission, the waste emission, because these kind of variables actually is collected from the government filing and less subject to the manipulation. I find exposed borrowers' carbon dioxide emission, waste emission, as well as the number of social scandals decline to a greater extent after the regulation. Next, I try to look at the underlying mechanism for the transmission effect. I look at both the engagement and the selection effect. For the engagement effect, in order to induce the improvement, those banks may impose those environmental action like covenants. For example, the banks will exert real pressure on their borrowers and ask them to remediate the environmental problems. And I find the consistent evidence here. So if the bank issue a new loan to the borrower, they are more likely to impose this kind of environmental covenant after the disclosure regulation. Well, in terms of the selection effect, I find that the affected banks are more likely to terminate the borrowers, the lending relationship with those borrowers with very weak ESG performance. So for those like borrowers, they have better ESG performance, they are more likely to maintain the relationship. It will also induce the improvement for those borrowers ex ante. Question? Okay. Okay, so lastly, I explore the cross-sectional variations to support the transmission effect here. I mainly have two findings. First, I support the argument that the transmission effect is induced by the disclosure regulation. I find the transmission effect to be stronger when the disclosure regulations are well enforced by inducing those banks to provide more new and quantitative information in their ESG report. Second, I find the transmission effect to be stronger when the lending relationships are more important to these borrowers. For example, if the borrowers heavily rely on bank loans for financing, then the banks may have more power to influence or discipline their borrowers and ask them to make a change. So that's all of my findings. I think that made for
Interesting paper, and you cannot tell if this is the first time you're presenting this in person. If the question I have is you consider, or is there a way to address possibility that the borrowers who borrow money from non-US banks, these affected banks, they do so because say they have operations or
or some connection to the foreign country. So as a result, they also face pressure from say activists in foreign countries, which does not necessarily come through the mandate, but comes through other means. And the reason why I ask this is partly the US borrowers have other means to borrow money as well. So the question becomes, what's drawing them to go to the non-US banks? They're going to non-US banks, then makes me wonder whether it's likely because they have operations there and some need to borrow from that foreign jurisdiction, which then brings the ESG consequences or rules.
Yeah, that's a great point. So actually about 40% of my sample firms have like at least one foreign segment in those foreign countries adopt the mandate. And one concern is that maybe this kind of transmission is via the foreign business activity in those foreign countries. So actually did several like additional analysis about this. In one of the analysis, I try to limit it. This kind of regulation, disclosure regulation that affect only banks in the foreign country. So it will alleviate the concern that the transmission effect is via like other confounding effect, and I find consistent result. And in a second like analysis, I also try to like match, although require those benchmark firms also have this kind of similar level of foreign business activities. So if the result is driven by this kind of foreign business activities, I should not find any result. But by construction, I also find like a consistent result using the alternative like benchmark US firms.
So do you have a sense, like even if it's not empirically, but you anecdotally or through any other means, do you have a sense for why these US companies feel the need to borrow from non-US banks when assuming there's some competition in the banking space, right? Where they have alternative options, where they have banks that are not regulated and not subject to this rule. So,
that's a great question. So actually in my for my sample banks, most of them are very large global banks and they have subsidiaries or branches in US. So maybe back in 1970s or 1980s, and lending to these US firms actually is part of their global business. And based on the statistic from the syndicated loan, I find about 1/3 US firms has at least one syndicated loan led by these foreign like lead arrangers. I think it is not uncommon thing in the US syndicated loan market. Thank you. Anna.
Yeah, Lynn, so you motivate your paper with the language transmission effect, and I love what you've done to disentangle these mechanisms, but to me, the engagement effect is much more transmission in that it affects the ENS performance, whereas the selection effect could have borrowers, maintaining their permissions and just other so is there any more you could do to track those borrowers that terminate and see how their performance is after they switch to a different provider? Because I think the overall goal is to, on aggregate, reduce like emissions, right? Whereas the selection effect, yes, they're just shifting.
That's a great point. So actually, in this paper, I include both engagement and the selection effect in the transmission effect, because for the selection effect, for example, if the affected banks are more likely to terminate the loan with borrowers with very bad ESG performance, this will actually incentivize those borrowers to improve their ESG performance in order to maintain the relationship with these affected banks, or maybe they want to compete for a new like loan from these affected banks. That's why I include the selection effect here. And I mainly talk about the negative screening because it will incentivize the borrowers to change as ante. But for the positive like screening, I think that maybe it's not in the scope of the transmission effect. I totally agree with you. And actually, I can do more analysis around this selection effect. Thank you so much. Anish.
Yeah, so can you just clarify a little more a bank's incentive for having all these presumably costly engagement efforts? And the reason I ask is that the banks that are subject to these disclosure regulations probably have to file their own reports with their own disclosures and so on, right? But like, is it the case, like the behavior of their portfolio firms doesn't directly show up on their ESG reports, does it? Or is it actually like what is the incentive to for the bank who, as long as the bank itself doesn't have any social scandals, right? What's the incentive to then go and engage foreign companies and sort of in a costly way?
So thanks for your question. And I do agree with you. This kind of disclosure regulation will actually impose a very costly improvement for bank per se, because they need to prepare a lot of collect a lot of information about the ESG information and prepare the report. I think there's at least like two benefits for those banks. One is that they can actually if they care about the stakeholders with strong like social preference, or even the stakeholders, for example, the depositors, they care about the social performance about those banks, then banks may have incentive to improve. And another thing is that I think this is also part of banks like risk management. And nowadays, more banks after the disclosure mandate, they kind of conduct this kind of enhanced environmental and social like risk management. They incorporate this into their like a framework or credit risk policies, because they believe lending to these like green firms can actually reduce its operational risk in the long run.
So the argument is that disclosure regulation leads to sort of changes in how the bank operates domestically, which in turn then leads the bank to supply these policies uniformly at a global level.
So I was thinking for these banks, actually, they need to, for the disclosure regulation, they asked those banks to collect the information from the subsidiaries globally. So that's why the subsidiaries, for example, the subsidiary in US also need to prepare this kind of information. And then the parent company will prepare the ESG reporting at the group level. And sometimes if the US market is really important to the company, to the bank, they may prepare a separate ESG report. Right.
Then can I just on this, the way I see your paper is the EU, if you take the EU as an extreme example, but the EU has this initiative where they essentially have decided that one of the best ways through which they're going to get change on the emission side is going to be through the bank channel, because they're pushing really hard on banks to, incorporate that into their lending. And I think what your paper does, and that's potentially a super powerful channel, because it's going to not only reach the public firms, but it's also going to reach the private firms that we otherwise don't reach to the disclosure. Right. And so I think the cool thing of your paper is that it kind of sheds light on that mechanism, even though you are studying the public firms in the US, but that's sort of just the way for you to get at that mechanism. But ultimately, I think it is about, these banks have traumatic sort of pressure from the outside. In Europe, it's clearly coming from the EU and the government and the commission. And then they're basically responding to that. And you're just trying to measure, does that mechanism work and how does that mechanism?
Right. Thank you so much.
Innocent was waiting for a while.
Okay.
Alice.
You sure? Okay.
Sorry.
No, I just wanted, because I'm following up on Anisha's point. So, because I had a similar reaction. So I was thinking, so I'm a bank and I'm trying to improve my ESG scores. Like, is this, and it's mainly through public pressure. Is this the most salient way that I would do it? Or would it be through something like a donation or some kind of investment in the local community that maybe gets picked up by the media, and that generates really a lot of positive press? So I think this could still be going on. So I wondered, have you done anything to either look at some of these other mechanisms? So do you see these banks essentially making these investments in the local community, making these donations? So I know like US banks talk a lot about that in their reports. Or could you look at media coverage of the bank? So now they're investing in these green firms. It's really great for them. So would that kind of provide some more insight into the benefit for that?
Thanks for your comments. So actually, you are totally right. For banks, ESG information, they covers like a broad coverage. For example, the environmental issues, the social issues, including the human rights, work safety, and the contribution to the community. And here, actually, I focus on a very important aspect. It is banks' commitment in responsible financing, because this is a channel that can motivate their borrowing firms to also make a change. And I also agree with, and in this one, so in one of my validity tests, I actually show that banks do comply with this kind of disclosure regulation, they try to provide more ESG report. They also commit in the responsible financing and improve the overall environmental and social performance by itself. So it is not only about like, I can also try to like improve other dimensions. They also try to like engage in the responsible financing. And I believe this is very important one. And this is like some, I think.
Let's take a question on Zoom. Regina.
Okay.
Lynn, you identified two very interesting mechanisms, engagement and selection. And if I translate them to the terms that are typically used in the banking literature, the first one is monitoring by banks and the second one is screening by banks. And it seems like engagement or monitoring is more direct way to influence borrowers. You of course can screen, not give them credit. And I agree with you, it may incentivize them to improve their performance, but probably engagement is more direct and you spend more time on it in a paper, with which I agree. So just question is, just having a covenant is probably not sufficient. It looks great to have a covenant in a contract, but covenants have to be enforced. Because if you have covenant and covenant is violated and you don't do anything as a bank, this is exactly greenwashing. Can you provide any information if these covenants are ever violated, if what banks do in this case, if they impose any more restrictions and something in this direction?
Thanks, Regina. Like Regina is asking about whether the banks actually can like enforce this kind of environmental covenant strictly. And actually, I have a follow-up co-author paper looking at if the borrowers violate the environmental law. So this is actually very important environmental covenant in the loan contract. After that, it will trigger the renegotiation between the banks and the borrowers. So I think it might be a very strong evidence to like address your concern, because banks can actually, they care about this kind of environmental covenant and they do like enforce them strictly.
Yeah, it's very good evidence. I understand it's a different project, but maybe you can refer to that and mention it in the paper. It will enhance the engagement effect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, a great paper. And as you recall from when we went through your mock talk, I was about the same as the reaction that Christian had, and that I think actually you're underselling the paper, at least in terms of its implications, quite dramatically. Insofar as really, we've done lots of studies on disclosure among publicly listed firms and how shaming can work there. But this is not something that will work for the entire economy, because there are too many companies that are private. There are too many companies which you don't have sufficient media attention to those. So the shaming really just works if you have a concentrated few companies that you can focus on. And that's why focusing on these delegated monitors that are providing most of the funding throughout the entire economy is a key one, where you can concentrate the attention of the media and the protesters and the NGOs, but then still reach everyone, including the public and private firms, which would otherwise not work through our disclosure regulations, which we're always studying so widely, would be really limited there. So I think pointing that out, just that much of the prior literature has been about the shaming effect, especially on ESG, and that this is likely not going to work for the entire economy. And this is then particularly, as Christian pointed out, one of the channels why many NGOs are exactly going for this channel, and why the regulators are turning more an eye to that, is something that I would just point out, maybe either in the motivation or at the back in terms of the implications a bit more, because I think that is more the way to go, where we're pushing away just looking into any kind of disclosure regulation, but targeting the ones that are really having the biggest bang for the buck.
Thank you so much for suggesting. I will incorporate it in the next version. Thank you.
Is a notion whether this could be costly either for the bank or for the borrower? Guys, speak up a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Do you have a notion of whether this could be costly either for the bank or for the borrower?
So it's definitely very costly for both banks and the borrowers. As I mentioned, for banks, they need to collect a lot of information. They need to review their borrowers' performance, and they also need to train their employees how to like deal with this kind of environmental and social due diligence. And for borrowers, it is also very costly, because ESG investment can be very costly for them. They need to improve their environmental technologies and reduce those pollutions. So your question here is that.
No, I mean, do you think that you could do something empirically about it? Because I mean, if you could provide some evidence on, let's say, potential costs here, I think that would, let's say, enhance the contribution a lot. My mind.
Okay, let me think about how to document this kind of cost investment for both banks and firms. Thank you so much. Next.
I have a comment related to Anna's question. Actually, 2 or 3 weeks ago here in the finance workshop, we had a paper also to look at this bank lending channel and decarbonization.
Maxi, can you speak up?
Yeah, sorry. So my question is related to the selection channel. So actually 2 or 3 weeks ago in the finance workshop here, there was also a working paper on this decarbonization efforts of banks. And they also used the steel scan data, and they claim to find only the selection effect with no benefits whatsoever for those brown, or improvements for those brown firms afterwards. I mean, it's a little bit related in the sense that you look at ESG disclosure regulation, and these are also more likely to be adopted. But maybe it makes sense to basically try to find out why they have such different effects than yours. And maybe you should send them your paper, because I think.
Sure. Please send me that paper so I can have a read. And I think here.
But one important thing is that we need to point out that paper is about voluntary commitments by the banks. So it could be substantially weaker than what your setting is in terms of the banks, what the banks are facing. So that would be sort of my guess as to why their results might be different. And I think they are also looking at private funds, whereas
I think we're also using yield scan, but they might still look at private.
Can I? So I think if the banks voluntarily adopt this kind of environmental commissions, maybe it may generate some different effect here, because it's more likely to be a matching. If the borrowers, I'm not sure if it is Amy Rams et al.'s paper. So in that paper, they find that the borrowers will commit to ESG or will improve their ESG performance if their banks voluntarily adopt the equator principle. So I think this kind of matching between the borrowers and the banks. But here in this paper, I use the mandatory disclosure regulation as an exogenous shock to banks demand for ESG information. And I also find that the information here actually play a role to motivate those borrowers to make a change. So maybe that's why it's driving the difference.
So Valeri, do you want to reconsider?
Henry?
Okay, Henry first. Great. I have 4 questions.
Oh, maybe I need to turn to this one.
I have one comment / question. What I'm trying to figure out is what the disclosure regulation is what's in the disclosure regulation. And there's the examples in the paper are, I think there's a footnote about SASB, Appendix 2 has something about the GRI requirements. But my understanding is that the disclosure requirements vary quite a bit across countries. And I think it's really cool that we see the CO2 and emissions effects. But my sense is that the financed emissions and waste may not filter up into mandatory disclosures by banks in some countries. So even scope 3 emissions, the bank's finance emissions may only include specific finance projects, how much you allocate from a given firm's emissions to the lender, that varies by protocol. That could be nothing in some protocols. So what I'm trying to do is, I think it would be helpful to get a better sense of what the disclosure regulations are requiring. And in some sense, whether it's they're requiring you to provide information about the emissions of your lending portfolio. And then there's a very clear, this maps directly into the outcome measures. Or is it that there's a general, we care more about this stuff, and there's still a connection, but it's just more of a shifting of general preferences or concerns, as opposed to you need to measure this to in your loan portfolio.
Thanks for the question. I think I only listen to one question here.
Yeah.
For those kind of disclosure regulation, most of the regulation actually is general for the ESG information. But based on the GIS framework, for each like industry, they need to provide a very specific like industry disclosure. For example, for banks, the responsible financing or their commitment to finance those green projects is very important like factor in their disclosure.
But do the disclosures require GRI reporting?
So for the later, like more recent disclosure regulations, they will explicitly say that those firms need to follow the GIS framework or UN's framework. And for these frameworks, they will clearly point out like what kind of aspect you need to like follow. And I think this is beauty of the mandatory disclosure regulation, because if you follow this format, it can actually compare the different firms or different banks in order to understand if they behave well too. Thank you so much.
I want to go back to Nemit's original question. So when you started motivating your paper, you said you were interested in studying US firms that borrow from foreign banks because you didn't want the regulation to affect both the bank and the manufacturing company or service company or whatever at the same time. And I guess there's a paper by some folks at Switzerland that shows that the reason that you go to an international bank if you're a US company is because you're either going to engage in M&A in that country or you're going to try to expand your operations into that country. And so empirically, we know that that's one of them. In fact, they pay higher interest rates just to get access to that bank. And so I feel like you lose any of the benefits associated with, oh, I'm going to do this cool experiment on US firms that aren't going to be impacted at the same time. The whole goal of going to this bank is because you're going to buy a company in that country or you're going to try to expand your operations, then I'm not sure there's much benefit to the studying the decision for the US firm to use the foreign bank. And in particular, the foreign bank, the US company is going to be a really small part of their overall portfolio, presumably. And so you're focusing on one particular segment because there's a perceived, or you're arguing there's a benefit there. But I mean, in terms of the bank's overall portfolio of loans, if I'm a Canadian bank, most of my customers are going to be Canadian companies. And the regulations that the government's putting on me is to affect me and Canadian companies as opposed to US companies. And so I'm not sure what you're gaining from the use of studying the decision for US firms to go to foreign banks.
So thank you so much for your comments. I think for this like US firms, it is possible that they will go to the like foreign countries in order to engage in some foreign business, and then they can establish this kind of banking lending relationship. But in this setting, I think syndicated loan market is still a very large proportion of banks like loan portfolio. So I don't have a exactly like a statistic for that, but I can go back and check if this kind of syndicated loan to the US firms actually is a big proportion for the bank's assets.
So I guess my concern is that there's already empirical research saying, why you don't randomly pick a foreign bank, that you explicitly go to the foreign bank because you have intentions of engaging in M&A or trying to expand your operations there. And so I'm missing what the benefit is from studying this if they're going to be affected because they're going to be entering that economy anyway. Or they're going to expand their operations.
Let me first give you some institutional background here. Actually, the disclosure regulation identified in my country actually is very early. And for those like US firms and the non-US banks, the lending relationship, actually they build up this kind of lending relationship the way before the disclosure regulation.
But my concern is that as opposed to responding to the bank, putting pressure on them, they're responding to the regulation in the country that the bank is domiciled in. And that's the concern that I think Nemeth raised at the beginning, is that you're not capturing a bank effect, you're capturing a country effect. And so the fact that the relationship existed earlier doesn't diminish the concern that Nemeth raised, I believe.
But couldn't you, to address this, couldn't you dial up the fixed effects a little bit and do country by year, for instance? Because if it's the local environment, because bank exposure is a weighted measure of a bunch, like multiple countries, right? So you could introduce the country by year fixed effect, and then that would take care of like whatever the pressures are in a particular country.
Yeah, I think given that you collapsed it to this this firm level exposure to all these other countries, so then you can't do too much, I think, in that dimension with the other country fixed effects. But what you could do is just along the lines of Nemit's and Joe's point, you could construct your exposure the same way that you do it right now, but not using the dummy for whether the bank was regulated there with ESG, but the general ESG sentiment in that country, the general other disclosure regulations for companies located there, and that you could bring in as a control, because then it really has to do with there specifically being a regulation in this particular country for a bank, and not necessarily for all other countries or other companies and the like. And so I think because you're still having lots of variation from them just being in random countries. And so, yes, they may enter all these countries, but not all of these countries then have exactly that type of regulation, in particular then the one for banks. And as long as you kind of reconstruct the same thing with other types of ESG regulations, you can put that in as controls, and that should help you isolate that this is really the part about the banks and not you now having a subsidiary which is subject to that kind of regulation.
Problem still doesn't go away. I mean, I appreciate it, but problem doesn't go away because whatever pressures the bank, social or mandatory pressures that exist in the bank, that exist in companies that operate in that country too. So if
yeah, that's what you can capture with, for example, some ESG sentiment measures, etc. Yes, that's there will always be an identifying assumption, but I think that's the closest to addressing that it's related to those things.
The other alternative, and I don't know if this is possible with the data, is just to see if there's a trade-off, just make more sense of why US company is going to a foreign bank. Are they getting better loan terms than what they might get in the US? So then you're going there for other monetary, for other incentive-based reasons. You're borrowing money from foreign bank, but doing so you get a better deal, but you comply with these additional regulations. If there is some element of that, I think it would suggest.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes.
Yeah, my question is about the termination. Do you have some evidence on whether the termination is actually driven by the bank in all those cases? To me, it appeared like the variable is just observing that the loan relationship ends. So why isn't it also a decision by the borrower to stay in that relationship? And if that borrower decides to stay with that bank that is imposing all these tighter covenants and so on, doesn't that imply that for one, there's a very specific reason to stay? That's Nemit's point or Joel's point. But it could also be that, well, for that borrower, it's just not very costly to meet these ESG requirements. And I think given that your treatment effect is largely coming from those borrowers that decide to stay in that contract, and you cannot follow up on those who move out, I think I would be a bit more cautious than Christian and Matthias and say, well, we see some transmission, but we see the transmission only for those, well, the low-hanging fruits. And it's not necessarily those that, well, the regulation is supposed to meet, and unless they are fully leveling the playing fields, and there will always be lending in less regulated fields. I think we shouldn't expect too much from just regulating banks and then believing that it will all transmit to the real sector.
So thanks for your question. I think for based on my reading in the bank's ESG report, they do say that if they didn't find any improvement in their borrowers' ESG performance, they will end the relationship. So actually for those banks, they have incentive to do so. But based on the empirical analysis, I cannot distinguish whether banks terminate the relationship or the borrowers like a switch. But in the selection effect, in terms of negative screening, I control for the bank firm fixed effect. So in this situation, I can try to look at whether the relationship terminates for this pair. For the borrowers, it is possible they will switch to the alternatives if they find the ESG investment is too costly for them. I think it is also tension for those firms, for those borrowing firms. And in one of my cross-sectional analysis, I do find that the transmission effect to be weaker if the borrower can be easily switched to the alternative financing sources. So I think that the evidence is consistent with your argument here.
So very cool paper, very cool setting. One question I have when I look at the settings, the disclosure regulation is probably initiated by the domestic regulators trying to limit the potential externality of borrowers in the domestic country. How much do they care about the externality of the borrowers in the foreign country? Like, why would they care about that?
So thanks for your question. I think like in the first place, this kind of spillover effect to the non-US firms might not be expected from those regulators. But in the first place, those regulators may have this kind of expectation that they want to have this kind of transmission effect in the domestic countries, because they may believe this is a more powerful tool to like incentivize those non-financial sectors to like engage in ESG. Because if they have this kind of regulation on the banks can like limit the capital flowing to those brown firms. But here I do find some like effect in the non-US firms. So that's why I was thinking this might be intended consequences or unintended consequences to the like cross-border lending relationship.
So my view is less likely to be from the regulators pushing the bank. It might be the regulation bringing up the public awareness, and maybe the banks are worried about their reputational risk because the NGOs, they care about the more globally. The regulators, they care more about their jurisdiction. The sort of like pollution or bad things in their jurisdiction. Let's say for the Japanese regulators, do they care so much about how the US borrowers are polluting US, right? That seems to be less likely to me. But if this is more like about the public pressure and the regulation is bringing up the public pressure, can you do some tests to see how damaging it is if any sort of US firms violating certain having some sort of violations? How would the bank share prices or the bank shareholders react to these sort of bad things? That can speak to the reputational risk the bank might have. That's why they might want to take actions to limit the potential risk, which is related to what you say about public pressure channel, right? So
thank you so much for your suggestion. I will definitely do and check this channel. Sugata?
So one thought I had as I was listening to these comments is, do the banks ever claim credit for making their borrowers adopt ESG practices? Do they publicize the fact? Because that might actually get at this, why do they care? Well, because they claim credit for these actions.
They do. They discuss a lot about it.
I want to use that to address even, say, Joe's comment or Nimit's comment, because if they're explicitly claiming credit for some of these actions, you might find a way to do a cross-sectional test where whether you see more action on these particular set of banks. So instead of conditioning only on the ESG regulation for banks, it's also this notion of how much the banks want to exploit this for publicizing their own image and gaining favor with the regulators.
Sure, I can definitely do this kind of like analysis later. Thank you so much.
Let's move on a little bit towards the results.
Okay.
Hopefully we get there.
Okay, now let me give you more details about the institutional background. Okay, so based on the characteristics reports and the reports from the Sustainable Stock Exchange, I'm able to identify 24 countries or regions that adopt the mandatory disclosure mandate. These regulations are generally attempting to induce more sustainable activities by mandating the information about firms operating, investing, and financing activities. I carefully read the disclosure regulations and require these kind of regulations to be comprehensive, including, for example, both environmental, social, and governance. For some countries, they directly impose a regulation on banks, while in some other countries, they will require the listed firms to provide the sustainable information, including the listed firms. Here's two examples. As we discussed in Ireland, back in 2008, they require all the financial institutions to provide the information. So all the Irish banks are identified as affected banks after 2008. In Singapore, this is a listing requirement for all the listed firms in Singapore Stock Exchange back in July 2016. So from their fiscal year 2017, all the listed banks need to provide the sustainability report. We discussed a little bit about what banks need to disclose. So DBS actually comply with the disclosure regulation and prepare their 2017 sustainability report and covers all these dimensions and topics. A key aspect of firms or the bank's ESG is their commitment in financing the green project. DBS try to expand this kind of credit risk policy to incorporate ESG issues in their lending practice. They try to promote this kind of sustainable loans by linking the interest rate with the borrowing firms' ESG matrix. So if they find that the borrowers meet the target, they will lower the interest rate for these borrowers. And in order to evaluate their borrowers' performance, they will ask their relationship managers to conduct enhanced ESG due diligence. For example, on-site inspections and ask for some third-party certification. In Standard Charter, they reviewed more than 300 borrowers and clients back in 2016. And if they find any issues in the borrowers, they may ask their borrowers to make an improvement. Otherwise, they will try to terminate the relationship with their borrowers. So motivated by this, I predict a transmission effect from banks to their borrowing firms. To test the hypothesis, I rely on the setting of non-US banks that have lending relationship with these US borrowers. And only these non-US banks are subject to disclosure regulation. Here, conceptually, I define the treatment group as the US firms have lending relationship with any non-US banks that subject to the disclosure regulation from its home country, while the benchmark groups as the US firms of the non-US banks that are not affected by any ESG disclosure regulation. In order to quantify a firm's exposure to the foreign disclosure regulation, I try to estimate the exposure to banks in this way. For example, if firm I borrow from 3 banks, but only bank 1 is subject to disclosure mandate, then firm I's exposure to the disclosure regulation is the loan they borrow from the bank 1 divided by the total loan they borrow from these 3 non-US banks. Then I estimate the following regression. The dependent variable here is borrowing firms' environmental and social performance. This measure is borrowed from the Refinitiv ESG database. So ENS score is based on more than 100 individual indicators about firms like ESG policies and ESG activities, such as toxic emission or workplace safeties. Then the key variable here is exposure to banks capture, to which extent the borrower exposed to the foreign disclosure mandate. This variable range from 0 when none of their non-US banks are subject to the disclosure regulation to theoretically 1 when all of their banks are subject to the disclosure regulation. In this regression, I control for the firm fundamentals and their financial flexibilities that may change their ESG engagement. And I also control for the firm fixed effect and year fixed effect to control for the time invariant firm characteristic. Daniel.
Eileen, just a clarification question. What's the intuition for measuring exposure to banks continuously? Why don't you measure that pre-shock, keep the sample fixed, and then look at how things change post-shock? Because I'm concerned that if you keep measuring that continuously, I know that afterwards you do selection versus will incorporate selection, right?
That's a very good point. So actually, here I use a time varying like a measure to capture the exposure. Based on the discussion in this paper, Yark and O's paper, there's actually trade-off between the time varying exposure and the prefixed exposure. For the time varying exposure, it is true, like it may like introduce some endogenous problem here, but it is also more relevant to capture the effect of disclosure mandate over time. For those prefixed exposure, if we lag this the exposure for many period, maybe it will generate some efficiency loss. And in this paper, because I'm interested in both engagement effect and the selection effect, I think for the time varying measure, it can better capture like both effect in the regression. So I hope this can like address your concern.
Yeah, no, I mean, as long as you're clear that it captures both things.
Yeah. Actually, Anish, let me finish. So actually later on, I have two analyses to address this issue. For example, I use a constant lending example to make sure the lending relationship exists both before and after the disclosure mandate. So the weight will change very little, and I find a consistent evidence. And I also use a lagged exposure measure suggested by this paper, and also find a consistent result. So I hope this helps. Anish.
Just a quick clarification question. Are you looking at, is this exposure measure like just a function of new loans in year 2 years, and all like existing credit facilities too? Like what's the denominator here?
So you are talking about the exposure to banks, right? So the denominator is the total loan they borrow from the non-US banks.
But I guess what I'm asking is, so let's say I borrowed money from Sora 2 years ago, and then I have like the credit facility is still open. Is that in the denominator, or are you only looking at if Sora lent me money this year?
So for example, if you borrow a bank a 5-year maturity loan, then I will just allocate the loan evenly in the 5 years. So that's how I capture like the loans borrowed 2 years ago.
John Barris.
I'm wondering, if for this same exposure, have you done the same thing for the bank? Like how important is the loan for the bank?
Oh, I didn't, but so what's
your thought, like back to your kind of your motivations about how the banks are extending their credit facility and the terminations? It's very different if you terminate a very non-material loan for you versus a high material loan. And it seems here the exposure is treated equally for the bank relative to the firm, right? So it's the firm has a loan, but how important is that loan for the bank?
Oh, that's a great.
Able to calculate that?
I think so. I think I can capture this kind of like a.
And you can kind of then that could be a lot more, especially the termination.
Right.
How credible back to kind of these things are. And then the second thing, why not use like US firms that have lending from like US banks as well? So like the idea being like if there is some strategic thing going on here, right? If they're changing their behavior, you want to kind of get a sense of what's going on with like peer firms in the US. So right now, I know you do some matching, but I'm just like, what was the reason to leave out the non-US, like the US firms that lend, that look like these firms, but borrow from US banks?
So I think that for one of the reasons is that I want to make sure the firms like borrow from the non-US banks are very similar in this example. And the only difference is that their non-US banks are subject to the disclosure regulation or not. So it may generate a more clean like identification here. But I can also
like the question, like you could then see how firms that borrow from non-US in general, how their ESG looks like over time, right? Because now you have your control group is similar firm characteristics to borrow from non-US banks.
Right.
And then within the non-US, then you have regulated versus non-regulated.
Right.
So that would be, and then you could kind of get at what's going on with like, is there something unique about these firms that borrow internationally with their ESG?
I can definitely like construct this kind of benchmark groups, including those like US firms only borrow from the domestic banks.
And look similar to the, and then you can kind of see in event time how their scores.
Thanks for your point. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Couple of suggestions and a question. One suggestion is for Joe's comment. Yes, companies that borrow from foreign banks are very different. But then you have companies that borrow from foreign banks before and after the regulation.
Right.
But the problem is that it's not very clean or not very easy to see from your descriptive statistics for your paper. So you need to sort of like show how these companies look before and after. The problem is that there is no before and after show. It isn't that you will change when you sign the bank loan, but once the loan is signed and the deal is done, why would I care about what does the bank is subject?
So here, in my paper, actually, I check the lending relationship rather than just like a specific loans. For example,
Relationship doesn't matter. You already gave me a loan. I already signed the terms.
but yeah, we have.
You already signed a loan, and I already committed to some covenants. So why would the relationship change my behavior later?
But
So it's the time where the loan is signed. If you sign a loan in the pre-regulation period, it will have certain characteristics. If you sign the loan in the post-regulation period, it will have the more stringent terms.
so actually, in the engagement test, I actually check like, I also included like a bank firm fixed effect. So the interpretation here is that when the bank issue a new loan to the existing borrowers, they are more likely to impose the environmental covenants in the loan contract.
More very cleanly, and this is something I think in Albi's paper, he shows that when his dissertation, when banks, when foreign banks are subject to certain shock, the companies start looking for more disclosure. So here, I think any confirmatory evidence, looking at the annual reports, whether these companies are saying our bankers are pushing a lot for us to produce better ESG rankings, or any evidence that this is how it's happening would be very helpful.
Currently, I don't have this kind of like evidence to.
Actual search is super easy. Is there any mention of foreign banks and ESG in any annual?
So I can only look at it like this loan contract, and if they talk about the ESG issues, but
Executives are talking about these things all the time. The reason why, for example, there's all sorts of explanations. We're doing this because our banks are more concerned about these in the risk factors in any way.
I can definitely have a check like in firms like public disclosure or their conference calls to see if they like discuss about their like the pressure from their banks in terms of ESG.
That'd be great. Even if it's anecdotal, it goes a long way.
Thank you.
Let's move to the tables.
Sure.
Just wait few slides.
So I get the data from multiple sources. After merging all the data set, the final sample consists of more than 5,000 observations covered more than 800 US borrowers over 2002 to 2018. Before I go to the transmission effect, I first provide a validity test at the bank level to see if the banks do comply with the disclosure mandate. And I find the consistent evidence here that affected banks are more likely to issue the ESG reports and the commitment to the responsible financing, as well as improve their own ESG performance after the disclosure mandate. Then I turn to the transmission effect on their borrowing firms. Here, I find the coefficients of the exposure to banks are significantly positive across specifications, suggesting a positive transmission effect from banks to their borrowing firms. Frank?
So have you looked at like other terms of the loan contracts? So for example, like interest rate maturity, how do they change? So I guess my point is that whether this is just a banks subsidizing the ESG activities of their borrowers by, like, say, lowering the interest rate, or is it that the banks are pressuring the borrowers to engage in this activity? I think the regulatory implications are going to be different.
Thanks for the question. So actually, I do like conduct some analysis at the loan sample, try to look at like the interest spread or the maturity of those new loans. And I find some like evidence that the maturity will be longer after the disclosure regulation. I also find the interest spread will decrease a little bit, but not a very economic like significant there. So that's why I only focus on the like loan termination in this analysis here. Joey.
What's your question, Joey?
Can you go back to slide 11? So I just want to understand the Regina and Florence work on the CLO market. How are you dealing with collateralized loan obligations and the use of non-bank lenders in your measures of exposure to banks?
Could you repeat that again?
So Regina and Florin have a bunch of papers talking about the CLO market and how a large part of this bank debt, all the term loans, are being provided by non-bank lenders. And so there's a small part of the debt that's associated with the lead bank, that's a revolver. But then they have multiple tranches of term loans that are financed by hedge funds, institutional investors, non-bank lenders. And I'm curious how that is being incorporated in the measure of exposure to banks. Because all those non-bank lenders are not subject to the regulations that you're speaking of. And I don't think that they're going to want to impose costs on the borrower unless they're going to be net beneficial. And I didn't get a sense of in your paper how you're handling those in that measure.
So I agree with you that my paper actually cannot speak to those non-bank lenders. And here, I look at the disclosure regulation mandate those like commercial banks to provide the information. And it is also true that the disclosure regulation may not resolve everything in the ESG issues. And here in this paper, the message is that the disclosure regulation might be a useful mechanism to discipline and to push these banks in the right direction and then motivate them to engage in responsible financing. So,
so the question I'm asking is, if I have a syndicated loan and there's 3 term loans of $2 billion associated with non-bank lenders, are they being added into your denominator, or are they being added, or are they being included in any way because they're sitting in STC as part of the loan package? And I'm just curious as to, well, what are you treating those as when you're coming up with your measure?
So these loans are not included in this measure.
So it would be borrowing that the firm has that is a credit facility, but it's not included in the numerator or the denominator.
Right.
Let's take a question from Zoom. Regina, please go ahead.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood your measure, so correct me if I'm wrong, but following up on Joe's question, I think you do have these loans in your measures, both in the numerator and denominator. What you do, you identify the lead arranger, and then you take the entire loan. You don't look at the proportion held by the lead arranger, who is a commercial bank, but you take the entire loan. So you feel, and it's probably a reasonable approach, because if you presume that the bank that monitors is the lead arranger, it makes sense to take the entire exposure of the loan. But I don't think you exclude any, even if this loan has institutional investors as participants who are not subject to regulations, I don't think they excluded from numerator or denominator.
So maybe I didn't understand Joy's question very well. Thank you so much for the clarification.
Yeah, also, and this is why you cannot do what John suggested, because you cannot really measure. So to measure important clients, you would presume the entire loan is important, but the lead arranger can hold only 5 to 10%. You ignore how much, your measure pretty much ignores how much lead arranger holds relative to how much participants hold. And you presume that if lead arranger is affected, the entire loan is affected.
Right. So because in the syndicated loan market, the lead arranger will take the responsibility to negotiate the loan and monitoring their borrowers. So that's why I count all the the loan portfolio at foreign lead arrangers account, and I ignore. And I think the lead arrangers share in the syndicated in the deal scan database is not very complete, and that's why I follow this strategy to construct the measure.
10 minutes.
Okay. Okay. So here, in terms of economic magnitude, I find one standard deviation increase in borrowers' exposure will increase their will increase their ENS performance by about 6%. Next, I turn to the ESG outcome variables. This carbon dioxide emission, like waste emission, and number of social scandals. I find exposed borrowers' carbon dioxide emissions decline by about 5%, and the waste emission declined by about 4%, while the number of social scandals will decrease by about 4% following the disclosure mandate. Andrew.
You know what happens when the environmental covenants get violated? Like, is that usually waived, or is there any sort of action? That could be another outcome to study too, right?
So you are talking about the violation of the environmental covenant, or usually they will like trigger the renegotiation between the banks and the borrowers. And based on the follow-up research, I find the banks actually will try to expand the maturity a little bit if they find that the borrower's credit has nothing wrong. So they are more willing to provide the capital and help those borrowers to like remediate these environmental problems.
So that's an interesting outcome too, right? Like you could measure it in some way.
Thank you. So as we mentioned, I also try to like address this alternative explanation. Due to the interest of time, I will skip it because I already discussed about it. Okay? And in terms of the engagement effect, I try to manually collect the credit agreement of this sample firm and sample banks, I follow Choi et al.'s paper to use text analysis to get the information about the environmental covenant. So I focus on the environmental action covenant because it will show if the bank exert real pressure on their borrowers and ask them to remediate the environmental problems. Here, I control for the bank and firm fixed effect, and I find after the disclosure mandate, there will be increase in the environmental action covenants after regulation. Next, I look at the negative screening. Here, I check each bank firm pair from the first loan initiation to the last loan's maturity and define the relationship termination as the year after the last loan's maturity. Then I estimate this regression by controlling the bank firm fixed effect and the bank year fixed effect to assume that banks can allocate their capital like in a year. Question.
I feel like a lot of the big discussion is around like whether divestment is just like passing the buck to someone else. And I think it would be interesting to look at what the performance of the firms looks like once they get terminated. I could sort of say, well, maybe they were trying all along and it wasn't good enough, and then they're like, well, there's no point trying anymore, and it gets worse. Or maybe they try to get back into the relationship later, and then they still try to improve. So I feel like it would be a nice open-ended test.
Thank you so much. So I also look at the positive screening here. This actually talk to whether banks will select new borrowers with good ESG performance. So here, for each affected banks, I try to get the loans 5 years before and 5 years after the disclosure mandate. And then I try to compute the ESG score for the loans borrowers. I find that after the disclosure regulation, the ESG score of their borrowers in the post-period loan portfolio is significantly larger than that in the pre-period loan portfolio. And more importantly here, I try to measure the new borrowers' ESG performance. So the new borrowers, they do not establish the lending relationship like before the disclosure mandate. And I also find the like significant increase in the new borrowers' performance here. So the overall like evidence here suggests that a positive screening effect. Next, I turn to the cross-sectional analysis, try to look at whether the ESG disclosure regulation are well enforced and the banks will like produce more new information. I look at the 2 dimensions. First, I look at the bank's ESG report. I manually collect the bank's ESG report from GII database and try to use some text analysis to see if banks disclose more quantitative information in the ESG report. If banks do care about their disclosed information, maybe they will have more incentive to like review their borrowers and ask their borrowers to improve before they provide this kind of information publicly. And I also try to look at the country level enforcement index, because the enforcement actually matters in the capital market. Here, I find that actually about 44 banks provide voluntary disclosure even before the disclosure mandate, and the transmission effect will be weaker for those voluntary disclosures. Next, I try to measure the hard information using the to measure the proportion of numbers disclosed in the ESG report, scaled by the total number of words in the ESG report, and find the consistent result that banks will question.
So this is not your paper, but these requirements impose a lot of costs on these banks. Is that right? Is there anybody established like the costs that are being imposed on the banks? I mean, if I were a bank, I would just stop lending commercial.
I think this is like a big tension of this paper. Like before I started this project, I shared the same view. Like banks maybe just provide boilerplate language to describe their behavior, performance, without implementing any change. But I think this kind of disclosure may generate some liabilities for banks, but they do have incentive to do so because it may generate some benefit to them too. For example, they can cater more to those stakeholders with strong social preference.
Regulators for safety and sound. Separate regulations for capital requirements and stuff like that.
For these disclosure regulations?
I mean, so these are imposing costs on the banks. So the banks are less safe, they're less sound. Is anybody picking up the other end of that transaction?
You mean the benefit side, or?
I mean, the bank is spending resources on this. That means they're not as diversified. That means they're riskier. That means that the banking regulators would be concerned about this, right?
So I was thinking actually after the disclosure mandate, if banks try to improve the ESG performance or provide more favorable ESG information, they may actually build up more green loan portfolio, and it will be less risky for those banks rather than more risky. So this will also bring some benefit to those banks.
I guess I don't follow how the green portfolio is less risky.
So next, I also explore the lending relationship between the banks and borrowers, and expect the transmission effect to be stronger if the lending relationship are more important to those borrowers. I look at two dimensions. The first is if the borrowers have higher switching costs, for switch to the alternative financing sources, and try to measure the relationship length between the banks and the borrowers before the regulation, and the number of prior deals conducted by this pair. I find the consistent evidence that the transmission effect will be stronger when the switching costs are higher to those borrowers. Also, I try to estimate this loan reliance ratio by estimating how many current assets are financed by the loans in the past 5 years. And I find if the borrowers heavily rely on bank loans for financing, then the transmission effect will be stronger. Okay. So I also conduct a bunch of robustness check. For example, dynamic approach to verify the parallel trend. And actually, we discussed most of these robustness tests. I'm happy to skip it due to the interest of time. To conclude, in this paper, I look at the ESG disclosure regulation imposed on banks and find a positive transmission effect from banks to their borrowing firms. In terms of the contribution, I think this paper can contribute to the literature in several ways. This paper speaks to the transmission effect through the lending network, and I think this is new in the literature. More importantly, this paper documents the role of banks as financial intermediary. They can actually play a very positive role and in accelerating the transitioning into a more sustainable economy by engaging in both engagement effect and the selection effect. So that's all of my papers. Thank you so much for all your time.
Thanks, 25 minutes.
I don't think it's gonna generate.
Thank you for your time.
Everybody, so let's go ahead and continue. So I'm going to be moderating the last session, but before we do this, Regina is going to be making the Referee of the Year award announcement. So Regina, all yours.
Thank you, and I'm very honored to announce the Referee of the Year awards. JAR uses more than 100 reviewers, and on behalf of the editors, I would like to thank all of you for your excellent work and service to the journal. And as you probably know, editors also face very difficult task every year to choose and recognize the very best reviewers. So this year we ended up with 3 reviewers to receive a Referee of the Year award, and their contribution to the journal and their work is truly exceptional and outstanding. And I'm happy to announce that the awards this year go to Mark Bradshaw from Boston College, Namit Shroff from MIT, and Claire Wang from University of Colorado Boulder. And congratulations, and Lisa will present you with your awards.
Again, people didn't hear the second and third names. Can you repeat the second and third names?
Mark Bradshaw from Boston College, Namit Shroff from MIT, and Claire Wang from University of Colorado Boulder. Sorry.
Thank you, Regina. Well, that's so that puts us in the last session for me. First of all, congratulations to Claire, Nemeth, Mark, and for everybody that contributes to the journal. So thank you so much. So before I announce the last speaker for the day, just a few logistics issues. So the conference presentations end at 4:15. We have a good break between dinner. But the reception starts at 6 p.m. And then the dinner is at 7 p.m. It's at the RPM on the water. So the information is on the schedule here, so you can look it there. So there is an hour 45 minutes gap. Lisa told us that you can leave your name tags and papers if you want, but take any valuable, just take that at home, but you can leave your name tag here for tomorrow. So with that, we'll move to the last presentation. So the last presentation is by Shirley Liu and Lisa Liao. Shirley is going to be presented. This is here with us. And so the effects of information exposure on your playhouse against COVID-19. And I'll follow Valeri's format. So I'm going to be taking the questions from Zoom. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And can you hear me? Okay, let me quickly adjust it. Sorry. Hello? Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present. My name is Shirley Liu, and this is joint work with Lisa Liu from Columbia Business School. And one thing, just a note that I got COVID 3 weeks ago. I am tested negative multiple times, so I don't spread, but I'm still coughing. So please pardon me when I do that. And on this note, the title of our paper is the effect of firms' information exposure on safeguarding employee health evidence from COVID-19. Sorry, I need to click. Sorry about that. Yes, our overarching motivation is to understand when governments fail to respond quickly to a public health crisis with a lot of information uncertainty, what are the role of firms? And in particular, we're interested in one advantage some firms may have, and that's an information advantage, in the sense that some firms have this really widespread business network, that may give them early and more credible information, in this case about like a crisis situation, that enables them to then provide timely response to support employee health. Firms supporting employee health is also an increasingly important area because employees is an important stakeholder, as a lot of papers today also demonstrated, as well as it being a material issue according to SASB. And so more specifically, we are using the COVID setting where the situation happened earlier in China and Italy. And so we then asked, do US firms having these business networks with China and Italy, do they get earlier information exposure about COVID and hence are able to implement this earlier work from home policies to safeguard employee health before lockdown policies? In short, that's our title. We're interested in the effect of firms' information exposure on safeguarding employee health. I know today we know a reasonable amount about COVID, but let me bring us back to early 2020, January, when the first case got to the US, there's a lot of uncertainty. So for instance, the scientists were asking, how does this virus spread? Can someone without symptom actually still spread this virus? And as cases climbed to 1,000 at the first week of March in the US, there's still general information uncertainty on two types of information. So the first is, how severe is this virus? At one point, the White House actually said coronavirus has been contained, which we know is not true. The second piece of information is, what are effective containment methods? Are masks effective? Are social distancing effective? And even experts like Fauci is saying at that time, anything is possible when it comes to potential quarantines. And so this is where firms with information exposure comes in. In that same week, Apple released the following press release. Want to recognize their greater family in China, that they've learned together some of the best practices. And in particular, one of the effective ways to lower the risk is by maximizing social distance. And so that same announcement, they're announcing the move to flexible work arrangements. Something to highlight here, it's about China, Apple having this branch in China, which gives them experience and a chance to validate the effectiveness of these policies, and hence giving them confidence in this information that they then subsequently act on it in the US as well. And Apple is not the only company. That same week, we have announcements from Ford, from Boeing, from L Brands, and Starbucks CEO even said, our experience tracking coronavirus in China shows US on a very similar path. There are two advantages that we want to use the COVID setting in order to study our research question of the effect of information exposure on employee health. The first is we have a measurable outcome on employee health in the sense that we can see this firm action that when firms implement work from home policies, it can lower their employees' risk of contracting COVID. And because COVID is a contagious disease, there's this wider externality effect in the broader community. Potentially, they can also help lower the spread of COVID. And this early action is particularly important because this paper I'm showing here, Pei et al. From Science Advance, shows that if lockdown policies has been implemented 1 week earlier, then COVID cases and deaths could have been halved in the early periods. The second advantage is we have this plausibly exogenous shock in information exposure. So without that, it's hard to say whether we're picking up the effect from information exposure or is it a firm's other fundamental characteristics. And in this case, we are operationalizing on this idea of information exposure using firms with business networks with China and Italy. So here's a thought experiment. A firm has a connection with Japan. Another has business connection with China. And because only in China, they had this exposure to COVID earlier, and so they'll get the earlier information. And this variation is plausibly exogenous. And because of the novel nature of the virus, firms cannot anticipate this to build this network. So we're also less concerned about reverse causality. We are measuring information exposure using 3 sources of data. The first is FactSet Revere, whether a firm has a supplier, customer, or partnership in China or Italy. The second is BoardX data, whether a firm executive or board member has an undergrad degree in China or Italy, where they more likely know people and trust and understand the situation there. These 2 data sets include both public and private firms. And our third source is from segmented reporting, and that's for public firms. We look at whether they have geographical segment in China or Italy. And in a firm level, we aggregate this to this measure called information exposure, which is between 0 and 6. And if it's okay, I'll finish the next slide and I'll open up to questions. So you see the results and then we'll get the conversations on the same page. And so yeah, firm level information exposure between 0 and 6 for one of each of the 6 sources. Our main analysis is at the zip code level, where we aggregate all of these sources at a zip code and scale by the number of firms, which we call information exposure scaled. Saying that so that now I can give a results preview and you understand the concept a little better. And after this, I'll open up to any questions. So our empirical strategy involved 3 steps. The first is to validate our information exposure measure by showing that these firms with business connections with China and Italy do have earlier information by looking at disclosure. And then we focus on main result, which is whether firms act on this information by implementing work from home policies. And the third step is to show a broader impact of firms using this information on the local community where we look at COVID case spreads. So first step result, using a representative sample of S&P 500 firms, we do find earlier mentions of COVID-related press releases from Ravenpack data and earnings transcript call from the Hassan et al. Data. Having validated that, we then, our main result, want to capture implementing work from home policies using the SafeCraft foot traffic data. So in this data set, at a zip code day level, we can see the number of mobile devices, and then the percent of that completely stayed at home, which we call a stay-at-home ratio. We then look at the periods before lockdown, government lockdown, and find that zip codes with a higher information exposure is correlated with a higher stay-at-home ratio. We do a series of robustness tests to rule out potential alternative stories. One being, are we just picking up firms with international connection? And so when we repeat it with some placebo countries' information exposure, we don't find the results. And the second is, are we picking up operational impact from China and Italy? And we repeat our main analysis using only executive networks, and our results remain robust. And the third one, we limit the number of Asian population, and results remain robust. So we're not just picking up people staying at home on their own. And we have some other robustness tests, but these are the core 3 I'll show here. We then look at some cross-sectional tests to understand when are these effects more pronounced, the conditions. And we find that when governments likely face constraints in the timely implementation of a lockdown policy, when there's higher work from home capability of the firm, and when the firm has potential pro-stakeholder incentives. And our final result then use New York Times data on COVID-19. And we do find that areas with more information exposure is correlated with a lower COVID case growth 7 and 14 days into the future. And this result is particularly important for us in the sense that it's capturing that firms, by implementing work from home policy, you're not just protecting your employees from getting the virus, but then you're also helping the local community also from preventing them from spreading. And so you're benefiting society at large. In that sense, we're contributing to the literature on CSR, that there's public contribution of the private sector, and in particular, when they have information exposure. And with this, I would love to open up to any questions. Thank you, Pat.
Sorry, I've got a clarifying question, and then I'll get to the other one. But this term information exposure, like, it seems like you're using that very carefully, but I'm not quite sure what that means. You mean private information?
Information exposure in our setting specifically, it's like they, through this kind of business networks, get information about COVID, and hence we're using only the ones with China and Italy. But broadly speaking, we're thinking, I think broadly speaking, it's also a definition of through a firm's business network, getting information about an external event, such as the COVID setting.
Yeah, so I mean, I think you've got a really cool set of results, but I gotta tell you, I'm a little skeptical about this information channel. You know, the government has operations in all of these places, but you're kind of implying that they have better information than the government. But like, that's where you started, right? You started by saying the government's not acting, they don't have this information.
Let me clarify, and we caveat that we can't say that. What we can say is when governments, for any reasons, delay action, and there's papers showing that the government in the US is there's some failure with timely implementation of actions. I don't want to make more of a claim of that, but regardless of reason, it could be information friction, it could be other considerations. And then what we can say is among all the firms, those with more information exposure, is it gives them this room to then play a role.
Let me ask the other piece here. So I kept reading this paper and thinking like, well, if I'm a little skeptical about the information channel, like what is it? So I'll give you an anecdote. So like, let's say that there's like a plane crash across the country, right? And we think, oh, that's terrible. That's a tragic event. And then you read in the newspaper or you hear from an email that a faculty in like the history department was on that plane, and that faculty is from your university. Like our natural inclination as humans is to take that much more personally, right? We think, oh my gosh, like it personalizes, it makes it very real. So is it possible that these what you're picking up here is not that they have better information, it's just that they've got these personal connections in all of these different countries, and that's motivating them to act on the same information everybody else does?
Sorry about the throat. We look at it as both more information and more credible information, because in the beginning of COVID, I think people all heard of COVID, but people heard different things about COVID. Some say it's contained, some it's not. So then it's about where can you get information you can trust better. In the case of firms, in the sense, it could be you trust the people there more through your undergrad degree or through this business network or through your own experience, your branch. And if you have more trust, then you're more likely to act on that information. So part of it is a combination of having information and having credible information.
I understand what you're saying, but is there anything in your paper that differentiates between my story, which is we have the exact same information, just we feel it very personally? I mean, even with COVID, I mean, some of our colleagues got it. When our colleagues got it, I was like, oh my gosh, this is a real thing. I felt like I improved my information about COVID.
I actually think that is part of the story. And in the sense of why is it that when you hear from your colleague, you trust it more?
I didn't hear it from my colleague. I just heard my colleague had it.
You heard a colleague had it. So then you have firsthand information, and there may be more of a trust. And actually, a couple anecdotal stories I hear is on a similar vein, but it could be that our branch, one of it is actually a supply in China, that people were getting it, how severe it is. And by hearing that, it informed the firm manager about this is actually a virus with, say, high death rates at the time where there's actually a lot of different information about it. So I'll say yes, it's.
There's stories about salience as opposed to information precision.
Yeah, personalized.
Right?
Earlier information salient.
Salience, right? It's just feels more real because you observe it.
You can associate with that person. You can mentally picture it.
Yeah. And I would say it's slightly consistent, and I imagine that more going through also the board, the executive channel a little bit, hearing it from people. So it's still part of our story, but there's also these business networks where there may be more of a chance to verify the information as well.
Well, there's also a bit of a hindsight issue here, right? I mean, the firms that responded more quickly to this pandemic clearly were probably better off, but you could imagine a same situation where responding to early news could be a false positive. And so right here, we know responding quicker was a good thing, but it doesn't have to always be a good thing.
That is a fair point. And this is also why in our paper, we look at the periods actually right before a government lockdown. It's that period when it's really getting severe, and hence it's better saying firms are likely not overreacting. But I see your
We've
point.
only got one observation here with respect to COVID-19, right? If we could look at 10 different early warning signs of pandemics and say some of them panned out to be really important and some of them were not, and we could see whether it was really credible information that was coming, but it could also be we essentially got an observation of one, right?
Yes, this is the limitation of looking at one setting. But now that you got me thinking, if only we can look at multiple, and part of it, we're still convinced our result will remain credible because we do think firms, by making a work from home announcement, it's a big decision. So if it's just saliency without validating, without trust in the credibility of the information to make this decision, it's so we think there has to be also that credibility component. But again, I know we cannot speak to it by not having another setting to study that. Acknowledge it. Is for your point, Becky?
So I want to ask a bit more about the work from home, because the paper is really framing it around work from home. And I guess the two specific questions I have is a lot of firms had a work from home policy. I know you get these dates from the investor relations. Just because a firm says work from home, it doesn't mean all their employees work from home. I mean, there's heterogeneity, like some they may announce it. A lot of firms said work from home, but actually still sent a lot of workers in and had some people, who they deemed as non-essential stay at home while other ones went in. And so I guess one is just like, what about that heterogeneity in terms of the work from home policy? And then the second is actually just related to furloughs. So, a lot of companies announce furloughs during this time period. How do you know that the effect that you're finding isn't a furlough, and do you care? I know that you look at the unemployment rate, but I don't know that that would detect a furlough, which was a much more predominant response. So does it matter to you if it's a furlough versus a work from home?
Yeah, so the first part of the question on some firms may just have, say, part of their employee force work from home. And hence, if we just look at, that's actually potentially, if I frame it as a benefit of us looking at stay-at-home ratio instead of just the work from home announcement. So if we just pick up all the firms that announce work from home, we actually don't see, do people follow through, or is it just part of the population, not everyone? Whereas by looking at this stay-at-home ratio at a zip code level, then we're capturing more of an accurate effect, if that makes sense. And when you say of potential heterogeneity, one of the cross-sectional tests we do is looking at variation by teleworkability. So if more likely that firms that's harder to work from home, they're more likely to have this kind of differential, asking some part of workforce to stay at home, some part to go to work. Then we may expect like slightly lower effect there, and that's what we find. So that may speak to that a little bit.
But then how does the furloughs factor in? So like you were saying that you're using the SafeGraph data, which is showing this higher percentage at home, but that could just be because firms have furloughed a lot of workers. And it doesn't matter. I mean, I think that you would still say there's some information channel, but the paper's all about this work from home. So, I mean, one, do you care if it's a work from home versus a furlough? And if so, then what do you do to distinguish the work from home from the furloughs?
Yes, what we want to say, the story stepping back would be firms with better information respond earlier to protect employees. And they can do it by work from home, still paying salary. Furlough will be if they work from home but don't pay salary. And then unemployment will be like laying off people. And if in a sense that furlough actually do, at the very early phase of COVID, actually, a lot of firms, they're not making decision about for the next 3 months, we have employees stay at home. A lot is right now, given such a quickly, rapidly evolving situation, let's just have our employee work from home. They're thinking it more temporarily. So we want to capture this immediate response. In that sense, if it's first of all, it may not be as likely that furlough is announced at that time in March. I think more furlough happens later in April and May. Unemployment also, most of it actually happened in April. And so that initial reaction, we think mostly it's just work from home temporarily. But to your point, is it still part of our story? So in that sense, I think it's still part of our story. And unfortunately, we don't have a good way to tease out furlough because we're capturing their movement and couldn't, I guess, separate whether or not they're paid at that time.
I think you could use some of the same disclosures that you use. You look at some disclosures, there are some announcements when companies say that they were going to furlough workers. So it may be the case that it wasn't happening as early as you're saying, but I think that would be a way to try to get at this. And then maybe it doesn't change the results, but it certainly changes because you're really focused on this. Like the interpretation, how I read it is like the firms made these good decisions to do work from home earlier and look, it helped and it saved these cases. And this might be better for workers, but actually if workers are furloughed and not getting compensated for whatever reason, then it might just change the tenor of how you pitch the results and write about the results.
Yes, and thanks for the suggestion. We do collected a series of announcements of work from home policies, and we can definitely check through that quick text show to see, do they mention furlough? Thanks. Yes, Elizabeth.
So I wanted to just build on what Ada and Wayne were saying, that I immediately thought, okay, is this actually new information, that private information that the companies have? Is this something that they're just now more aware of or attentive to because they're exposed to more of the risk potentially of it? Or is it something that they're more willing to believe the public information that's out there already because of their personal experience? And I think they can all be true, and it's all still interesting. The reason to think about it separately is that it will have different implications for other settings. Like if it's truly private information because there is breakdown or because the source of the initial outbreak doesn't provide information more broadly, then it becomes applicable there. But I'm wondering if you can look at the disclosure that the companies make, and you already gave some examples, to see if they actually mention something like, we got information from our operations. Or if you look and see actually that the wording is correlated with current public guidance like CDC or WHO. So it's public, but they're using it and relying on it. Or if in fact it's predictive of the future public information about it. And that would be more on the private. So not that you could fully disentangle, but just getting some more information to support any or all of the channels.
I think that's a good suggestion. Yeah, it's making more use of what they're saying. At the moment, when we look at what they're saying, we focus more on whether they're saying it's to protect employees, to protect communities, which we do find, but maybe there's more to tease out using the textual analysis. Thank you for the suggestions. Anish?
So you have information, I guess, exposure from 2 different countries, right? China and Italy. Was the quality of public information coming from those 2 places the same at this time? Because you could maybe exploit variation in that to say, if you're, let's say, if you accuse China of trying to cover up some of the how bad it was, then presumably having this sort of private information there would mean more than if you have, let's say, good public information coming out of Italy, where it's it's maybe just a salient. Maybe use that that distinction to tease out this kind of salience point from the information transmission.
I see. China and Italy, we hear different people telling us different things about how they ex ante predict which one will be stronger. Some will say in China, they're more likely to hide information, and so you may get more of that private information. And then some will say in Italy, you actually, this US firm slightly trusts more information from from Italy, are more likely to have closer relationships there. And so you may expect larger. We separately look at when we just use China or just use Italy to create the measure, and we get similar actually magnitudes. So maybe both are at force such that we can't, given that, I think we can't then subsequently tease out which story is happening, but something to consider. Thanks. I don't know the order of the hits. John, thanks.
So I come back to kind of Ed's point here is like, rather than information exposure, isn't this kind of like a social network? Like it's the executives who work there, but it's kind of in the same line. So how would you disentangle that? Is there a difference between kind of just a social, like,
when you say
like it's a social network, right? There's the paper that you cite there that looks at like Facebook coverage. And if I have friends in Italy, I change my behavior more than another friend. So like, is that the same mechanism? Is that they're getting better information from those friendships in Italy versus a firm that like, or is there just a saliency angle that it's my friend, right?
Sorry. So first of all, that paper, they have this measure of Facebook, how for each region they're connected. The local people are connected to China or Italy. And so that will be individual. So not necessarily the management, more the employees. So are you thinking more, are the employees?
The mechanism, like, that's what I'm trying to get at. Do you think that's a different mechanism at the individual level than at the firm level? Because basically the firm is making a decision, the individual is making a decision.
Yes, so we would want to rule out individuals making that decision. And we try to do that with a variety of tests. So one is when I said we limit Asian population. So anywhere like we cut off anywhere above 5% Asian and we still find the results. And we also try to get that same data set you mentioned from Facebook. The issue is we're still trying to find how can we get a China variable, but we do find the connection between the local people and Italy, the social network. And when we include that and kind of replicate their specification, our result remains.
No, I was getting more of like the economic construct. There's some like at the individual level, there's also the saliency angle, there's also the information quality angle. Like the firm has the same 2 kind of, venues, right? Is it that my executive is there and gets sick and that affects how I perceive the exposure versus is it just that I have better information about COVID?
There may be conceptually one difference between individuals and firms. Individuals, yes, it's more of this potentially saliency hearing from friends, whereas firms, we have also this sample with business connections or with branches in China and Italy. And by showing the Apple example, we're really trying to highlight if they have that experience, able to validate the information, the effectiveness, then that's giving them more trustworthy, more credible information relative to individuals. So on a conceptual level, that's how we're thinking about it. And that's why we want to focus on firms and in this case, not the individuals.
And the final thing is like back to kind of your discussion with Wayne about you're kind of saying like they're better, but they could also be biased, right? They're overreacting to having a friend exposure, right? So like, just being careful, like, do you really take a stand? Like, again, back to saying we don't observe other potential pandemics. So like overreaction can be a story here too.
We, as I said earlier, if they were to act on information, it's likely if they just hear from executive network, they likely also will try to get some more information to validate it. Even though using just a COVID setting, we can't fully tease it out. But later on, I'll show you, it's not like in January, they start reacting. They're not, we don't see the effect in like January, February, but it's really the period before lockdown.
Think about it at their current exposure, right? They're located in the US and their zip code. If I observe one COVID case, do I react differently because I have exposure versus someone that doesn't? Because the COVID information that's relevant is the spread in the local zip code, right? Not the information in Italy per se, right? So I think it's kind of an interaction, like in my paper, it's an interaction to like, do you overreact or underreact to new cases rather than the unconditional?
Yes.
Right, so that, try to get at, are they over
Try
or
to get at
underreact?
that. We are currently getting at that by looking at the period before lockdown, where it's relatively more, it's trying to proxy for like COVID getting more severe as well.
But the precision should be about the information about COVID prevalent, right? And how you behave kind of COVID exposure, not lockdown per se.
Yeah, not lockdowns, COVID exposure. So in the following sense, let me reinterpret what you said, and I'll stop there after I reinterpret. What the firm is learning is how severe is COVID, or as in like potential death rates and effective containment methods. And then now in the local region, they're not getting the information and act right away. They would depend on when COVID is starting to get severe locally, then it's like, oh, it's time to react. So I think that's more the decision process. But to your point, we'll talk more about how we can better get at that second piece, tease out maybe variation in when they think it's time to apply that knowledge.
I'm just saying it's
and make a
different if
decision.
one case versus 100
100
cases, right? And I think your experiment would be like, if I see 100 cases, me having a friend in Italy might change how I react.
Yep.
Right?
And you
In that-
stated right in this paper, we kind of knew what happened between January and March. Right, it didn't just go away, right? It got worse and worse and worse and worse. And so you wouldn't want to overinterpret saying, oh, well, they just recognized it was getting more severe. If it was this salience or just that it was closer to those people, again, because we're only looking at one pandemic that we know got bad, we know it's going to get worse. And so people that saw those signals as being more credible are going to, in hindsight, have appeared to have thought that they were sort of relevant and accurate. But again, we don't know that.
Let's get a few patient hands here. Mark, Joe, Wendy.
Thank you.
I mean, I struggle, when I read the paper, I agree with, is it information being a fundamental question here? And then I thought, well, do we really even care if it's information as opposed to saliency, right? I don't know what you lose exactly by just saying, let's just combine information and saliency into the same construct to say that if a firm is affected, then it treats its employees in different areas differently. Yeah, I don't know what the information, I don't know why that's an important.
Yeah, saliency.
Right? Yeah.
By the conversation just now, it seems like saliency can then give a firm the firm manager can be salient on wrong or right information. And our initial story want to capture more, they're getting more credible information. But then the question becomes, can we really say something about it? And so that's something we'll definitely think more about. And potentially there's ways we need to tweak exactly what is the.
I was just trying to be helpful. I don't think you really lose anything. Like this.
Mhm.
It could be salience. It doesn't have to be information.
Yeah, thank you. Yep, thanks. Or it's like better defining our definition, what goes into this information channel we're talking about. Thank you.
I'm curious about the choice for Italy and China. And I had two thoughts. The first is, if I was a CEO and I had operations in Sweden, would I not have people go back to work? Because Sweden decided not to lock down and they weren't experiencing dramatically different rates of COVID than other countries. And so would you make the hypothesis then that anybody that had any subsidiaries in Sweden would be going the exact opposite way? And my second question, it's related, is China has only had like 5,000 deaths. I mean, if I wanted to know the severity of COVID, given what the government did there, I'm not sure that I'd have any information about the severity of COVID because I can't force everyone to stay in their house for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So why would I be looking to China to try to get a sense of how severe the disease was, given the government completely changed the way the entire population acted? So how as I, as a CEO, know that that's indicative of what's going to happen in the United States where I can't force people to stay in their houses?
Let's say this particular, we're interested in the timing. The reason of looking at China, it's more so compared to, let's say, a Swedish connection, because it didn't happen there first. COVID, I don't want to say chose China, but like happened to start it there first. Is that earlier access to information, knowing that it's
with a severe intervention. I mean, yes, it happened there first, and the government stepped in and said, stay home, you're not allowed out. And if you get out, we're going to shoot you. And so I'm just saying, like, how, if I'm the CEO of Apple, how could I look to what's going on in China and say, oh, this tells me how severe the disease is?
One anecdotal, it's more myself, like very beginning days, there is, when it comes to severity, I'm talking about like maybe how bad can people who get the virus get. And we have from like connections in China, we can see that even young healthy people were getting really ill. And so it's like this kind of information to understand is like, what is the death rate? What is the severity in that sense of the virus?
But China greatly underestimates all of those. I mean, most people didn't die in China because of what the government did. That's why I'm having a hard time getting my head around this. Is, you know, there's only been 5,000 deaths in China and there's 1 million in the United States. If I go to China and look and say, how bad was the disease? I would say, this isn't bad.
But isn't the answer to Joey's question that, like, by revealing? That's all I wanted to do. By revealed preference, the fact that they're taking such extreme measures that it is something of material circumstance. So like you're inferring from that, like, oh boy, this is actually a big deal if I'm willing to risk the economy.
But that has nothing to do with firm level connections. That's the government had such a huge intervention and not firm level connections that allow me to understand how serious the disease was.
Yes. I don't know if it helps, but this is an image of just, cannot really see, but let me describe. This is China's cases, Italy's cases, and US happened after, and a lot of the other countries, which we also then do a placebo analysis on. And hence it's really about, if you have this network, you have sources, or you have branch of experience of managing, or you have a chance even to get more information about coronavirus in those countries. Whereas if you're in these other countries, you don't even have, I guess, exposure in that sense. But I'm not fully getting to, I feel I'm not fully getting to it. So maybe I'll borrow Eric So's answer, and by review preference, they're acting on the information, so there's some trust. But I'll think more about it. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
I have another potential answer, but it doesn't come free, unfortunately. So, and there's another sort of information channel, and the information channel is these companies simply gather experience. So I have a friend who's a higher up HR executive, and she had to deal with sort of lockdown, stay-at-home orders much earlier than any of us, basically. And so she lives in Philadelphia, so we couldn't see her in February because she was super busy dealing with sort of stay-at-home orders. So they figured out which software do we use to communicate, how do we delegate responsibilities, who has access to computers, and like sort of all of that stuff, right? Like they had figured out how to do it. So her company, when it came time to do the same thing in Philadelphia, they were able to do this much quicker. So it may not be that her company at all cares about employee health. It's just they knew what to do. And so they just simply figured it out. So it may not be saliency, it may not be private information, it may just be I'm prepared because they had to deal with this stuff altogether. So that now then here's a cost. So now you have to sort of figure out yet another mechanism. But then in the end, what it comes back to is, what's your research question? Like, what is it that you want to know? If you want to know whether access to information broadly changes what companies do, then it doesn't matter which exact channel. If you want to know, do companies care about employee health? Then you sort of potentially have some issues, but that's ultimately sort of what it comes down to.
Yes, ultimately, you really want it to be from information information transfer through international business networks. And as a source of advantage of firms, and firms can have other advantage, but it's having this broad network gives them one source of advantage, allowing them to act quicker, in this case, to protect employee health.
But then does it matter whether it's saliency or private access to
Yeah,
information
that is
or
where-
experience?
That is where I think it seems like it would be interesting if we can provide more color to what is the nature of the information they're getting. But like you were saying, it may not matter as long as they're getting from this international business network that we're interested in. Thank you.
So if you do care about information transfer, it seems like if the story is they get it earlier, that at some point there's going to be a catch up. That at some point everyone ends up in the same place. And looking at one of your figures, I thought it would have been very helpful to say, yes, they acted earlier relative to the time when government shut things down. But of course, at that point, it's hard to imagine that people were operating significantly different information sets. And so what I had wanted to see was you extend your figure 3 to the post-lockdown period, because if it turns out that these firms that were early continue to have a sustained difference over the other firms, to me, that would call into question the idea that it's timeliness of information and would lean more towards something like salience or maybe willingness to act on for other political reasons. I don't know. But I think there is something you can do with your data post-lockdown to kind of affirm or reject the idea of timeliness.
Yeah, I think that's a very good suggestion. We tried looking at it, but then maybe we need to try to figure out a better way to benchmark it. We're doing a time plot over time, and then we try to extend to later time periods. But then the bar gets a lot noisier as your comparison points much earlier. And we do find some reversals, but actually we find that among democratic places. And we actually didn't see that reversal in Republican places. So one potential we're thinking is that in Republican places, people may not be really still following through, and hence there's still that role of firms having information playing a role. But in democratic places, we do observe this, it's like going up like this and then slight decline. So it's something we can look more and see if there's a way we can reduce some of the noise as we go later into the time periods. But yes, thanks for the suggestion.
I mean, so I guess I kind of have the same comment as Marco, so the order there mattered. But I do kind of think that, part of what you're observing is just sort of an awareness effect. It takes some time to plan a situation where people can work from home productively. If you're sort of aware that, okay, China's, people are walking around in spacesuits, like this is a real problem, then you sit down, you think you have a plan to work from home, and you can transition to it a bit faster than other people. And I think, sort of the Mirko story, I think builds with Barrios's idea of sort of thinking about it as an interaction. I mean, I expect that what you're going to find is that the people with Chinese and Italian exposure really transitioned very quickly when there were local cases of COVID-19, whereas, other businesses that didn't have that type of exposure sort of did not. So I would sort of suggest, empirically, that you exploit, some of the variation in the data and the timing, right? I mean, and the other thing is, these stories that you're hearing from Italy and China by, March 3rd, by like March 9th, I remember like March 6th, I was sitting on my in-laws couch and, the world was going crazy. And then by like March 9th, it felt like the US was going crazy. And, I think you can sort of use these dates because, New York really locking down and there being these mass exposures, I think at that point, that would sort of trump what you're seeing in China to Joey's point, Joey. All right, that's it. We'll end with Joey.
Yeah, thanks for the suggestion. And so it's something to look at. It's an interaction, like you were saying, with how do the local cases develop. Henry?
I'm going to defer to Rodrigo.
So
one thing I was just wondering was like prior pandemic experience and whether there could be like a history effect. Like you have the China-Italy split, which I think is kind of helpful, but it could just be another layer to the whole story, which is, the threshold for, managers with China connections is lower because they know from prior pandemics that, oh, this can boil over pretty quickly.
this story is studied in Hassan et al. So in their paper, they kind of look at some firms with previous SARS experience do actually manage better. And it's a story, and hence we actually checked that our information exposure firms with China and Italy, they're not correlated with more exposure to SARS or some other earlier diseases to kind of rule out the story. But that's another interesting channel. But in our version, we're interested in the business network with China and Italy in this case. But thanks for that.
I want to shift the conversation a little bit, maybe. But this safeguarding of employee health, like I was trying to get my head around the following, right? So if I think about, do companies with private information use it to protect their employees? I'd say like, no, they don't, right? We have the NFL with concussions, we have the asbestos, we have lung cancer and tobacco. These companies all had lots of private information and didn't protect their employees. So I'm trying to reconcile these two, like your study, your case study with these, and I think it has something to do with like the economics. So with all the cases I just gave you, it's going to be reducing their profits very clearly if they use this private information. In your study, maybe this is all profit motivated, that they realize like if all their employees get sick, then they're not going to be able to function, so they send them home to protect their profits. So it's not really about safeguarding employee health, it's about safeguarding profit. How do you think about that?
We think of it as more about information exposure, allowing them to act earlier. And the safeguarding employee health part can be a consequence of multiple motives, one of which may be profit maximizing. And what is challenging, so we don't take a stance on whether or not it's profit maximizing, because exactly at a crisis, there's uncertainty also, even from a firm standpoint. We spoke to firm managers, like, how are you thinking about the decision? And for them, it's like, I get this information, I have employees. I'm definitely not thinking short-term profit, but I may be thinking long-term profitability. It's about resilience and sustainability. So that's the moment they're making a decision. And it's hard to say profit maximizing, and in a sense of, one is maybe it is long-term sustainable, but then there's also paper admins actually writing this idea that during a downturn, economic downturn, human capital may not be valuable when you're facing this risk of bankruptcy. So it's hard to say whether or not it's profit maximizing, but our goal, after all, is regardless of motive, during the situation, you will act to protect your employees. And the question is, do having this information exposure through business network allow you to do so earlier?
Let me just push back a little bit. If we don't know why they're doing it, like what can we generalize this to? The title is evidence from COVID. Evidence for what, if we don't really know the incentive and what's driving the behavior?
The incentive, so let me kind of add one more piece to it. So we can't speak to the direct motives. What we try to do is some cross-sectional tests to see if under some incentives, we get more pronounced effects, if that helps. So one of our cross-sectional tests, we try to look at, do pro-stakeholder preferences play a role, which I can show later.
Can I take a few minutes and just press forward? There are a few hands.
That would be great, thank you. And as you can see, I'm too used to Zoom that I put a lot of buttons, which doesn't work as well in person. But our validation result, let me just show you one graph. So this is plotting out cumulatively COVID-related press releases over time for firms with and without information exposure for the SP 500 firms. So this is our first step. And we do see this earlier mention of COVID for these firms. And the result holds when we only use executive network. So we're not just picking up purely operational risk driving the results. And so then let me share our main results. This is trying to illustrate how we use SafeGraph data to pick up work from home policy. What I'm plotting here is stay-at-home ratio at a zip code level, and I'm showing Evermale's headquarters. So in our full data, we have headquarters and branches. But here, just to illustrate, we reach out to Evermale and ask, when did you implement work from home? And they told us March 12th. And we see that the stay-at-home ratio is around 20%. Then it's like gradually going up after the work from home date. And by the time the city of Charlotte implement this stay-at-home order, it's already pretty high as a way to just show broadly what is our empirical construct. What we're interested in is then how does that chart look differently for firms with and without information exposure? And this is plotting out for all the zip codes, splitting into those with and without information exposure. And a reminder that when we aggregate from firm to zip code level, we use this info group data that contains both for public and private firms, headquarter and branch information. So we use branches over 100 employees where it's more likely to have an effect. And here is where, when we line up by lockdown policy date, we don't see any differential trends earlier in the earlier period, but it's really this 20 days before. And if you think when COVID started getting severe in the US, that's the first week of March. And the median lockdown date is the last week of March. So around 20 days is kind of where we want to capture the effect and not earlier. And as we were talking about the potential concern of overreacting. Our main specification is using stay-at-home ratio as the outcomes, zip code day level, and we're interested in this interaction. So pre-lockdown 20 days is like the post indicator compared to the longer pre-period. And we look at how do zip codes with more information exposure vary. And to better illustrate this than the graph you're seeing, too many words, I'll illustrate it with a map. And this is thanks to Christine, who when she was discussing our paper, created this map to illustrate our design that we think quite helpful. So think of New York County. And blue dot is Columbia, and here is at NYU, but these are different zip codes. So what we're comparing is within the same county day where COVID's development is likely similar, how do zip codes with higher or lower or without information exposure vary in their stay-at-home ratio? This is showing our main results. The first column, our main coefficient of interest is positive and significant, which is consistent with our story that firms with more information exposure is contributing to this earlier work from home. And to get a sense of the magnitude, you can think of it as the average firm in a zip code having one more additional information source is translating to a 1.5% increase in stay-at-home ratio. And in column 2, when we use full-time work ratio instead of stay-at-home ratio, we find a similar magnitude of effect, but then it's just for a better interpretation, we use stay-at-home ratio for all of our rest of our analysis. And this is showing out the coefficient plot, which to an earlier point, if we continue on, that's where for democratic places, we do see some reversal. But as the noise bar also gets pretty large, it's like that's something we need to think about how to work on it to better show that the time trend development. But as we can see earlier, there's some support for parallel trends, and it's around 20 to 25 days earlier that the coefficient on information exposure times the time period becomes positive and significant. Henry?
If you have time, can you take a second to talk about how the control structure on the previous table helps us, prevents that coefficient from being identified, the table with them?
Yep.
There, yeah. But that's not identified based on the couple weeks in late March being different, and then zip codes with a lot of first responders or companies that are less mobile.
Yes, let me show one of the main kind of robustness tests is using placebo analysis. But the control variables, we interact, say, population with the 20 days before, and percentage of Asian population with the 20 days before, and teleworkability with the 20 days before. Because we have zip code fixed effects, so all of these zip codes in time invariant controls are absorbed. And so we try to interact also with the 20 days to see if there's differential effect to first of all, kind of rule out these alternative stories. But to further mitigate, especially the concern that I think we probably have a similar concern that it's capturing international firms or just better connected regions. And this is where we rely on this placebo analysis, where we choose a couple countries where they are economically important, similar to China and Italy, but the only difference is they experience COVID later than the US. And so when we recreate this information exposure variable using the placebo countries, and when we have the treatment group being, being zip codes where their main information exposure source is coming from these placebo countries, and in both cases, the control group is zip codes without information exposure, and the coefficient on the placebo information exposure is both not significant and its actual magnitude also close to 0. Whereas for China and Italy, it remains positive and significant, kind of rule out some of that concern.
Just a quick question on this related to this point here. So Joe's comments made me think about this Burston et al. Paper where they look at Fox News, right? And they measure zip code level Fox News exposure, and basically find the opposite result of what you have, right? The more Fox News exposure, the less you paid attention to anything, right? Familiar with that?
Yeah.
Right. Is Fox News exposure negatively correlated with China exposure? And I'm wondering how. So kind of two questions here. One, how do you pull that apart? Maybe it has to do with your fixed effect design, but if those two things are correlated, China exposure and Fox News exposure, how do you partial out? That is the exact same, that's an information story as well, right? But just misinformation. And then because I like the fact that you're going out from a firm level motivation and our firms changing, but then your stay at home or work from home thing is a zip code level measure, not actually a measure at the firm level. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I'm just curious that how are those two information pieces working?
Yeah, let me try to think. I can see your concern that if places with more China exposure companies may be correlated with media, and you're saying potentially negative or positive correlated with Fox News.
My thought would be, and I don't know, I'm just curious if you have a way to control this, higher Fox News, lower China exposure.
See if, let me think
I mean, just to be clear, I don't have any empirical data to support what I'm saying. It's a question because they find, I mean, they run very similar types of things to what you've run, and they're just talking about, we don't have information. I go back to Joe's point about like, why would we believe anything coming from China? So is the tension here, why do we believe anything that we're hearing as well, in some sense? And maybe they're getting good information from other countries that they're using relative to what we're using ourselves.
Yes. So one of the way I'm going to rephrase your hypothesis here, let's say, because if that same region have more Fox News information and then they're going to place less emphasis on COVID, and so we expect there to be less of an effect in those regions. And then in contrast, China would be the opposite, we would expect. So what would happen if we split by political affiliation of the local region to maybe that's a proxy for what news they watch? And let's look at the results and walk through what you have in mind again. So this is where we do a few cross-sectional analysis to understand conditions under which our results are more pronounced. One of which our current interpretation is when the local governments more likely, for whatever reason, react slower. And this prior paper, Adolph et al. Finds that Republican places are associated with later adoption. And this is our results. We find a larger effect when the mayor is from a Republican party and when there's more vote for Republican Party in the 2020 election. So in some sense, if that region is more also correlated with more Fox News, it's showing that alternative information may be giving you a different story, and hence firms can play a larger role by having this business networks that gives them more credible information that then may explain why we see a larger effect.
So you're like seeing like an offset to the Fox News effect is what you're saying.
I think one way I can interpret at the moment with the Fox
So
News.
I guess this is kind of an interaction way to do it, but it's not necessarily the first one. Like, you don't know, maybe I'm not thinking through this strong enough. You don't know if the first order effect is that this is very correlated, but when you interact them, one of them offsets the other one or not, I guess, right? I don't know.
Yes.
It matters more in the, let's say, the Fox News covered view. That's what she's saying. Reform action matters more.
Yeah. And what you're saying, I know it's slightly different, which is what if places with more Fox News has fewer Chinese exposure? Then we would expect, I guess, to find a smaller effect or not. But I'll double check, and even maybe does exposure. Yeah, let me follow up with you, Mike, on that note. Yes.
So, in terms of positioning your paper with respect to the questions that came before, one thing you might want to consider is in this crisis, ex post, we know that response times were extremely important, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, and you know that companies had cross-sectional variation in response times, right? And we don't really know, in my mind, other than say Fox News coverage and all that, what drove the difference in reaction times of firms, right? And you're just proposing exposure to an evolving COVID situation in other countries that's giving you a wealth of evidence, helps explain different response times. This case, it worked out well. Some cases it won't, because they'll overreact or something like that. But all you're trying to explain is differences in response times of companies to these evolving crisis situations. It's just their exposure internationally in some other country. right? In terms of the question earlier about what exactly we're seeing evidence for, I think that's what we're seeing evidence for.
Can I clarify the last parts?
So in terms of, look, there are multiple different channels, right? We don't know if it's information, private information or information salience or experience, right? But in any case, I buy your term exposure, right? So in terms of understanding what your paper is doing, it is giving us a sense for what kind of exposure is going to lead companies to react quicker in a situation that these response times mattered a lot.
Yes.
Exposed, right? So I think you're puzzled because I think my comment helps you, but
I was thinking
but I think
exactly
that's,
that.
that's why, yeah, I think, yeah.
Thank you. And a lot of these comments may help us better also position the paper in writing, like what exactly we capture. So thank you so much.
First question, I thought you would want to kind of, given that you can get like vote shares at the precinct level, you could actually see zip codes that are high Republican or
Sorry, we can get vote share at what level?
the precinct level.
Precinct.
The election precinct, at least for the Trump election.
Uh-huh.
You can map better rather than at the city level, right? So you could kind of see the zip. Well, are you just capturing that these are just more blue zip codes?
Yeah.
And then you can, and so the other question that I wanted to kind of bring up again to the exposure is I know you have like county day fixed effect, but this is going to kind of Chad and Austin's work on like fear and lockdown, saying like in a lot of these counties, the stay-at-home thing actually started before the actual lockdown because they're making the argument that it was more about deaths and exposure to death that was driving the staying at home, not the actual mandate from the county, for example, right? That's something that you could kind of explore here if you take out kind of the county day fixed effect.
Oh.
Right, because you're sucking it up in the county day fixed effect.
Yeah, absorbed away.
And you look at their graphs in the JPUB, they kind of show that like people are staying home even before the mandate. And you're gonna kind of say, well, that's gonna be coming from the information exposure or your social network. But I think it would be kind of interesting to kind of play around with that. Because right now we don't know
where it's coming from.
You know, these places that also had more death
Yeah.
in the county.
Yeah, that's something we can consider. I would definitely take a look at that paper. Thank you.
Let me just add on that a little bit. I think we also use the state day fixed effect also control for the COVID death. And we also do some cross-sectional analysis based on the severity.
Yeah, but you care if the death happened to my neighbor versus someone in the county in the south. Like Cook County is pretty big, right? So where the death occurring and how salient that death is given that your variation is at the zip code level, right?
That's helpful. Thank you. And also related to Mike's point about that one, I think like one thing Mike was thinking about, like the Fox News, that's like social resident, right? How they react to the media news. Like here we are interested in like firm information. So that's why I think the point we are trying to say is that this employer communication, like through company, when they implement this work from home policies, regardless of like outside media information sources, when company implement this work from home policies, and we also actually have a figure about like it is well enforced and we show that this is actually the effect is stronger the rural companies. Sorry about that.
Yep. Thank you for adding on, Lisa.
I'm trying to figure out if an underlying assumption is that the closure by government is exogenous. So like, is there, it made me realize that like, couldn't firms also have influence over the timing with which government also closed? So like the connection there, I think the underlying assumption is that yes, those are independent, they don't communicate, but I don't know how true that is and how much communication there was across. Like, is that an underlying assumption that the closure date of government is exogenous?
The closure date of, so I think more the assumption would be, do information exposure correlate with how close these same firms are with the local government, hence their ability to influence closure date? And if it's not correlated with information exposure, then it shouldn't at least bias our results. And
so I guess what I was trying to think through was like, if let's say I'm Apple and I have like total control or something over my political environment in my community, do we close on the same day? Or why would I close 20 days before my government? Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
Yes.
There's, what do you mean?
I mean, so you have
That's what exactly.
you have a scenario where the firm is influencing the county to close earlier. That would seem to work against, her effect because it's sort of leading it to close early. So, maybe you're understating the impact.
So I think there's a potential issue here that you can get around with just looking at what's been recommended before. That's the interaction with like local either hospitalizations or cases or deaths and how the firm is responding. Because I think what was happening in a number of counties was that they'd have like the health department or others would have advisors that could consist of some of the business community. And I think this is potentially a problem because of the 20-day window. If it wasn't for the 20-day window, I don't think it would create an issue. So if you drop the 20-day window and focus on interactions with local conditions, I think you potentially get around this.
I see. That's something we'll explore a little bit, but potentially also the fact it may bias against us finding results. And one thing we also want to tease out as in, we look at firms with more information. They're not necessarily more connected with the government by using subsidy data. They're not more likely to get subsidy relative to other firms that also have connections with, say, the placebo countries.
Yeah, I wasn't worried about the results. I was just more trying to think through interpretation of the results.
Yeah, but thanks for the comments. And Mark.
Yeah, so I thought this all the way through, but you think about your press release results.
Sorry, can you speak up?
Press release,
Yep.
the press release for active, right? Does it matter to you whether other people in the community are learning from press releases? So if you think about the local people are following the press releases of the local.
Yes.
And I think you see a similar result that's not driven necessarily by firm being benevolent, firm having, it's not their employee, right? It's sort of,
It's an externality or a spillover.
yeah.
So two things. One is by our design, because it's zip code level stay-at-home ratio. If other people from the local area see that announcement and say, oh, I should work from home too, we will also be capturing that. But in some sense, we think that's also part of the impact of these firms having information. And
I think it was going back to the benevolence towards the employees, right? Because your effect isn't really picking up the employees' behavior necessarily. Picking up the spillover, which may be beneficial.
potentially. Yes, yeah, I agree with that. Thank you. And let me then, do you have something else?
Yeah, I think like one thing we have done, I think that's a very valid concern. One thing we have done is that at the six-month level, we look at the number of employees from the information exposure firms and the ratio, the higher the ratio that is, actually our impact is stronger. I would similarly see the spillover. So that's why in our appendix 814, we actually look at some analysis along that line. But yeah.
As in that is consistent with our story, but if that shouldn't take away from our results, because our results also robust when we try to use weighted our information exposure by number of employees. So
But I think you'd have the same problem even with that robust. If you think it's a problem, maybe it's not a problem.
yeah, that's something.
You get, it's the link to CSR. Right?
Yes.
You want to sell it as a CSR story. Yes, it's a different kind of social responsibility. Not to your employees, it's to your community. Maybe that.
Yeah, in some sense, you may be thinking benefiting employees by doing that, you may have a wider, it's partly because of the contagious nature of both information and COVID, that you may have this broader impact on the local community. Thank you. And let me, John.
I think Mark's point has plausibly some big implications for the actual question that you can ask here, because it's not the impact of business networks on employees of connected firms, it's the effect of business networks on local communities, which is maybe just as interesting of a question, but once you start injecting spillovers, they become increasingly hard to identify the magnitudes and those kinds of things. It goes all the way back to like Mansky's reflection problem. But so I think it would impact the question that you made.
Yes, our currently phrasing is that can safeguard employees and potentially benefit the local community. And so we be careful not to only say the local community part. Thanks. And let me show then one more set of cross-sectional analysis and get to something about the local community impact in terms of COVID spread. So here, another kind of looking at where we may find more pronounced effects is looking at the firm's capability to work from home. And by that, we look at two different measures. So one is teleworkability that captures the percent of jobs in that industry that can stay at home, can be done at home. And when we split by the median teleworkability of each region, we find slightly higher effect in the high teleworkability industry, which also may relate to the earlier comments. Maybe these firms are not letting all of their employees stay at home as well. But nonetheless, our effect remains robust in this lower teleworkability group that may again get to a little bit of that, is it purely profit maximizing, that in this sample, maybe it's less likely to be profit maximizing, we're still finding some evidence.
I think all of these cross-sectional splits would be more informative if you had an average date of government lockdown, since all of this is relative to that government lockdown. I get really stuck trying to figure out if you have an area with lots of low teleworkability and it locked down much later than other areas did. It's hard to think about what inference to draw, and whether it's coming from the fact that it's a late lockdown, and so of course all that information should have already been there for everyone, versus what I think is really your challenge.
Yeah, the challenge with lockdown, it's relative to what date, what is the ideal date to lock down? And so what would be an alternative benchmark in your mind?
Can't you just report for each column the average date?
Average, I see, maybe that lockdown day varies between the two. Yes, I think we can check that to kind of help mitigate potentially that concern. Thank you. And that is not the case when we repeat the analysis with essential industry. So essential industry will be a little different in the sense that these are CDC guidance on industries that should still remain open during the COVID situation. And we do find that in regions with low essential businesses, our result hold, but not the case when there's high essential businesses, and which is kind of consistent with what we believe will kind of happening in the society at that time. And final set of cross-sectional analysis looking at potentially pro-stakeholder incentives, where the first two we split by responsible investors and find the high result among the higher responsible investors, with the caveat that we only see that for public firms. So it's not probably a representative sample. And when we also then split by union, where we're thinking higher union memberships more likely have this pro-employee preferences. And here you can see the effects are very similar, slightly higher among the regions with more union membership, which so we're saying some suggestive evidence that maybe pro-employee helps, but it may also help us by saying that it's not necessarily employees pushing the firm to do that, but it's maybe more from a firm's decision standpoint.
So those coefficients significantly different from each other?
They're not, and that's why I feel like maybe it's not really coming from union maybe demanding the firm, so it's maybe coming from firm manager's decision. That's why I say suggestive.
If they were statistically, the bigger one is that they're economically not that different either.
Exactly, yes.
Maybe this comment is related to your column 1, column 2. So if the firm has like information exposure, would they not add on this? And what would be the trade-off in here? Right? Even if they know this is coming, this is going to be potential damaging, but they might have some other considerations, maybe profit maximizing, because work from home can have like some cost implications and things like that. Do you see that firms do not add on it, even though they have information exposure? That might speak to how firms would use the information and the potential considerations in situations like this, right? So your responsible investor result might be related, but do you have more evidence on that?
More evidence. So one is that, and are you just interested in that pro-stakeholder piece? Because if it's more broadly, what are the firms that act on it? We also, this previous set also speaks to kind of work from home capability. It's a set of considerations a firm make when they make the decision, once they get the information. Is that kind of also similar to what you have in mind?
Sometimes for worker safety might not be consistent with profit maximizing in the short term. This kind of like trade-off could potentially be useful and So for us to understand how managers are using or what they're doing for the society as a whole, right? So that might be something interesting.
Something interesting. And feel free to also share other thoughts. So one is the social responsible investors, the employees, and also this teleworkability also speaks to, yes, facing trade-off, but nonetheless, even the low teleworkability industries, we still find the results. So maybe a little bit more than just profit maximizing. Is that kind of similar to what you have in mind?
Maybe some short-term management,
Short-term.
something like that.
We'll think more along that line. Thanks.
Do you have to use the word responsible to describe the administrations, and they're more neutral word like SRI investors? I mean, are the ones that are not responsible irresponsible?
We will be more careful with the wording. And yes, they're SRPRI. So maybe we spell out the term, social responsible investors. Yes.
Can you give a sense for maybe how big is this effect? The stay at home is a ratio that goes around 26%, but it's not in percentage terms. It's a 26 number.
Yes.
And then the lockdown, the information exposure is something that goes from percentile 25 is 1, percentile 75 is 1. So when you move 1, the ratio will change by less than 1%.
Yes. And out of 23, average stay-at-home ratio of 23%, it's around 1.5% of.
Then how important is that 1% of the whole county will stay at home just because having those ties? Like in my county, I don't know how many people live in my county, but let's say Miami-Dade County, it's like a lot of people, right? I don't know how many people live in Miami, maybe 500,000 people. So this will put 50,000 people staying at home.
So one way we were also thinking about magnitudes. One way is the implication of it. And so maybe I'll use this chance to look at also the COVID results. And together we can maybe think a little bit the magnitude. So we then also look at local communities' COVID case growth, because the implication of this work from home, like the magnitudes, we have to consider how then that it translates into a effect in lowering the spread of COVID. And so here, let me describe it, and then we'll talk.
Impact, I think this is about measuring what determines the ratio of staying at home. All sorts. This is one of the things. But I would probably want to see this thing, isolating some other things, Fox News and whatever other things going on. How much this thing impacts people staying at home in terms of the US population? That'll be interesting.
One thing earlier we mentioned, John brought up that measure of local people's social ties to China or Italy. So we try to replicate their specification and include our measure as well. And our coefficient is similar. So that's one way we're thinking about gauging the magnitudes. Would that be?
10 million people have local ties to China, right? I would say. So those 10 million stay at home just because they have local ties to China, compared to this other effect. That's something that I have a very hard time figuring out. Is this one important effect among all of the other things that motivate people to stay home?
It is one, it's definitely not the only thing. There's actually quite a few COVID papers that understand what drives stay-at-home ratio. And so our goal is to say firms is one channel. And in particular, our goal is to demonstrate it's firms learning through these international business networks. Yes. And
on that topic of the important, and back to kind of your specific, is there a reason, like, given that you're using the SafeGraph data, that you can't like pinpoint how in that headquarter, how that stay-at-home variable for that headquarter is different than the other establishments? Like you're doing it at the zip code level, but you could.
Why not a firm level?
Yeah, why not at that headquarter to kind of tease out like how much is it relative to the zip code, right? How much of it is the actual employees staying at home versus other people around? You get what I'm saying? To like, kind of that's the first order effect, like.
Yes.
That,
we did another analysis. So what you need then is not just a headquarters, it's a point of interest.
Yeah, but you can map that in, right? I think they're selling those point of interest
Yeah,
maps
so
now.
we repeated our analysis with point of interest data as well, with one caveat. So we actually tried to use that data set and we realized for majority of the firms and non-retail firms, we don't have point of interest data. So it's really better at capturing retail firms and with a goal of actually customer movements more. But we
Talk after, but I think you can get the headquarter that somebody's been lining up for the headquarter. because
Okay,
some
let's-
people in finance are using.
But we did replicate with point of interest data and still find robust results.
You have a minute.
1 minute. So let me show you really quickly. So we do find with the COVID case growth is 7 days in the future, there's a 2.2 reduction in daily COVID case growth. And the reason, again, we want to highlight the importance of these findings is bringing back to this idea that early days of COVID, such firm response can make a big impact, like the pay it all paper. 1 week earlier lockdown, we're talking about reducing half of the COVID cases and deaths before May of 2020. And so to conclude, we have some caveats, but we hope to contribute to the following literature. One is firms' information transfer through this international business network and highlighting a decision that's not related to a firm's core production, but a decision related to employee health, which then links to the CSR contribution that this idea firms may have better information is conceptually documented in some papers like Betebu and Tyrol, but we're the first to hopefully empirically document it. And in the future, we hope to see more paper kind of maybe thinking about what about the firms that better enable them to do CSR, and information advantage may be one of them. We also relate to the literature on employee health, and finally on crisis response to COVID, with this broader literature that potentially speaking to the public contribution of private sector. And but caveat, we're not saying firms can replace governments, because subsequently we still need governments to play a role in the lockdown, in formal regulations, in vaccines. And so future studies can potentially look at their interaction. And with this, I hope the takeaway is why can firms also help to protect employees during the crisis? Because they have this information advantage through their business networks. Thank you very much for everyone.
Shirley, thanks everybody. That concludes the presentation. See you at 6 for the reception.